I was having that dream once again. That dream. Same thing every night. But it's all forgotten in the morning, as usual. Maybe it's for the best. Only a glimpse of memory will remain, of gates, half opened, as if inviting me somewhere, with two frozen stone pioneers standing close by. And also that strange girl who keeps asking me. Will you come with me? Come? But where? And why? And where am I, anyway? Of course, if it all happened in real life, I would certainly have been scared. Well, what else would one expect to feel? But this is just a dream, the same one I see every night. There must be a reason. You don't have to know where or why to realize something is really happening. Something desperately seeking my attention. Since everything that surrounds me here is real. As real as things in my own flat. I could open the gates, hear the hinges creak, brush the crumbling rust away with my hand, inhale the fresh cool air, and shiver from the cold. I could, but to do that, I would need to pick myself up, take a step, move my hand. But this is a dream. I understand that. But what of it? What does my understanding change? Because here it's just like on the other side of the cracked screen of an old TV, which struggles to fight against static noise and strives to show its audience everything without missing a single detail. But the picture is getting blurry. I must be waking up soon. Maybe I should ask her something. The girl. What's her name? About the stars, for instance. Why the stars, though? I'd rather ask about the gates. Yes, the gates. She would be so surprised. Or better, why the dot over an I was called a tittle, but the dot over a J was called a superscript dot. Nice letters. As if they don't exist anymore. Still, what do letters, gates, and stars have to do with this place? Because even if I'm having this dream every night, which will be forgotten soon anyway, I've got to look for answers here and now. And there, if you look carefully, you can see the Magellanic Clouds. As if I ended up in the southern hemisphere. In a dream, there are the small things that catch your attention. An unnatural color of the grass, impossible curves of straight lines, or your own distorted reflection, while the real danger, which could put an end to everything right here and now, seems trivial. It's natural, since here you cannot die. I know it for sure. I've done it hundreds of times. But if you cannot die, is there a point in living? I should ask the girl. She's a local, she should know. Yes, exactly. I should ask her about the owl, for example. One strange bird it is. Though it doesn't matter. Will you come with me? And every time I have to answer. It's the only way, otherwise the dream will never end and I will never wake up. Yes, I'll come with you. Every time it's so hard to decide on the answer. Where am I? What am I doing here? Who is she? And why does so much in my life depends on this answer? Or maybe it doesn't. It's just dream after all. Just a dream. The computer screen stared at me as if it was alive. Sometimes it really did seem to me that it was conscious of itself, had its own thoughts and wishes, ambitions, that it had feelings, could laugh and suffer. As if in our relationship the screen wasn't an instrument. It was me who was a lifeless piece of plastic and textolite. There is some truth in that, probably because the computer provides 90% of my communication with the outside world. Anonymous image boards, some chats from time to time, rarely ICQ or Jabber, and forums even more rarely. People on the other end of the internet cable simply do not exist. All of them are simply creations of its sick imagination, an error in the source code or a kernel bug, which started living a life on its own. If one looked at my existence from the outside, such thoughts would seem crazy, and a psychologist would surely give me a bunch of sophisticated diagnoses and maybe write me a doctor's referral to the loony bin. A small apartment with no signs of repair or any semblance of order in it, and always the same view out the window on the grey megalopolis running somewhere day and night. Such are the conditions of my life. Well, of course, it didn't start like this. I was born, went to school, and finished it, liked all the others. I was accepted at the university, where I spent a year and a half trailing behind and struggling. I drifted through several jobs. Sometimes it was working out quite well, sometimes I was even getting a decent money for it. But it all felt like it was not mine, as if taken from another man's biography. I wasn't living life to its fullest. It was looping over and over in monotonous circles. Like in the movie Groundhog Day. It's just that I had no choice in how to spend my day, and every day repeated itself, the same vicious spiral. A spiral of emptiness, misery, and despair. For the last few years, I just sat in front of the screen all day. Sometimes there were menial jobs. Sometimes my parents helped me. All in all, I was able to provide for myself. No wonder really, since my needs are quite minor. I hardly ever leave my home, and my communication with other people almost exclusively consists of online correspondence with the anonymous, who have no real name, no gender, no age. So, in brief, a quite typical life of a quite typical antisocial person of his time. Kind of Donnie Darko on a minor scale, without doomsday related visions. Maybe some highly respected author will write a novel about me, and it will become a contemporary classic of modern literature. Or I will write one myself. However, what's the point of fooling myself? I tried many times, but couldn't even come up with a simple short story. I tried to learn many other things as well. Not gifted enough to draw. Programming got bored. Foreign languages takes too much time. The only thing I loved doing was reading, but still I never would have called myself a scholar. Perhaps I was an ace at watching anime and grandmaster of lame internet jokes. If I were to get paid for it, I would probably be a happier person, and a richer person too, but I doubt it would fill the hole inside me. Today was another typical day of a typical failure's typical life. And today is the day when I have to go to my university reunion. Frankly speaking, I really didn't want to. What is the point? The time I spent with them was so short. However, I was persuaded by a friend, my former university mate, and one of the few with whom I kept in touch other than through the internet. A frosty evening, bus stop, waiting. I never liked winter, though hot summer is not my season either. It's just that I see no reason to point out any particular time of the year. It doesn't matter much what the weather is outside when you stay at home 24/7. The bus today was running so late that I was about to curse it all and spend my last few hundred rubles for a taxi. The idea of just returning home didn't cross my mind for some reason. As usual, millions of thoughts flew through my mind, but there was not a single useful one to seize on. Such a thought that you could bring into existence, give a shape, turn into an idea, and put into practice. Maybe I could start my own business. But where would I get the money from? Or maybe I could go back to working in an office. No, no way. Maybe I should try freelancing. But what skills do I have? And who would want me after all? I suddenly remembered my childhood. Or rather, my teen years. The time when I was 15 or 17 years old. Why exactly those years? No idea. I guess it's because back then everything was much more simpler. It was easier to make decisions, so complicated now and so simple then. Waking up in the morning, I knew exactly how my day was going to pass, and I was eagerly looked forward to the weekend. Then I could get some rest and have time for things I liked: computer, football, going out with friends. And then, at the beginning of the next week, I'd take up my studies again. Back then, there were no such worrying questions like why, who needs it, what will change if I do it, or what will not change. A simple lifestyle so casual for any normal person and so odd to myself today. that careless childhood age. It was also then that I met my first love. Her appearance and personality have vanished from my memory. Only her name remains, like a brief line from a social network profile, along with the feelings which overwhelmed me when I was with her. Affection, tenderness, the desire to care for her and to protect her. Sadly, it didn't last long. Today, I can hardly imagine something like that happening. I would probably like to meet a girl, but I don't know how to start a conversation, what on earth to discuss, and how to attract her. Well, I haven't met any suitable girls for a long time. But where could I meet one anyway? The sound of an engine brought me back to reality. A bus pulled over. There was something abnormal about it, I thought. Then again, it doesn't matter. Only the 410 runs this route. Street lights pass me by. It's as if their cold light sparks inside of me, trying to ignite feelings long dead. Or maybe not ignite, just awaken them. Because those feelings, they have been living in me for a long time, slumbering and waking up again. The driver's radio was playing some very familiar tune, but I wasn't listening to it. I was watching the cars passing by through a fogged up window. Because people are always rushing somewhere, chasing something they need, stuck in their own little worlds, why would they care about mine? They probably have their own serious problems, or maybe they have much easier lives. You can't know for sure, since all people are different. Or are they? Sometimes someone's actions can easily be predicted, but if you try to look inside his soul, you will only see impenetrable darkness. The bus was approaching downtown, and my thoughts were interrupted by the bright city lights. Hundreds of billboards, thousands of cars, millions of people. I watched this slideshow and somehow I got terribly sleepy. My eyes closed just for a moment, and then day one. Bright daylight struck my eyes. At first, I didn't pay attention as I wasn't fully awake yet. On their own, my legs carried me towards the door. Damn, looks like I fell asleep and missed my stop. But there was no door. I looked around the bus and realized that it wasn't a good old worn-out Lias. Instead, the bus was an Icarus model, a new one. I froze in shock. How? What? Am I dead? Have I been kidnapped? No, I must be dead. I patted myself down feverishly, slapped myself painfully in the face a few times, banged my forehead on the back of one of the bus seats. It's clear. Either I'm still alive, or you can still feel pain when you are dead. But how could this happen? Maybe I slept for too long and ended up at the bus depot. And then what? Did they just put me onto another bus? I rushed out and took a look around. Greenery wherever I looked. Tall grass on the roadside, trees, flowers. Summer! But how? It was winter just a moment ago. My head was aching unbearably, as if it was going to explode. Slowly, I began to remember. A lone road running off into the distance. Forests, plains, fields, lakes, and forests again. I think I was sleeping, but then how can I remember all of it? And then, a gap. Some girl leaning over me. She softly whispered something into my ear. Then, a gap again. And then I woke up here. Who was that strange girl? Or was she just a dream? For some reason, thinking about her made me feel better and calmed me down a little. I felt warmth all over, coming from the inside. Could it be her who brought me here? Then I need to find her. And the best place to look for her is away from here. I rushed to the left, then to the right, then stopped, hesitating over where to go. Finally, I ran into the direction from which the bus had probably came. Physical exercise does refresh one's mind. Thoughts became clearer, and it gets a little easier to evaluate the surrounding reality. Not in my case, however. I was sitting on the roadside, wheezing and trying to ease my sore throat by gulping breaths of hot air. In any case, the run did its job. The fear withdrew for a while. Maybe I really am just dreaming. Though, recalling my self-harm on the bus, I immediately rejected the idea. I am neither dreaming nor dead. A narrow road ran through the field and far into the distance. That exact same road from my dream. I must be very far away from home. And it's not just that it was winter yesterday and it's summer now. It's a whole new environment. Of course, summer is usually like this, green and hot. But here, everything is not entirely lifelike. Everything looks like it was taken from the painting of a Russian landscape artist of the 19th century. The grass is just too lush. The bushes are not like what bushes should be. They are so thick that you can't see anything through them, like treetops, honestly. And the trees themselves. The forest was quite far away, but the trees looks like if they had closed their ranks and were now just waiting for the order to advance onto the fields and plains. I caught my breath and looked at the bus, which was now barely visible. That was a good run. Fear overtook me once again. Those power lines. There must be people here. But what does it mean? In fact, that means nothing at all. Couldn't they have power lines even in hell? Roasting sinners over hot coals? That's so last century. I must have reached the point of no return, after which you should either lose your mind completely or finally try to understand what is going on. And while I still have a choice, I should pick the second option. I slowly headed back to the bus. Of course it was scary. But I am not likely to find an answer in the fields or the woods, and this wretched bucket of bolts is the only kind of link that I have with the real world. I should carefully scout the area. A brick wall and its gates crowned with a Soyonok sign, statues of pioneers standing on either side, and a road sign nearby showing the bus route number. 410. The trip's taken a bit too long today. I smirked. A person may start acting inappropriately in extreme situations. Something like that is probably happening to me now. This place didn't look abandoned at all. No rust on the gates, no damage to the walls. Sovionok. What could have a name like that? Judging by the pioneer statues, it could be a kid summer camp. Moreover, it appears to be open. Of course, the simplest explanation, logically speaking, explains nothing at all. The strange girl, the altered bus, summer, the pioneer camp. Thousands of theories went through my mind instantly, from alien abduction to lethargic sleep, from a hallucination to a time and space shift. None was worse than the other, but there was really no way to pick a single one. Then it occurred to me, I can try to make a phone call. I took out my cell phone and dialed the first number on my contact list. But instead of signal strength bar, the screen was showing a thick cross. All right, there may be no signal in such a remote place. Though I cannot be the only one who came here. Buses don't drive themselves. I examined the bus from all sides to make sure that it wasn't a hallucination. Beads of dirt on the bottom, some rusts here and there, faded paint and worn-out tires. No, this is definitely a very ordinary Icarus. Yeah, exactly the kind of bus which takes you to place beyond your understanding if you carelessly fall asleep. I gave a nervous chuckle. It came out by itself, sporadically, because this wasn't the right place or right time to laugh. But where on earth is the driver? I cautiously sat down on the curb beside the bus and started to wait. My patience didn't last long. My anxiety seems to have reached its peak, and I started to go slightly mad. In such a situation, anyone would have probably felt something similar. Aliens and parallel universes were gone from my imagination, leaving only void and darkness. Is this how everything will end? How my life will end? But I wanted to do so much. There were so many things that I have no time for yet. I was overwhelmed by the idea this was definitely the end. But why? It's not fair. Surely I'm no worse than anyone else. God, why? Tears were burning my eyes unbearably. I curled up and started rolling in the grass. Why? What did I do? Why me? But my cries were only heard by the speechless statues of the pioneers and a bird on a tree which immediately flapped its wings and took off, crying out something in its own bird language, as if laughing at the idiot who dared to interrupt its after-dinner nap. I was left breathless from weeping and just lay quietly, sobbing occasionally. After a while, I managed to pull myself together. My mind cleared up a bit, as if terror and the fear of death gave me a little break. All in all, if someone wanted to kill me, what is all this for? It doesn't look like an experiment either. If this is just some crazy coincidence, then there's probably no threat. Anyway, for now it seems there's no danger. The panic was soon gone. Of course, the blood was still pounding in my temples, and my hands were still shaking, but at least I could think clearly now. Right now, there is nothing I can really change anyway. So, no matter how much I think or how mad I get, it would only make things worse. Until some actual facts appear, there is really no point in making guesses. In any case, I won't learn anything by lounging about here. This camp, if of course it's really a camp, looked like the only place where people could be, so I decided to go there, and hardly had I reached the gates when a girl came out from behind them, wearing a pioneer uniform. My logic didn't let me down this time. Then again, a pioneer uniform in the 21st century. And then again, a girl, here. I froze, unable to take a step. I felt very much like running away. Running as far away as I could from this place, far from this bus, gates, statues, and far from these bloody birds with its siesta. Just running, free like the wind, faster and faster, waving to the planets passing by, winking at the galaxies. Running, becoming a pulsar ray, and turning into vestigial radiation, running to face the unknown. Run, no matter where, as long as it's far away from this place. Meanwhile, the girl came closer and smiled. I could not help but notice her beauty, even though I was trembling with fear. Human instincts work independent of consciousness, and while only 5% of the brain is responsible for cognitive processes, the remaining 95% are always busy sustaining life, and in particular, ensuring stable functioning of the hormonal system. I desperately wanted to get less complicated and stop thinking in formal quotes from an encyclopedia, though my thoughts appear one by one, being stupid, out of place, as if taken from an internal monologue of the hero of some junky softcover crime fiction book. A pretty Slavic face, long braids that looked like 2 armfuls of fresh hay, and blue eyes you could drown in. "Hi, you must have just arrived." I was frozen in astonishment. The girl looked perfectly normal, just like an ordinary human, but I still could not utter a single word. It's too late to run. "Did I say something wrong?" It took a monumental effort to answer. Yeah." "What?" "Oh, nothing. I mean, I've just arrived." I replied quickly, beginning to worry that I might have blurted out something wrong. "All right then, welcome." She smiled broadly. Strange, it looked as if I had just a normal girl in front of me. Bah, I shouldn't have returned here. The woods and fields seemed better. But what shall I do next? Try to speak with her as if she was a human, or run away? Or what? The blood was pumping unbearably in my head, tearing it apart from the inside. A little bit more, and the poor pioneer girl would be splattered with the gruesome contents of my skull. "What's so funny about that?" The girl looked me over. It sent shivers down my spine, and my knees started to tremble. Nothing." "Great then." "Great? What's so great about that?" Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. To hell with all! Forget about the bus behind me, the fact that it was winter yesterday and summer today. I wanted to rip off my itchy sweater and just accept that all this is actually happening. Everything is as it should be, and this is for the best. "Would you happen to know?" "You should go to our camp leader. She'll tell you everything." "Look, you go straight ahead to the square, then turn left. You'll see several small cabins." She pointed at the gates as if I knew what was behind them. "Well, you can ask someone where Olga Dmitrievna's cabin is." Got it?" Of course I didn't. "Well, I've got to go now." The girl waved her hand at me and disappeared through the gates. It seems as if to her I was something ordinary. And all this show with the bus and the travels while awake or asleep were troubling only to me, while everything here is just the way it's supposed to be. Camp leader, pioneer uniforms. What are they doing? Historical reenactment here? I hope I won't find Lenin standing atop an armored car in this square. But even that would not surprise me right now. After standing alone for a while, I headed into the camp. A mere 50 meters ahead, a small one-story house popped up on the left side. The sign near the door said "Clubs." I was about to come closer when the door suddenly opened and a short girl wearing a pioneer uniform came out. Her pretty face gave me the impression of one suffering for the fate of the whole of mankind with a truly universal sorrow. As soon as she saw me, the girl froze, as if frightened. I froze too, considering what was the best to do, to approach first, or wait until she showed some initiative. Or maybe run away after all. Although this last option was constantly being suggested only by my self-preservation instinct. At least that's what I'd like to believe. Not the worst human instinct, but far from the most logical. If this instinct played poker against deductive abilities, the outcome would be predetermined. And those deductive abilities, or at least their semblance, were hinting to me that there was no need to be afraid of this girl. Suddenly somebody jumped out of nearby bushes. A girl wearing a bright red t-shirt with USSR written on it. Such a perfect reproduction of the age. She looked quite short from the distance and was probably younger than both pioneer girls, the one at the gates and this girl at the door of the clubs. At last I decided to come closer, but the USSR, as I called her in my mind, jumped towards the first girl and started telling her something while wildly waving her arms. The other girl in turn seemed confused and lowered her gaze, remaining silent. I would have probably continued to observe their amusing dialogue, but the USSR suddenly pulled something out of her pocket and started waving it in front of the first girl's face. This something turned out to be a grasshopper. Eee! The first girl squealed. She must not be too keen on insects, as she instantly rushed off towards the place where Lenin presumably made his speech about the workers' and peasants' revolution. That is to say, towards the square. The USSR glanced at me, grinned playfully, and dashed after her. Not a bad start to the day. I have absolutely no clue where I am, besides that There are some kids here role-playing as pioneers. And, as far as I can tell, this place is located thousands of kilometers away from my home. It might even be a different reality. And this was indeed a reality. I mean, everything around me seemed so real, if a little embellished, that I was starting to think that in fact my previous life could have been just a dream. And what am I supposed to do now? I was picking at the cracked paving stones with my shoe and staring aimlessly at the club's building. Just few more seconds before I have to come up with some decision. That's when I recall myself rolling on the grass, weeping. I cringed in disgust. Perhaps it's another instinct. When all energy for whimpering and self-pitying is used up, the body either goes into hibernation or mobilizes its reserves. Mine seemed to have chosen the second option, because out of the blue, I found the determination to figure out what was going on. And in order to do that, I had to act like a man, like a human, to maintain the dignity of representative of my own world. I followed the path to the left, on the right side of which stood small cabins, apparently the homes of the local pioneers. Actually, they looked quite cozy from the outside. Even though I was born in the Soviet Union, I had never been part of its children organization, neither the pioneers, not even the younger October children. I imagine the daily life of a typical pioneer camp a bit differently. A huge barracks with long rows of metal bunks, wake-up call at 6 o'clock played by a siren, 1 minute to make your bed, then joining the formation at the drill square. Or wait, could I be confusing it with something else? Suddenly something struck me on the back. I staggered but remained on my feet, turned around and prepared to fight heroically for my life. But all I found was another girl standing before me. My mouth hung open in surprise. "Pick your jaw off the ground." I closed my mouth. The same pioneer uniform, but the way she was wearing it looked, let's say, provocative. Like all the girls I had met here before, this one was rather cute, but her overly arrogant expression killed any desire to get to know her better. "New here, are you?" "Fine. See ya." She threw a threatening glance at me and walked past. I waited for the pioneer girl to turn at the corner. Who knows what else she might have been up to? The most interesting thing was that even this hostile girl seemed completely normal to me. She did not give off the feeling of some deadly danger. Except maybe the danger of getting punched in the nose. At last, I managed to make it to the square. There was no Lenin on an armored car, although one could easily expect something like that after all this had happened. Instead, however, a monument to a certain comrade towered in the middle of the square. The letters on the pedestal read Genda. Must be some big figure in the party. There were some small benches at the sides. It's quite pleasant here. Where did the girl tell me to go? To the left or to the right? To the left, to the right, to the left, to the right. And why am I going there anyway? All right, I've decided to pretend to be normal. So, to the right. Through a small grove, I came out at the pier. I must have taken a wrong turn. Hey, wrong way! I turned towards the voice. That first girl stood before me. Now, what did I tell you? Take a left at the square, wasn't it? She had changed from her pioneer uniform into a bikini. Oh, I still haven't introduced myself. My name is Slavia. Actually, my full name is Slaviana, but everyone calls me Slavia, so you can too. Yeah. I still felt a bit confused, so I could not come up with more meaningful answers. And what's your name? It felt like she could see right through me. Semyon. Nice to meet you, Semyon. Alright, I'm almost done here. Could you wait here for a minute? I'm going to change and we'll go to Olga Dmitrievna together. Agreed? Agreed. After this exchange, she ran off. I sat on the pier and let my feet hang into the water. I was wearing heavy winter boots, but in such a weather there was nothing wrong in getting my feet wet. Furthermore, it let me cool myself a little. Looking at the river, I was brainstorming and processing everything that has happened. If this is some kind of conspiracy, it's a weird one, even too friendly at times. No, it really looks more like a random event. Some entirely incomprehensible random event. Shall we go? Slavia was standing beside me, dressed in the pioneer uniform again. Let's go. I've been here for a very short time, but all the people I've met, she looked the least suspicious. However, this fact is already suspicious itself. We walk to the square. The USSR girl and the girl who hit me on the back were there chasing each other. Is that some kind of game they are playing? Uliana, enough running! I'll tell everything to Olga Dmitrievna. Aye, aye, Captain! I decided not to question Slavia for a while about what was going on or the local residents. Better meet with this mysterious Olga Dmitrievna first. Sounds like she's the boss here. We walked past the rows of almost identical cabins, some of which looked like fat beer barrels, while others looked more like household sheds. Finally, Slavia stopped in front of a smallish one-story cabin. It looked like an artist painting. The faded paint, chipping here and there with age, was sparkling in the sun. The window's shutters, slightly ajar, were swaying almost unnoticeably in the wind, and huge lilac bushes were growing at the sides. It seemed as if this ramshackle hut was drowning in a storm of purple silk, and the lilacs, like some elemental force, were inexorably destroying the troop leader's house. What are you standing around for? Let's go! Slavia snapped me out of my daydreaming. And stop teasing Lena already! Rena? Sounds like there's someone inside. Indeed, a moment later the door swung open and Uliana ran out and dashed past with the same mischievous grin. The pigtailed girl came out next. Don't let it bother you, Lena. So her name is Lena. Gotta be thankful it's not Rena, at least. But I don't... Instead of finishing her sentence, she blushed and quickly headed towards the square. For some reason, I felt like turning and following her with my eyes, but Slavia said, Come! We entered the cabin. Inside, it looked something similar to what I'd imagined. 2 beds, a table, a couple of chairs, a simple carpet on the floor, a wardrobe. Nothing special, but at the same time it felt homelike and cozy, although this room was almost in the same state of disorder as my own flat. The girl standing near the window appeared to be about 25 years old. Nature had obviously gifted her with a pretty face and a good body. At least one thing can keep you happy in this pandemonium: the locals are beautiful. You're finally here! Excellent! My name is Olga Dmitrievna. I'm the camp leader. Nice to meet you. I'm Semyon. I decided to talk as if I wasn't surprised by anything that was going on. She came closer. We've been expecting you since early morning. You've been expecting me? Yes, of course. And when does the next bus come? 'Cause And why do you need it? Yeah, right. Why do I need it? Guess I shouldn't ask direct questions. The people here might react to them quite unlike how I prefer. And I doubt I get any answers. No reason, just curious. By the way, where are we exactly? Our mailing address, I mean. I wanted to send a letter to my parents to tell them I got here fine. For some reason, I had the desperate idea that if I played along, I would find something out. Oh, but your parents called just half an hour ago. Send their regards to you. Now, that's a surprise. So, can I call them? 'Cause I forgot to tell them something before I left. No. She gave me a sweet, spontaneous smile. Why not? We don't have a phone here. Then how could my parents make a call to here? I've just come back from the district's central town. I talked with them there. Ah, so that's how it is. And can I somehow get to the town? No. She kept the same smile. Why not? Because the next bus only comes in a week. I decided not to inquire how the troop leader managed to get here and back. I would get no answers anyway. All this time, Slavia was standing next to me and seems to find nothing odd in our conversation. Oh, we need to find a uniform for you. I've got absolutely no desire to put on pioneer shorts or to wear the ridiculous red neckerchief. However, wearing winter clothes in summer isn't a great idea either. Right, thank you. I wonder if I'm the only one here who finds it strange that someone's wearing a coat and winter boots in such heat. Rightio, I'll be off then, and you can get yourself acquainted with the camp. Don't forget to come to dinner in the evening. Having said that, she walked out of the cabin. No, walked is not the right word. She rushed out. I ended up alone with Slavia. I must go too. Got things to do. Take a walk, look around the camp a bit. See you in the evening. If there is no threat or catch to this, then this reality, as embodied by Slavia, becomes more and more appealing. For the first time today, I realized that it was awfully hot here. Although, obviously my winter clothes were to blame for that. I took off my coat and dropped it onto the bed. My pullover followed it. I was now wearing only the shirt. That's much better. All I could do now was follow their advice and go look around the camp. I'll try to find something out in the meantime. Passing the local residential district, I saw a pioneer guy coming my way. And it was really a pioneer guy, not a pioneer girl. Apparently, there were men even in this kingdom of Amazons. Hello! You're new here. You must be Semyon, right? And how do you... Everyone knows already. I'm electronic, by the way. The real one. You can call me that. Electronic. The real one. Things were going from crazy to completely insane. All right. Uliana also calls me Cheesy. Cheesy? On toast with mushrooms? Because my last name is Chizikov. I see. Let me show you around. I accepted his offer, as it would have taken much longer to get to know this place alone. Fine, let's go. We ended up at the square again. As if this place was all there is to Discan. Lena was sitting on one of the benches, reading some book. Electronic confidently approached her. Hello, Lena. Meet the new guy, Semyon. He started briskly. Hello. Well, you could say we've already met, in a way. Yes. She looked away from the book for a moment, glanced at me, blushed, and went back to reading, as if not noticing that we were still here. All right, let's go on. I was at first surprised that meeting this girl was reduced to a couple of words, but then I thought that it was better this way. Electronic's vigorous activity did not fit well with Lena's shyness. Let's go. Next, we came to a building which I instantly identified as a canteen. And this here, I know, this is where you consume organic food. Yeah, something like that. On the canteen's porch stood the unfriendly girl who hit me on the back earlier. At the sight of her, my joking mood vanished in a blink of an eye. Really, now is not the best time to be pulling this guy's leg, even though he's quite hilarious. First I need to figure out what's what here, or at least where I am. Her, over there, that's Alisa Dvachevskaya. Be careful around her. He spoke in a whisper. Don't ever risk calling her Dvache. She doesn't like that. What did you say? What did you call me? She must have heard him. In the blink of an eye, Alisa jumped down from the porch and dashed towards us. All right, you'll manage from here onwards. Electronic took to his heels. I decided that I had no wish to come across this aggressive Alisa girl again and darted after Electronic. Running to the square, I lost sight of him. But Dvachevskaya wasn't chasing me either. However, I really should not risk calling her that, even in my mind. After catching my breath, I wondered why I had reacted like that. All right, she's a girl, an aggressive one, but why run away? Failing to find a good answer, I sat down on a bench and stared at the monument to Genda. Looks like I'll have to kill some time alone, waiting for dinner. I decided to go east. At least in the direction where east would be in my world. Soon after, I found myself near a football pitch. A game was in full swing there. I guess watching it for a bit wouldn't do any harm. In my childhood and teen years I was not a bad player myself and even thought of going professional, but a few injuries in a row killed my desire to risk my health for the sake of uncertain chance in the game. Kids of different ages were running around the pitch. I could see a boy of about 10 and a girl of about 14 years old. A girl. Hey, that's Juliana. Alright, so she plays football. What's so surprising? She seems a restless one, after all. I was standing quite far from the pitch, but she still noticed me. Hey, you! Uliana shouted. Wanna play? I didn't know how to answer. On the one hand, running around for 10 minutes is no big deal. On the other hand, Any wrong move in my situation would be my final one. But in any case, my attire wasn't suitable for this weather. If I played in winter boots and warm jeans, I would sweat like a pig. And playing barefoot and without jeans would be simply unethical. "Maybe another time, alright?" I shouted in response, turned around and walked back. I was followed by Uliana's screams about my pants or about me being pansy or something like that. Evening was falling, making me feel tired and empty after a day wasted with no real purpose. I came back to the square, sat down on a bench, and gave an exhausted sigh. I better sit here and wait for dinner. After all, it's easier to search for answers when you are not hungry. They do give food to people here, right? You know, it's curious how the simplest human needs can break the will to ponder on things, to strive for something. For example, I feel hungry now, so I care much less about where am I or what is happening to me. Could great people also be affected by this? And in that case, how did Spartacus start the slave uprising in ancient times? I can only conclude that I am not a great person, and it does not really matter which mechanism I serve as a gear in society, matrix, or a weird pioneer camp. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of bell chiming from the loudspeaker on a light pole. It must be the dinner call. I headed towards the canteen. It was a good thing that now I knew where it was. Olga Dmitrievna was there, standing on the porch. I stopped and looked closely at her, as if I were expecting something. She looked back at me for a while, but at last came closer. "Semyon, what are you waiting for? Come in already." Guess nothing bad can happen if I go with her. My stomach backed me up here. The two of us went inside. The canteen looked like a canteen. I had a chance to visit a factory canteen at some point of my life. This one was exactly the same, just maybe a bit cleaner and more modern. Metal chairs and tables, glazed tiles on the walls and on the floor, unsophisticated tableware with the occasional crack. Guess that's what a canteen in a pioneer camp's supposed to look like. "Semyon, wait a moment. We'll find you a place to sit." She looked around the place. "Dvachevskaya, hold it right there!" Olga Dmitrievna shouted at Alisa, who was passing by. "What? What's up with your clothes? Anything wrong with them?" Indeed, her attire looked somewhat provocative. "Get your uniform nice and neat right now." All right, all right." Alisa got her shirt right and walked past, shooting an unpleasant glare at me. "So where can we find you a place to sit?" There weren't a lot of free seats. "Go over there, next to Uliana." Maybe Yeah, it's fine. The food's already on the table, too." I had no other choice but to accept. Of course, there was the probability that the cutlets were poisoned with curare, the mashed potatoes generously seasoned with arsenic, and the glass filled with excellent antifreeze instead of compote. But it all looked so tasty that I had no chance to resist. "Hey! What do you want?" I replied rather rudely to Uliana, who was sitting next to me. "Why didn't you play football with us?" "Because of my clothes," said I, pointed at the source of the problem. "Oh, all right then, eat." However, there wasn't much left to eat. My cutlet was missing from the plate. Only she could have done it. No, more precisely, none but Uliana could have done it. Give me back my cutlet. In a big family, you snooze, you lose. It can cost you a cutlet if you are careless. Give it back, I'm telling you. See, I don't have it. And indeed, Uliana's plate was empty. It seemed that this little girl eats as fast as she steals someone's cutlets. Take it easy. We'll work something out now. She grabbed my plate and ran off. There was no point in following her. If they wanted to poison me here, they could have done it in much easier way. About a minute later, Uliana returned and handed me the plate with a steaming hot cutlet on it. Here's one for the starving. Thanks. It was all I could say. I was so hungry that my suspicions were gone in a flash. I picked up the cutlet with my fork and... What a... Some bug! No, not a bug! An insect! It got legs and it's wiggling! The plate fell to the floor and broke into pieces. The chair hit me hard on my leg while falling. I've disliked insects since I was a child, but when these creepy crawlies appear in my plate, that's just way too much. You little... Uliana seemed ready for such a twist and was already at the door, laughing as if she just heard a fresh stand-up comedy joke. I dashed after her. We ran out of the canteen. We were just a few dozen meters apart, and I felt I would catch this little girl easily. We ran through the square, past the club's house, and ran onto the forest path. I started to gasp for breath. I should have quit smoking, I guess. Uliana passed out of sight on the next turn. It can't be true that she managed to get away from me. It simply can't. I stopped and tried to catch my breath again. Night was falling. Looks like I'm lost. It's a bad idea to stay in the woods at night. Better get back to the camp. However, I had absolutely no clue which way to go. Well, gotta choose at random. I wandered for quite some time in the forest and even thought of crying for help, but finally I saw the camp's fence beyond the trees. Everything fell back into place. The bus is gone, I mumbled quietly. On the one hand, there was nothing strange about that. The bus couldn't just stay there forever. On the other hand, it meant there was someone driving, because buses do not drive themselves. Or do they? This world seemed too normal, but every event here had at least two explanations for it. An ordinary, real, everyday explanation, and a surreal one. Certainly, the driver could have just been off for a snack, and I left too soon, and that's why. In any case, this is not the place for me. Whether that bus drives itself or not was probably an important question, but it was much more important to know how I had got here at all. And where this here was. The fields and the woods stretching towards the horizon had no answers. There was nothing familiar about them. A strange, odd, and alien world. However, at the same time, it was absolutely not frightening. Either my self-preservation instinct decided to resign from its job, or all this running around the camp and the local pioneers had lulled me so much with their carefree normality that I was simply forgetting what had happened to me just a couple of hours ago. Although I probably just had no strength left to worry. All I wanted was some peace, calmness. I wanted to just have a break from it all, and only after that would I continue looking for answers, ready and reloaded. However, that would be some time later. And what about now? Can I allow myself to relax? It got completely dark, and in any case, it was better to spend the night in the camp. I was about to head back when someone came up silently from behind. "Hello! What are you doing here so late?" It was Slavia standing before me. I was so surprised that I jumped. "So you didn't catch Juliana, did you?" She smiled. I nodded disappointedly and sighed. "No wonder. No one ever has." Yeah, she's a real rocket girl. She could have found a better use for her energy than looking for adventures. "You must be hungry. You didn't manage to have dinner after all." Indeed, I had completely forgot about my hunger, but after these words of hers, my stomach drew attention to itself by giving a traitorous rumble. Slavia smiled. "Let's go then." "What, is the canteen still open?" "It's all right. I have the keys." "The keys?" "Yes, I have keys to all the facilities in this camp." "How come?" "Well, I'm something like the camp leader's aide here." "I see. Well, let's go." It was an offer you can't refuse. When we reached the square, Slavia stopped in her tracks. "Excuse me, I should warn my roommate that I'll be late. She's so punctual herself that she'll be worried otherwise. You go on to the canteen, and I'll come in a minute, all right?" "All right." I really did not expect to find somebody aside from myself here at such a late hour, and that somebody was apparently trying hopelessly to open the door. Without any secret thoughts, I walked up onto the porch. The lockpicker turned out to be Alisa. I should have probably kept off and waited. She looked at me intently for a while, then said, "Don't just stand there. Give me a hand or something." "Meaning?" "Help me open the door." "Why?" "'Cause I want some buns and kefir. Dinner wasn't big enough." Is that really a good idea?" "Aren't you hungry yourself, huh? Uliana didn't let you have a normal dinner, did she?" She smiled sarcastically. "It's true, she didn't." It's fine. Slavia will come now and..." "What?" Guess I shouldn't have said that. "I'm off then, and you'll pay for this. You owe me 2 already." Having said that, Alisa disappeared into the night. And what was the first one? Slavia didn't keep me waiting for too long. "Is everything all right?" "Yeah, why are you asking?" "No reason. It's nothing." It would be better if I didn't tell her about Alisa. "Everything's fine." I said that and immediately heard a note of dishonesty in my voice. "Well, shall we go?" As for Slavia, she seemed not to have noticed anything. Or at least she was pretending she hadn't. We entered the canteen. "Wait a bit, I'll go get something." I sat down on a chair and obediently waited for my savior. My dinner was simple, a few buns and a glass of kefir. No wonder, I bet hungry pioneers finish everything off. However, even that was far better than most of my usual diet. Slavia sat across the table and looked at me while I was eating. "Is there something on my face?" "No, just..." She smiled. "So, how did you like your first day in the camp?" Well, I don't really know. It's silly to ask someone who suddenly found himself in a different reality whether he liked the food in the canteen, the camp leader, or his assigned hut. It's alright, you'll soon get used to it. Slavia stared out the window dreamily. Frankly speaking, I have no desire to get used to such things. But as for her, she doesn't know. Or at least, she wants me to think that she doesn't. Well, all in all, it's nice here. I had to somehow break the awkward silence. Do you think so? She asked without any interest. Yeah, this place is so... I wanted to say retro, but I managed to hold that back. After all, it was retro for me, but what about them? It might be the only kind of life they knew. If the term life was applicable here at all. So how? She watched me closely, as if something important depended on my answer. Well, I don't know. Lovely. Yeah, it's lovely here. I guess you're right. She smiled again. It's very good that you think so. Why? Well, not everybody likes it here. And what about you? Me? Yes. I love it here. It's great. Then you don't need to worry about what other people think. Well, I don't really worry. Slavia laughed. This conversation seemed to be leading me as far astray from where I wanted to get to. And you're worried yourself. Really? Why do you say so? Well, when someone is chewing so intensely... I'm sorry. It's okay. I couldn't bring myself to be more cautious around this girl. But why her in particular? Why not any other local inhabitant? Every one of them looked completely normal to me. Precisely normal. So normal it sends chills down my spine and into my marrow. Normal, not like a neighbor with a power drill in one hand and a subwoofer in the other. Not like a passenger you can often meet in a subway or public transport. Not like a coworker at the next table in an open plan office. And not even like a friend who only differs from other humans in his constant insistence. All of them looked normal, as I would expect them to be, with their own downsides but without any superpowers. And Slavia was also cute? I glanced at her stealthily, not knowing what to say. I'm sorry, I wanted to show you the camp, but I was ran off my feet. I didn't miss anything while on my own, I guess. Are you sure you haven't missed anything at all? She smiled so brightly that I had to drop my eyes in confusion. Well, how would I know? It's my first day here. Okay, and what have you seen so far? I've seen the square, this canteen, the football field. And what about the beach? Just from afar. You really should go there, or let's do it together. Yeah, okay, we will. Her naturalness started to scare me, but then I thought, what if everything that happens here is how it's supposed to be, and this world looks strange only to me, while for them it is normal? Maybe I was thrown into the past. Yes, that would explain a lot. Can I ask a stupid question? No. Slavia smiled and stood up from the table. It's late. Can you find the way to Olga Dmitrievna's by yourself? Of course I can, but why should I go there? She'll settle you with someone. What for? Probably this question seemed stupid, because Slavia burst into good-natured laughter. You need to sleep somewhere, right? That makes sense. Fine, I'll be off then. Good night. Night. It's strange that she left in such a hurry. A bundle of keys left in the door lock caught my attention. I was going to catch up to Slavia, but where does she live? And knocking on every door during the middle of the night didn't sound like a bright idea. On the other hand, why would I need them? The night, though dark, wasn't silent at all. One could hear chirping crickets, the songs of the night birds, and rustling trees from everywhere. A sudden desire to follow Slavia's advice and go to camp leader's cabin appeared. I don't know why, but the sight of the unknown bronze builder of communism put me in a constructive mood. I sat on the bench and started to recall everything that happened today. That was all my constructive mood could offer. Here was much brighter than near the canteen, and tardy pioneers were running by, so this place didn't seem scary at all. Bus, summer camp, girls. I was so tired from everything new and strange that I could not come up with a single explanation for what was going on. I heard a barely noticeable rustle nearby. I shivered and looked in that direction. A girl, reading a book. Lena. I decided to move closer and talk. She was the only new person I had met here without exchanging even a few words. Hi, what are you reading? Lena was so surprised that she even jumped. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. Never mind. She blushed and stared at the book again. So, what are you reading? On the cover was written, Gone with the Wind. Honestly speaking, I haven't read it, but I think that such literature suits her very well. Lena didn't seem to be interested in continuing the conversation. Well, if I'm bothering you... No, she answered while still looking at the book. Can I sit beside you for a while? Why? And really, why? Maybe just because I was very tired and having company is better than being alone. And maybe I wanted to try to find something out from her. I carefully examined Lena. But no, I doubt that. Well, I don't know. I'm not allowed to? Feel free. But if I'm bothering you... No, you're not. I can leave. Just say. Everything's alright. Okay then. I sat on the end of the bench carefully. After such an intense talk, staying here was the last thing I wanted, but it wouldn't be nice to just stand up and leave. That didn't really go well, huh? Lena hasn't answered anything. It seemed I made a fool of myself. I bet if Uliana was here, she'd be having a good laugh at me. Do you enjoy being here? I recalled the Slavia's question and thought it would be a good start for a conversation. Yes. She smiled slightly. I guess I like it too. Lena definitely isn't very sociable and probably can't carry on a meaningless conversation as easily as Slavia. But there was something about her that attracted attention. Like a momentary glimpse of reflection in the glass on a rainy autumn evening, which makes you turn around and stare into darkness, searching for something that you saw out of the corner of your eye. Of course, you weren't able to distinguish or understand what it was, but it still felt so tempting. Lena was still reading the book without paying any attention to my presence. and I had no intention of asking her anything about this camp or this world in general. Beautiful night. Yes. How in the world would you start a conversation with her? It's late. I have to go. Yes, it's quite late. Good night. Night. There was something strange about this girl. At first glance, she is a typically shy and modest pioneer girl, but the mystery of Lena took its own place in the massive list of mysteries about this camp which I had started to put together in my head. A lazy evening. There's nothing like a good time with nothing to do. I headed towards Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. The light in the house was on. Hello, Semyon. You're quite late. Yeah. I went for a walk to look around the camp. Alright, you will be sleeping here. She pointed her finger at one of the beds. Right here? I was a bit surprised. Yeah, it's something wrong? We are out of free cabins anyway. The camp leader smiled, but I rather think it was just out of politeness. Do you want to be a decent pioneer, don't you? There was a clear emphasis on the word decent. Yep, sure. I was lost in thoughts for a moment. Don't you mind it, mademoiselle? She looked at me oddly, with surprise and some offense in her eyes. A pioneer should respect their elders, Olga Dmitrievna said strictly. Of course he should, no one argues with that, I blurted, now realizing what was wrong. Shouldn't you also? She stared at me. Under such a gaze, even mithril forged by the best dwarf masters from the deepest dungeons would melt. Should I what? What's up, Toots? Annoyance and lack of understanding made me raise my voice. You must address adults appropriately. Yes, of course, there are a lot of strange things here, but this girl is just a couple years older than me, or maybe even younger. But I decided not to argue. While just a few minutes ago I would never have called her an adult, I have to admit that she was also given a strong character. And in any case, I wasn't in position to argue. As you say, ma'am, I mumbled. That's much better. That is how a decent pioneer should conduct himself. And now it's time to sleep. Honestly speaking, I was going to become neither a decent nor an indecent pioneer. Just yesterday, I wasn't going to become a pioneer at all. But do I have choice now? If you don't want to, we'll have to make you. This is the motto Olga Dmitrievna was probably going to use. I climbed onto the bed and closed my eyes only to realize how tired I was after today. Something hammered in my head awfully, as if my brains had started a night shift. And they seemed to be aimed more at rolling steel than working on something more sensitive. The bus flew through my mind. And the square with the monument. The canteen full of pioneers. And the malicious face of Uliana. Slavia. Lena. And even recalling Alisa didn't give me too much of a negative feeling. What if I'm here for good? Day 2. I was having a dream. It seemed like I was in some kind of vacuum with nothing but nothing around me. But not only around, I was the only creature in the universe. As if the universe had returned to a state of singularity right before the Big Bang. And something was just about to happen. Suddenly, I heard a voice. I could not make out the words, but it sounded familiar. The voice was whispering something gently, as if soothing me. And then I realized it was the voice of that strange girl from the bus. The girl from the dream. But what is she trying to tell me? Who is she? I woke up. Bright sunlight struck my eyes. It was almost noon. After stretching lazily on the bed and yawning, I started to recall the previous day. In few seconds, all its events passed before my eyes. The bus, the camp, the local inhabitants. No, that's just wrong. Not this whole situation, not me being here. It was wrong by default. My attitude towards what was happening was wrong. Because yesterday I fell asleep here just like that, and before that I chatted nicely with the local pioneers, even managed to crack a few jokes. How could I act like that in such a situation? I should be frightened, startled by every little rustling, should avoid all contact with the potentially hostile creatures. The last day's events were getting hazy, like I had a hangover. This really feels like the morning after a heavy drinking party. Yesterday's natural, flawless, absolutely normal conduct becomes a nightmare in the morning, a grotesque illustration from the Divine Comedy. Yes, it's just like that, and I can't change the past now. Then again, I had probably assessed the situation and was acting accordingly. I glanced around, trying to figure out whether I had been thrown somewhere else, but Olga Dmitrievna's cabin looked the same as yesterday. Everything seemed to be in its place, except for a pioneer uniform which was hanging from the bedhead. I fumbled with it in distrust and tried on. At least this is better than walking around in winter clothes. Wish I could see myself. Bet I look like a clown. And for that, I needed a mirror. At least the tiny one. I finally found one on the wardrobe door. Holy! I looked at the newfound pioneer and jumped away in surprise. There was some teenager on the other side of the mirror. He resembled me, but he wasn't me. Where did the weak stubble go? Where were the bags under my eyes? The slouch, that deadly fatigue on my face. It seemed that I had not been thrown back in time or into a parallel reality, but instead had simply changed bodies with someone else. Right, that's real simple. Such things happen every day. I took a closer look at this stranger, and only then I realized that it actually was me. It just wasn't today's me. Maybe the one from between my school and university years. Well, at least that's something. There you go. The person in an extreme situation did fail to notice the elephant in the room after all. But the camp leader noticed it, and last night she told me off for addressing her without proper respect. Ah, screw that. I doubt my appearance affects anything else. If the clock was not lying, breakfast was long over. Oh well, I'll try to find something in the canteen. It worked out well yesterday with Slavia, didn't it? Those memories made me smile involuntarily. The sun was shining brightly outside. A light breeze was blowing. A beautiful summer day. I had not felt so good in the morning for several years. All problems were gone, vanished into clouds that were white as snow. Olga Dmitrievna came out of nowhere. Good morning, Semyon! Morning. I smiled, doing my best to show that, no matter what, my morning was indeed good. You only arrived yesterday, so I decided not to wake you up. But breakfast... Never mind. Here, take this. She handed me something wrapped in paper. Judging by the oily stains, there had to be sandwiches inside. Oh, thank you. Now, go wash yourself. I was about to leave. Wait a second. Olga Dmitrievna quickly ran into the house and came out to shove a small bag into my hands. Inside it I found a toothbrush, soap, a small towel, and something else. I did not look too closely. A pioneer should always be clean and tidy. Let me do your neckerchief properly this first time. Yours is askew. You should do it yourself once you learn how to. Do we have to? I'm going to wash myself now. Yeah, right. It could get hooked on the tap and strangle me. Fine, later then. And don't forget about the lineup. Pencils, paper, drawing lines. You don't forget such things. What lineup? What do you mean, what lineup? She frowned. It's Monday today. Weird. By my approximation, it should have been Sunday. Then again, a shift in the day of the week is hardly the worst thing. Usually we have lineups early in the morning before breakfast, but it's Monday today, so we are having it at 12 o'clock. Don't be late. All right, but where? At the square. Where else? There was no reason to argue. I headed to the bathing place. I knew I could forget about separate showers and toilet, but at the sight of this malfunctioning symptom of decaying socialism, a funny turtle within a tin shell, paw taps and ceramic belly, I felt sick. I was not a squeamish person, but nevertheless, standing here I realized that there was still some minimal level of habitual comfort which I found it troublesome to do without. It's often like that. When you lose things that you thought were ordinary and common, you suddenly understand just how essential they were. Ah, screw this, as if I have any choice. The water was ice cold. While washing my hands was not an issue, washing my face and my mouth became a big problem. There was no toothpaste in the bag which Olga Dmitrievna gave me. I could brush my teeth without it, but there was a small round box wrapped in the towel. Tooth powder. Cute. 1 point for me being somewhere in the past. I washed myself quite quickly, also due to the ice-cold water. Someone was coming quickly, or more like running towards me. I turned around. It was Slavia, dressed in a tracksuit. The girl would probably look good in anything. Pioneer uniform, bikini, probably even a spacesuit. Hey there! Ohio, what's up? Good morning. Yeah. Oh yeah, real smooth. Why didn't you come for breakfast? I overslept. I said it as if I was proud about it. But Olga Dmitrievna gave me some sandwiches. Oh, great then. Don't forget about the lineup. Yeah, sure. As if I could forget. Right, I gotta run. Enjoy yourself. She waved goodbye to me and disappeared around the path bend. Looks like it's a couple of minutes until the lineup. I should quickly pass by my home to drop off my washing bag and eat the sandwiches and then head to the square. I swung open the door of the camp leader's cabin and rushed inside, as if jumping into the last car of a departing train. It didn't turn out to be the best idea, because inside I found Olga Dmitrievna, who was changing. I froze on the spot, trying not to breathe. Finally, the camp leader noticed me. Semyon! I looked away immediately. Have you heard of knocking? Now get out! Yeah, that was real clumsy. Although I did enjoy the sight. Olga Dmitrievna followed me out in a minute. Here, take this. Now it's your home too. She handed me a key. I put it in my pocket. Home. Of course, if you disregard how fantastical the current events were, this camp was far from being the worst place on earth. But to call it home, just after one day spent here, I doubt I'll ever be able to do so. All right, let's go. We are late. But what about the sandwiches? Just eat them on the way. We were passing along the lines of the pioneers' cabins while I was tucking into the ham sandwiches and Olga Dmitrievna kept on talking and talking. She was buzzing like a game of operation with Parkinson's. But I cared about nothing but the food. Understood? Uh, you weren't listening. Sorry. Today is the first day of your new life as a pioneer, and you should do your best so that it becomes a happy life. Ah, yeah, definitely. I'm serious. A pioneer has many duties. Great responsibility is conferred upon him. To participate in social work, to help his juniors, to study and study and study again. We here are all like one big family, and you will become part of it. Yeah, a part. I'd even sign a party membership card if it could save me from listening to this nonsense. I hope that after your term here is over, you'll keep the most pleasant memories about our camp. Memories that will last your whole life. And when will this term end? Why do you keep asking silly things? It seems I won't get any information from her. A shame, really. This world appears to be so friendly, but it never bothered to introduce itself to me. Perhaps now I can take things somewhat easier than yesterday. It seems like I have some unspoken ceasefire with it. It isn't trying to hurt me, but I'm forbidden from asking questions. Of course, the situation isn't a pleasant one, but what can I do about it? A bad peace is better than a good dispute. The most important thing for you now is to make the best of the time you will spend here. I do my best. Honestly, I was very tired of this conversation. It would be good to know where that here is. But we came to the square. The pioneers were already lined up. What, is somebody not here yet? Nope, all here. She looked around her brave pioneer troops. All right, go stand somewhere. Weird. Why did she tell me there are no more sleeping places? While the chief was running her mouth about our plans for the week, I stared at the people. A few heads away from me stood Electronic, a little further Lena and Slavia, and at the end of the line, Uliana and Alisa. Everyone I had met was here. Olga Dmitrievna spoke about some competitions, and I turned my attention to the monument. Genda. I could not remember any revolutionary with a similar name. He had a weird posture too, as if he was looking around with distrust, maybe contempt, or even disdain. Probably some local leader. Daydreaming again? Slavia brought me back to reality. Olga Dmitrievna stood nearby. Still remember the plan for the week? The plan? I will never forget the plan. Perfect! She looked at Slavia. Did you bring it? Yes. Slavia handed me a piece of paper. It's a checklist. Here are 4 tasks to check off. Do it all today. Before you start, sign up for a club. There are some clubs in the clubhouse and a musical club in the separate building. Then visit the infirmary. And finally, visit the library. Got it? Yes. The checklist seemed like a good chance to find out something, since I had to go to places I haven't been before. Then come on, start right now! What about lunch? Don't worry, I'll bring you more sandwiches. The checklist is more important. Good luck! They departed too fast for me to ask anything else. Missed breakfast, now I'll miss lunch too. This ain't good. Maybe I'll manage it in time somehow. Lunch starts at 1 p.m. Then again, if I go there, I might miss a place from the checklist. Okay, it's too early to go to the canteen anyway. What's the point of visiting the infirmary? My health was fine. The fresh local air clearly did me some good. I felt fresher than usual. But I just have to visit it. I entered. A common infirmary, like my school doctor's room. A middle-aged woman sat at the table. Obviously, she was a nurse. She gazed intently at me, assessing me while continuing to write something. "Well, hello, pioneer," said the nurse without being distracted from her work. "Good afternoon, ma'am. I have something—" "Sit down, please." I looked around the room. "On the couch." I sat down. "Strip." She said all of it with an even tone. "What for?" "To inspect, to auscultate, to check on your health. You know." "By the way, my name is Violetta, but you can call me Viola." She turned to me. "What are you waiting for? Strip." But I have no health issues. I've got this." I neatly gave her the paper. "Later." She took the stethoscope off her neck, seeming like she intended to probe me with it. But then someone knocked on the door. The nurse answered unwillingly. "Come in!" In a moment, the door opened wildly and Electronic rushed inside. "Hello, I fell during the football game. Nonsense, of course. I'm okay, but Olga Dmitrievna—" There was a massive bruise under Electronic's eye. I doubt that this could be a football injury. "Sit down, I'll have a look," she said to him. "And you, pass me your checklist." The nurse quickly signed it and continued. "If something hurts, come to me immediately. Pioneer." I decided not to answer and went out, closing the door behind me. That nurse is surely something else. Actually, I love reading, but spending my days in a library under the current circumstances was well beyond my scope. So I'd better hurry up with this checkpoint. As I stepped inside, a memory from my childhood emerged in my head. It was very vivid. I'm 7 or 8 years old. I'm at the library with my mother. While she's looking through the books I might need for my studies, I am sitting in the corner and looking through their collection of comic books. Back then, I didn't know why they had so many, or why couldn't I take some with me. The notion of collective property was something my mind hasn't grasped yet at that age. However, back then, the whole concept of property was pretty hazy to me. These memories seemed even stranger now, while I was standing in this particular camp where they might have managed to build communism in 3 years. Soviet symbolism was all over the place and the shelves were full of related literature. Of course, I wasn't planning to read any of these. Getting acquainted with a full collection of books by Marx was the last thing on earth I would think of. Where's the librarian? I didn't spend much time looking for her. I looked closely. Short hair, thick glasses, rather cute face. She was snoring so peacefully I couldn't just wake her up. I can wait. If she doesn't wake up in half an hour, maybe then. I couldn't just sit there, so I took a random book from the nearest bookshelf. Arthur Schopenhauer, The World as Will and Representation. I opened it roughly in the middle and started reading. The life of a man, with its endless upkeep, wants, and suffering, is to be regarded as the explanation and paraphrase of the procreative act, that is, the absolute claim of the will to live, and furthermore, it is also the reason the man owes nature his death and thinks with anxiety of his death. Is this not the evidence that our existence involves guilt? At any rate, we always exist. From time to time paying with death for our birth, we always exist and alternately bear all the joy and sorrow of life, since neither of both can pass us without some effect, that is a result of our stated will to live. Thus, the fear of death, which in spite of all the miseries of life holds us firmly to it, is really elusive, but just as elusive is the impulse which has attracted us into it. This attraction itself may be seen objectively as the mutual longing glances of two lovers. They are the purest expression of the will to live, in its affirmation. How gentle and tender it is! It wants happiness and quiet pleasure and mild joys for itself, for others, for all. Someone knocked on the door. I closed the book quickly and put it back in its place. What a nice habit, knocking on the door. I should pick it up. It was Lena. Oh, hi, I smiled. Hi, I just wanted to return a book. She had the copy of Gone with the Wind that I saw yesterday. Oh, Zhenya is sleeping. I'll come back later. I'm awake. I turned around in surprise to look at her. She eyed me closely from behind her table. What is it you wanted? I need you to check here. Give it here. She quickly signed the paper and gave it back to me. She had this look on her face that made me want to keep quiet. Lena came up to her to return her book. I thanked Zhenya and went out. I went to the clubhouse. To tell the truth, I never really liked extracurricular activities. At school, I used to find any excuse to skip extra classes. At university, I had no interest in participating in the student council. I wasn't interested in boxing, aeromodeling, or sewing. So I came here just to check off the box. Nobody was there. I found myself in something like a hut of a junior robot enthusiast. There were wires and simple printed circuits scattered everywhere, chips, and on the table proudly stood an oscillograph. I heard voices from another room, and then two pioneers appeared. One was electronic, the other one I didn't know. Hi, Semyon! We've been expecting you! It seems he knows everything about everyone. Why were you expecting me? Well, of course, because you came to sign up for our cybernetics club, didn't you? He didn't let me answer. And this is Shurik. He's in charge here. I assume there's only two of you in the club. Well, you can say that it's three now. Shurik came up to me and assertively offered his hand. His face was somewhat familiar. Welcome to the club. Yep. Now I'll show you around. Make yourself at home. Guys, I just wanted to... We are always welcoming new members. He said it in such a way that the anthem of the Soviet Union suddenly started playing in my head. It's amazing, I even remembered the words. In the first grade, I had a textbook with the lyrics in the back. No, I wanted you to sign my checklist. Yep, you'll sign to the club, we'll sign your checklist. He grinned. I was getting ready for a long and boring argument, but then I heard someone enter. I looked back and saw Slavia. Ah, Semyon! I hope they are not giving you any trouble. She narrowed her eyes, looking at the future of the motherland's robotics industry. I know these two. They can. Well, actually, I just need to get my checklist signed. I decided to take advantage of the situation. No problem. Give it to me. Slavia took the paper and marched up to Shurik. Sign it. Hold on. We are not done yet. You are done. Sign it now. She gave Shurik such a threatening look that it made him lose every possible objection. He wrote some squiggles on the checklist. I thanked Slavia, then I moved on in a mellow mood. The music club, a small one-level building, was located some distance from the other camp buildings. I opened the door and entered without hesitation. There were enough instruments for a whole orchestra here. Drums, guitars, even a piano. I spent some time looking closely at every instrument, wanting to guess the time period they were from, but suddenly I heard a crawling sound coming from underneath the piano. A girl. Seemed like she was looking for something. She was standing on all fours in such a suggestive pose that I hesitated to speak at first. Excuse me. Ah, who's there? She tried to stand up, but the bottom of the piano prevented her from doing so. Ouch! She struggled out. Sorry, I scared you. It's nothing. Oh, you got a checklist. You must be new here. Ah, yes. My name is Miku. No, really, I'm serious. Nobody believes me, but it's my real name. My mother is Japanese. My dad met her when he was building. Well, it wasn't him who was building. He's an engineer. And he was working on a nuclear power plant there, or a dam, or a bridge, whatever. She was talking so fast she swallowed half the words she tried to pronounce. I'm Semyon. Great! Want to be in our club? It's only me here now, but it will be two of us then. Do you play anything? When I became antisocial, I bought a guitar and learned a few chords, but then I forgot about it, since I quit everything that required more than a couple of hours to learn. I wasn't planning to do anything like that really. Oh, it's okay. I'll teach you. Maybe a trumpet, for example. How about a violin? I know it all, honestly. There was no point in arguing with the orchestra girl, since there was only another cascade of words waiting to blast at me. Hey, I'll think about it. Can you just sign it for now? Yes, sure. Give it to me. Be sure to come around. I sing too. I'll sing you some Japanese folk songs, or maybe if you are not into that, something more contemporary. Sure, thanks. Gotta go now. Of course, come anytime. The end of her sentence stayed inside. It might be nice to hang around with a guitar in the evening, but in such company. I turned to leave and came face to face with Alisa. She eyed me suspiciously. Why did you come? The checklist. Got it signed? Yes. Then move it. Alisa went inside and I hurried to leave the place. Finally, I got all the signatures. Now I had to go back to Olga Dmitrievna and give it to her. She was sitting in front of her cabin, reading a book. Doesn't look like a good role model for the perfect pioneer that she was planning to turn me into. I wonder if her responsibilities extended beyond giving fiery speeches at the lineup, scolding Uliana, and getting involved into my moral, physical, and ideological growth. Here, I offered her my checklist. She placed it in her pocket without even looking at the signatures. Great! I could have signed it myself without going anywhere. Perfect! So, did you meet our nurse? Yes. For some reason, her question sent shivers down my spine. Which club have you signed up for? I didn't. I need to think first. That's a pity. It's vital for you to sign in somewhere tomorrow. Of course, sure. Right, it's time to go to dinner. About time. I was getting hungry. I headed to the canteen together with Olga Dmitrievna. I looked at the sky and noticed that sun was already setting. On the porch stood Alisa, Electronic, Uliana, and Slavia. As we came up, I heard what they were talking about. And never call me Dvache again, or you'll get another one. I didn't call you that. You are hearing things. He did. I heard it all. You weren't even there. I was in the bushes. Come on, you guys, stop it. So it wasn't a football injury Electronic suffered earlier today. The nurse did a good job. I couldn't even see his black eye. Olga Dmitrievna came up to them and asked about the ruckus. What happened? Alisa and Chizikov. I didn't do anything. She shrugged with antipathy and went inside. Right, dinner time. I entered last. There weren't too many free seats. There were few free chairs near Alisa across the canteen, but I'd sooner starve for a week or two than risk my head near her. There was also a seat near Uliana, but I'm not into traditional Chinese whatever crawls cuisine. Finally, a free chair near Miku. Looks like I'll have to pick my poison. You mind if I sit here? Oh yeah, sure. No, I don't mind. Yes, you can sit here. I sat down. Look, it's buckwheat today. Do you like buckwheat? And chicken? I don't like chicken. Well, not that I don't like it, but if you'd ask me what would I prefer, say stroganoff beef or ragu? No, maybe just the hamburger. Or a rump steak. Do you like rump steak? I'm not that picky about my food. And that's the simple truth. Oh, is that so? But the desserts, they aren't really good here. I like ice cream. Do you like ice cream? I love 48 kopecks and Leningradskoe. Oh, sorry, I keep talking about myself. Maybe you like Eskimo better. Dinner was starting to get on my nerves, thanks to such company. And I'm not the kind of person that can just ignore someone who's talking to them. Even her. We are at the same table after all. I once bought a waffle cone and started eating, and then you know what? I found a screw there. A real screw. Can you imagine that? Or was it bolt? I don't really know. Screws are those that you tighten with screwdrivers, and bolts are those that you turn with a wrench, yes? If there was a speed eating contest going on, I would probably be in the top 3 winners by now. Right, I'll be going. Enjoy your meal. I got up and headed outside. Miku was saying something, but her words were drowned by the crowd of loudly dining pioneers. I went out and sat on the stairs, waiting for my dinner to settle down a bit. I just sat there and watched night falling. Everything is so lively here during the day. Kids laughing and yelling happily, fooling and running around, constant chatter, games going on, and swimming at the beach. But after dark, the camp changes entirely. The sounds of day were swapped for silence, only now and then broken by crickets chirping or a night bird. The camp was going to sleep. In every shadow you could see things, maybe a ghost, or a spirit of the forest, or a wild animal. A human being would be the last thing to expect. That is how it looked last night, and now. The locals followed their routine very strictly. In the day, the camp was theirs. In the night, it belonged more to the forces of nature than to humans. Someone touched my shoulder. I looked back. It was electronic. Let's go play cards. Cards? Yep, I invented a new game. A good one. Good? Like how? Well, first we got to find the cards, then I'll tell you. Then go find them, what's the problem? Only Olga Dmitrievna has them, and she won't give them to me. Why so? Well, the last time when we... Olga Dmitrievna and Slavia came out onto the porch. Olga Dmitrievna, Semyon just wanted to ask you about the possibility of getting playing cards. Actually... For what purpose? We invented a new game. Not we, you did. What game? I need the cards to show you. I don't like this. Well, if Semyon is with you, then perhaps it's okay. To be really honest... We'll go fetch them together, Olga Dmitrievna. I'll go get them. Fine, they are in my cabin, in the desk drawer. I headed to Olga Dmitrievna's place. Why did I agree anyway? Then again, what choice did I have? There is nothing to do here at night, at least I'll have some fun. But my mind kept nagging me about this not being a good time for having fun. On the other hand, if there actually exists a camp with pioneers, then it must be someone's doing. And even if it's not true, then the most logical thing is to seek answers here, not in the forests or fields. But at this very moment, the answer is going to play cards. I opened the door with my own key and went inside. To my surprise, there were no cards inside. Instead, it was full of cups, forks and knives, plates, scotch tape, scissors, rubber gloves, a piece of rope, few plastic bags, pencils, and few broken pens. Everything except the playing cards. Maybe I should look in the closet. It was full of Olga Dmitrievna's clothes, but a small drawer with a keyhole at the top caught my eye. I pulled, but it didn't open. I wonder if she's hiding something. Forcing it open wasn't the best idea, even if the cards were in there. When I got back, Olga Dmitrievna informed me. Sorry, I remembered that cards were at Slavia's cabin. She fetched them while you were looking. I looked at Slavia. She meekly smiled. Come on, you guys, don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Slavia and Olga Dmitrievna went inside. I was going to follow, but someone grabbed my hand. Alisa. Her gaze sent a shiver down my spine. Not a nice one. You want something? I asked carefully. You are going to play this stupid game? Yes. Something wrong with that? Nope, nothing. She was turning to leave, but then slowly looked back and smiled. So you play cards? A little. I couldn't figure out what she wanted. So only Durak and that's it? As if you are a poker star. Well, yes, technically. Then you don't have a chance. Why? Because. So you know the rules? Of course. Well, then you have the upper hand. I couldn't see why would we go on talking and motioned towards the door. Why do you keep trying to leave? Is there anything else you'd like to talk about? Let's make a bet. What do you mean? You're such a slowpoke. The cards, what else? And what do you want to bet on? That I'll win. That's quite a possible outcome, I agreed calmly. So, are you afraid? No, I am not. I'm not big on bets when I don't like my chances. And you are not big on taking risks too. Such an astute observation. I'm impressed. Right, then No, you're not. Now what? I sighed in exhaustion. She was starting to annoy me with her rubbish talk about some pointless bet. If you won't bet with me, I'll tell everyone that you tried to seduce me. What? You heard me. I could imagine her doing this. Don't be stupid. Who's gonna believe you? I've been here less than 2 days. Besides, want to try your luck? Right. And what will happen if I win? I won't tell anyone anything. And if I lose? Slowpoke mode again? I'll tell everyone you tried to seduce me. I told you already. So you are telling me now that I have to work to prove that I didn't do something when I didn't actually do it? If that's how you want to look at it. Not a simple decision. On the one hand, it was stupid to agree. I didn't know the rules and gambling wasn't my thing. On the other hand, she could really make my life hell. Then again, can I even trust her? She can do it even if I win. So, have you made a decision? I was going to answer, but suddenly Lena came around me from behind. What? Nothing. Lena hurried inside. So? No, I'm not going to participate in your shady business. Sorry about that. You wuss! She shrugged and went up the stairs. Before she went inside, she flung at me. Prepare to face the consequences. Consequences? What if I made the wrong decision? After all, she can really complicate things for me here. On the other hand, I just couldn't allow myself to be pulled into something so reckless. I let out a heavy sigh and followed her through the door. Inside, everything was ready. A few pioneers stood there, chatting. The tables were moved out of the way to make room for players and spectators. I looked around. Something was going on in the far corner. When I came closer, I saw a large piece of paper with a diagram drawn on it. My name was among the players. And who came up with all this? I patted Electronic, who was standing near. Well, of course, it was your most humble servant. He bowed to me jokingly. This made me uncomfortable to the point of squirming. And why in the world am I among the players then? I was disappointed. A few seconds ago, I thought I still had a slim chance to evade this tournament. Then I wouldn't have to fear Alisa's revenge for not betting with her. But now, that hope was gone. It was pure coincidence. Yeah, right, coincidence. Except that I was already acquainted with every one of the contestants. While there were a few dozen other pioneers standing in the room, I was seized by anxiety. It's the feeling of being watched while standing in an empty room with no windows and doors. Will there be any prize? I asked him lazily. I wanted to distract myself with a pointless conversation. Electronic was about to answer when Uliana came out of nowhere and started jumping around him. Prizes! Prizes! I heard something about prizes! Do you know what is the main ethos of the Olympic Games? A what? No. You'll understand when you grow up. She made a wry face and jabbed Electronic in the ribs. So what about the prize? Well, I don't know. It's not up to me. He made a helpless gesture. Really, if they came up with this stupid game, at least they could have given the winner a chocolate medal or something. Uliana suddenly jumped and raced off to somewhere. I wish I was that optimistic. So, what about the rules? Wait a bit! Not everyone is here yet. I looked around the canteen. Alisa, Slavia, Lena, Miku and Shurik were here. It seems like everyone's here. Not everyone! Zhenya isn't here. Does he feel uneasy? Or is it just me? She's not here, so what? Pick someone else instead. No, I can't do that, he answered slowly. I decided not to ask exactly why can't he do this. Well, go fetch her or something, I don't know. He can't go, he's the host of the event. The camp leader appeared as if from nowhere. But Olga Dmitrievna, Electronic whined. Semyon will go. Right, Semyon? She looked at me and smiled. Of course, who else? Where is she? In the library, I guess. Okay. I dragged my feet towards the door. Please, hurry! What's Electronic's problem anyway? Night is coming soon. I was going to take my time, so I slowly paced towards the library. But I found Zhenya before I even expected. She was sitting on a bench at the square, staring at Genda, who was silent as always. What are you doing here? Everyone is looking for you. Sitting here, as you can see. She frowned. Well, let's go. I don't want to. She looked away. Why not? I don't want to. I sat beside her. Listen, I don't like the idea of this contest myself, but we can't let everyone down. I surely didn't sound like myself there. A couple of days ago, I wouldn't even think of saying something like that. Zhenya looked at me with surprise on her face. So, everyone is waiting for me? Isn't that exactly what I said? Yes. I won't go anyway. She frowned and hid her face. But why? I gestured with my arms, wondering. I don't know how to play cards. So what? Same problem here. Then how can you play? What, you can only do things that you read about in books or something? Of course! She was surprised. And what if you end up in Antarctica and have to rely on hunting polar bears to survive? Polar bears don't live in Antarctica. Zhenya smiled. Doesn't matter, it's just an example. Come on, it's not like someone's life depends on the result. She took her time to think. I just don't want to let anyone down. Right, I agreed sarcastically. And don't you think anything funny about that? I didn't get what she meant, but anyway. Obviously, everyone has their weak spots. In a minute, we both were back at the canteen. Everyone looked at Electronic. So, he cleared his throat. Each round consists of one game. In case of a draw, you replay the game. After this, the loser drops out and the next round begins. Since the number of volunteers, he looked at me, since the number of players is just 8, we'll have only 3 rounds. Is everything clear? The crowd cheered. And what about the prizes? The prizes, what are they? Uliana, cut it out! Slavia stepped forward and tried to catch Uliana. I won't rest until the prize is mine! Seemed like this girl alone had enough energy for a warp jump to Alpha Centauri. Prizes! Prizes! She repeated it over and over. Stop it! Slavia tried to reason with her. Electronic seemed to be getting dizzy from all this running around. "Let's start already," I said calmly and added to Uliana. "Or you won't get any prizes." Looks like my argument got through to her, so she took her place. Slavia followed her, giving me a grateful smile as she passed. The pioneers finally settled down. I approached the table that Lena sat behind. "You don't mind?" She looked up and blushed. "Don't worry, I don't know the rules myself." And how can I be sure that it's not only myself? I sat down. "Turns out we'll have to play the first round together." "Yes." Finally, Electronic started to explain the rules. Electronic, who was silently watching our game, nodded in approval. Looks like now we are getting somewhere. "Now, during the round, opponents trade cards 3 times. Keep an eye on each other. Penetrate your opponent with your eyes." I chuckled. Penetrate. "What's so funny?" "Oh, never mind." I tried to keep a straight face. He stared at me for a moment, then moved on. "And then we turn the cards up to see whose hand is better." Electronic went back to his diagram. It's still frustrating to lose anyway. I left the canteen. It was still too early to sleep, and a short walk looked like a good idea. Where should I head to? I came to the square and took a seat on the bench. Simply staring at the Genda statue seemed like a good idea. For the first time today, I finally felt how tired I was. There was no light in the window, so Olga Dmitrievna must have been sleeping already. Strangely enough, she waited for me yesterday. I entered the cabin, quietly stripped, and laid on the bed. When you think about it, my situation hadn't gotten any clearer today. In fact, I spent the whole day doing useless stuff. I would have never have even thought about doing something like this in the real world. Although I had plenty of time. How much time I would have here in total is still a mystery. Maybe an eternity, or maybe there are only a few minutes left. I just didn't want to think about the past, about how I got to this camp. For the first time in a long time I felt really tired. Not only emotionally tired, but also physically tired, psychologically tired, and God knows how else tired. I just wanted everyone and everything to show off, starting with my own thoughts. I wanted this mess to somehow resolve by itself, or at least without my active participation. And what if I'm stuck here forever? Then I'll have to get used to it. So, just like that, I'm not ready. My consciousness slowly drifted away from me, and it became progressively harder to concentrate on something distinct. Perhaps it's better to wait until tomorrow. I rolled over and fell asleep. Day 3. The night left a feeling of anxiety behind. I woke up exhausted both physically and mentally. It happens to me all the time. You see incredibly lucid images in your dream, as if you fell into a Hollywood blockbuster with a plot full of twists, well-paid actors, and multi-million-dollar visual effects. And then you wake up in the morning without remembering a thing. That's what I was trying to do, to restore the images shown by my relaxed brain, but that part of my memory was empty, either archived or formatted completely. It's 7 a.m. according to the clock. I seem to be an early bird today. Olga Dmitrievna was still sleeping, wrapping tightly in her blanket. Wrapping so tightly, in a hot summer. Ugh. I got up, stretched, and went to the mirror to have a look at myself. I'd better shave. Strange idea. Before twice a month was enough, but now nothing depends on the way I look. I haven't found a razor anyway. Why do I even need it if I look like I'm 17 at most? So, breakfast can't start earlier than 9 a.m. and this means I have plenty of time, which I can spend on walking and washing, for example. The water didn't seem so ice cold as the previous day. On the contrary, its refreshing coolness helped me to brace up and come back to reality, whether all these events could be called real. The tooth powder didn't seem to be such an outdated thing. A quick thought struck me that it's not that different from toothpaste. When I returned to the cabin, Olga Dmitrievna was already up. She was standing in front of the mirror and fixing her hair. "Good morning, Semyon!" "Morning." Because of lack of sleep, my head was still singing and my thoughts were all jumbled together. However, I didn't regret waking up instead of my usual habit of sleeping in for 2 or 3 hours more. "How come you got up so early?" "It just happened." "And no neckerchief once again. Let me." "I'll do it myself, not a big deal. On my way to the canteen." "I don't think so. Do it now." "Did you forget about the lineup before breakfast?" How could I ever forget? "And what's the lineup going to be about today?" "We'll discuss the agenda for the day." "So, what's the agenda?" Frankly speaking, I didn't care for what might be on the agenda for our courageous pioneer troop. I was mostly interested in where our brave leader will send our little pioneer army for the following 12 to 15 hours. Maybe I could manage to avoid enemy locations. "You'll find that out at the lineup." She gave me a wily smile. "Olga Dmitrievna, you know, my stomach is getting upset. I'd rather... Well, you know, I believe that's okay to miss the lineup once. It could get all nasty if I fail to control it right there." Where did all this courage come from? "You have 5 more minutes." "I'm afraid I need more time." "Could you tell me right now, please?" "Sure, I'll try, but just in case it all goes down." "Oh, fine." On our list for today is cleaning the camp locations, organizing the books in the library, some other minor tasks. And, of course, we have a ball in the evening. Watch yourself. You must take part in the camp activities today. You bet. Definitely. And now I rather... Come on, let's hit the road. I came out of the cabin and hid in the bushes behind it, waiting for Olga Dmitrievna to leave. Actually, I didn't have any particular reason to behave this way. But the voice within me kept telling me that I have nothing to do at the lineup. After the camp leader left, I went back to the cabin and decided to wake for breakfast there. Well, I'm not planning on taking part in community life today. Cleaning and organizing, that's not what someone in my situation should be doing. 2 days have passed, and I'm still right where I started. All the residents seem to be perfectly ordinary people. They weren't involved in any conspiracy, weren't communicating with aliens, and had no idea about time warps. Of course, each of them is a bit peculiar, but those peculiarities do not seem out of line at all. Moreover, if I had met any of these pioneers in my familiar world, I wouldn't suspect anything wrong. They seem to be even more normal and natural than, let's say, yours truly. This line of reasoning was quite logical. The illogical part was the absence of answers. Ordinary people in an extraordinary place. I've heard and seen that already, somewhere. Dozens of pioneers, or even more, live their familiar lives and do their regular stuff day by day. They don't understand that the world around them is not what it looks like. Okay, but this is their point of view. As for me, I'm not acquainted with the world of the Soviono camp and its residents, even if they seem to behave the way normal people would under the same circumstances. I have to decide here and now, are those people involved in what's happening to me? Can they give me any answers? Or do I have to seek the truth somewhere else? It seems I overdid it a bit with the thinking. There's no usual crowd of hungry pioneers near the canteen. Or even inside the canteen. Most of them probably had their breakfast before 9 a.m. That's even better. Two's company, three's a crowd. Lena was sitting in the farthest corner of the canteen, lazily picking with her fork at an amorphous lump that vaguely resembled porridge. Having a breakfast with her seems like a good idea. We can have a chat in peace. Or at least try to have one. I was on the way to her table when suddenly somebody grabbed me by the sleeve. Zhenya, the librarian. "Get your meal and come. We need to talk." "What are you waiting for?" I was a bit confused. "Pardon, isn't this a bit too sudden?" "What's wrong? Get your meal and sit down." I suppose that she considers her behavior completely normal. Fine, wait a minute. I'm not sure why, but I accepted the invitation. What if I can learn something new? She's such a bookworm. Minute later, I was sitting in front of Zhenya with a tray and a simple meal on it. Porridge, 2 eggs, 4 pieces of white bread, a sausage and a glass of compote. Bon appétit! Thanks. I decided to act as politely as I could and also eat more neatly, without chomping and spilling crumbs of food or drops of compote. So, what do you want to talk about? Today at the library. I wasn't listening from this point onwards. I immediately recalled Olga Dmitrievna's words about the scheduled events for today. Don't forget! Oh, what? I said, don't forget to visit the library after lunch. What for? Were you even listening? Nope, I admitted honestly. Zhenya's face turned red, then appeared green, then took on a soft purple color. Today, after lunch, you, in the library. Got it, Duns? Duns? What kind of curse is that? Though a pioneer must never use a curse word, how could I forget this rule? Oh, yeah, sure, I apologize. Of course, I'll be there. Actually, I wasn't really planning to go anywhere, but if you want to make someone speak, you need to sacrifice a bit first. By the way, what year is it now? I totally lost count. I decided to play fair. She looked at me perplexedly and answered. Have you gone completely bananas? Honestly, that's how I felt for the last few days. Zhenya didn't reply. So, what year is it? I smiled kindly. Listen, why don't you visit the infirmary? Will they tell me what year is it there? Oh, certainly, and even more. Zhenya stood up and headed to the exit. Wait, you didn't finish your meal. But it looks like she won't turn back. I was finishing chewing on the sausage, which tasted like a twisted pear cable. I wonder if they have internet access here. I guess not. A pioneer sitting at the next table noticed me talking to myself and stared at me. I smiled and waved to him in return. After such a friendly greeting, he, for some reason, left the canteen quickly without finishing his breakfast. Done with the food, it's time to search for some clues. Some time later, I finally came to the infirmary. I have nothing to do in that place. Though the nurse seemed quite caring, it's better to keep a distance from her. Such benevolence is actually scary. She may know something, but I just hadn't the courage to enter the infirmary. Moreover, I had no reason to. Not a single one. Immersed in my own thoughts, I didn't notice the nurse who was standing on the porch. "Hi there, pioneer." She came closer. "You must be sick. Did you come for medicine?" No, I was just wandering around." "Oh, a truant, I see. But if you are here, I have a serious task for you." I gave her a look of inquiry. The word task made me feel uneasy. It sounded like something inevitable. The nurse smiled spitefully. "You both will help me to make an inventory of the supplies medicine which arrived today." "Both? Who are we?" Perhaps I misheard. But what word could be confused with both? "Hi." Lena emerged from behind the nurse's back. It seemed strange that I hadn't noticed her until now. "Come here after dinner. I have explained everything to Lena. She will tell you what to do." "Medicine, huh? Supplies today?" But Olga Dmitrievna told me that no bus would arrive in the next couple of days. "So there were visitors in our camp today?" "Yes, they arrived from the city this morning. Why are you asking?" "Just curious." "All right then, pioneer. So tonight, after dinner, you'll be here." "Maybe Lena was barely noticeable this whole time. Surely she's able to remain invisible like a skilled ninja. "I could do it on my own." "No way! There are lots of boxes. And the pioneer is always ready. Isn't that so, pioneer?" She gazed at me and smiled menacingly. I don't want to spend the whole evening doing something like this, and also I've got more important things to do. But rejecting this request would be really improper. If it wasn't Lena who was standing here, I would definitely think of my way out. "You know, Olga Dmitrievna asked me to help her tonight." Maybe I shouldn't have lied to her. I should think before I say something. "Oh, really? And what exactly are you going to be helping her with?" It was turning out bad, but I decided to stand my ground. "Her cabin. She asked me to clean it up, sort out the things and so on." "Bet you know what a mess the cabin is." "Sure. She asked you to tidy up her closet too?" The nurse looked at me so intensely that Napoleon's fiasco at the Battle of Waterloo seemed now a small annoyance compared to my current flop. I was going to say something, but she continued to speak. "Okay then, pioneer. We'll manage it without you." "I apologize, but you see..." I sat and looked at Lena. She stood looking at the ground like before, blushing more and more. "It's all right. I'll manage it on my own." "Okay then." An awkward silence followed. I wanted to sink into the ground because of my lame lie that had probably offended Lena. "Well, goodbye then." "Bye." The nurse was still smiling spitefully. I turned and walked away, almost running. Although, in fact, I really wanted to run, common sense advised me not to. I came back to my senses when I reached the square. So, what's next? I decided to visit my cabin in order to collect my phone. I don't know where I'll find myself today, but having a watch is always useful. though having a wristwatch is much easier. Suddenly I heard a different tune, which was cutting through the usual noise of the camp. I listened to it carefully. Sounds like an electric guitar. 3 repeating chords, no more. But this melody felt somehow warm, as if a vacuum tube-based audio amplifier was used. Could there be such a luxury here? The sound was definitely coming from somewhere near the stage area. I wonder who that could be. Who cares? I better keep on looking for answers. Whoever that is, what's the big deal? I have better things to do. I came back to the leader's cabin. Olga Dmitrievna was lying lazily on her bed and reading a book. "Semyon, what are you doing here?" That's what I could ask her too. "I've forgotten something, so I came back." "You were absent at the lineup." "Oh, yeah, I apologize." "Alright. Nevertheless, you should do something useful today." Just as I planned. But I have my own vision of what useful means. Like? You could go to the square to help with the cleaning. Slavia is in charge there. Strange. I just been there and I hadn't seen anyone. Or you could visit the boys at the electronics club. They asked me for a hand. Those fathers of invention again. Finally, you could help at the sports club. What are they up to? They are renewing the pitch, fixing the benches, changing the goal nets, and so on. Honestly, none of those options suited me. Why is she always trying to burden me with work? Seriously, except for Slavia, no one ever works here, while some people in particular are enjoying their free time with a joyful spirit. Every one of the leaders' attempts to keep me busy seems to serve only one purpose, to prevent me from finding out my current location. Really, all the deep and vital questions concerning my existence are swept away by a broom, together with all the rubbish and litter. In my case, taking some time to work would probably pay off, but just like someone suffering gangrene and rejecting an amputation, I will stand by my beliefs. You know, I already had my own arrangements. Oh, really? What kind of arrangements? She buckled up. Well, I can't just tell her what I'm really thinking about. On the other hand, why not? No, it's too dangerous. At least now I maintain a fragile balance and nothing is threatening me. Everything seems that way. Just as I thought. What exactly she thought remained secret. You probably have not yet realized how important it is to participate in social life. This is the only way to become a pioneer capable of being a role model. I didn't want to sit through another long lecture, so I decided to accept one of the offers. Sometimes the answers in this world can be found in the most unexpected places, or at least so I wanted to believe. So, should I choose for you? The leader's voice turned authoritative. I can do it myself, thank you. I mumbled and left the cabin. I think I'd rather assess the guys with their giant robot engineering. Well, they might be not so giant after all. That was surely a hard decision to make. Indeed, is there any reason to spend extra time with weird chaps fond of early to mid-20th century sci-fi? But what if I manage to find out something useful from them? At least I can try. Standing on the threshold of the clubhouse, I hesitated for a while. Finally, all my doubts were swept aside. I opened the door and went in. Electronic and Shurik were bending over the table, studying something closely. Hi there, cybernetics! How it's going? I was itching to behave as friendly as I could. Hi! We were waiting for you! How did I know you were going to say that? Electronic obviously intended to be called the Oracle. So, what do you need? You'll help us to complete the robot. No way, that's out of my league. Don't worry, we'll show you around. The more you hate me, the more you will learn. I'm a hard man. But I am fair. Electronic joined in cheerfully. There's more to life than fun and games, dudes. There's a topic to discuss. I've got a question, and you seem to have an answer. What's the question? He inquired guardedly. Do you think it is possible to travel in time? Why would you think such a thing? Electronic suddenly became serious. It's not only my idea. I took a book from the library yesterday, The Time Machine by H.G. Wells. You must have read it. So, well, I'm thinking it over. Oh, wanna leap to the future, see how life is there? Nah, not really. I'm more interested in traveling back in time. Why is that? I don't know. Why not? Well, and what do you think about it? General relativity theory postulates the existence of wormholes, also known as tunnels in space. But you wouldn't understand it all anyway. I bet I won't. Anyway, in any such a supposition, we'll encounter a whole bunch of paradoxes. For example, if you'll travel to the past and kill yourself, then it would mean that you from the present won't be able to exist. Well, it seems so. In a nutshell, it's all too unscientific. I see, but what if it would be possible? I mean, do I need some kind of machine or a device or a program to get to the past? Or it's enough just to fall asleep in the wrong place and wake up in another time and reality? I am sure that modern science has no answer for your question yet. Oh, yep, he sounds like the Popular Mechanics magazine. I've seen a couple of issues lying around my shelves too. I see. It appears that coming here was a bad idea. However, if we assume that the known laws of physics are incorrect, or alternatively, the laws of themselves are correct but we don't know everything about them, then it's definitely possible. Okay. Or it could be somebody, for example, a more advanced race than humans that possesses superior knowledge of the nature of things. Okay. They could build a time machine or travel through time by some other means. Okay. So that means that I was thrown in the past by humanity's big brothers? An interesting idea. And it seems reasonable if you think about it. And how would one find these, the ones you've been talking about, if you are already in the past? How on earth would we know? They both laughed loudly. Well, thanks guys. I was about to leave. Hey, hang on! And what about our robot? I'm sure that everything will be just fine with it. The junior cybernetics arguments were quite logical, but, alas, I wasn't an inch closer to solving the mystery of my arrival in this world. I strolled around the camp for some time and then headed to the canteen. Who's marching forward in a row? It's our pioneer squad! Pioneers in a row usually march to the canteen in the Soviono camp. I was looking for a place where no one would disturb me, like what happened before. Just so I can eat in peace. And for that I have to at least not be the last one to come. But I was pretty sure whatever happens here happens whether I want it to or not. The canteen was crammed as full as an egg. Olga Dmitrievna was standing at the entrance, guarding it like a hawk. Well, Semyon, were you working hard today? Hard enough. Well done, truly well done, and the hardest is yet to come. I just bet. Fine, take a seat next to the girls. She pointed at the table next to the pillar. Slavia, Uliana, and Lena were already sitting there. Not a bad company, at least not the worst. I got my meal and went up to them. Do you mind if I sit here? I caught myself sounding a bit clueless. There were no other free places anyway. No, of course not. Please do. Lena remained silent. Today, the meal consisted of a plate of borscht. I suspected there was some meat lurking in it, but I had no evidence. Some poultry, chances are Chickenus domesticus, with fried potatoes and traditional glass of compote. I found myself liking the local food more and more. I guess I just came to the conclusion that I have no other choice, which means that there's no use in complaining. Thank God there's something to eat. Coming to the ball tonight? I don't know. He'll come. He got nowhere to go, Uliana said happily. You will come for sure. Of course. I can't miss the opportunity to watch you make fool of yourself. She got it right, so I decided not to reply. And what about you? I asked Lena. Yes, she replied briefly. See, you should go too then, said Slavia as if leaving me no choice. Don't forget to wear your tailcoat. Apparently Uliana was so pleased with her joke that she laughed out loud. But I really had nothing to wear. My wardrobe was just pioneer uniform and my winter clothes, which would be inappropriate even in the evening. And what will you be dressed in, entertainer? Secret! Will it be a little dress, just like in kindergarten's matinee? Uliana turned red. Looks like I managed to offend her. No, I will wear a biohazard suit, just so I don't catch an infection from you. I wonder what kind of infection are you afraid of catching from me? Enough, you guys! Don't quarrel! Idiocy, of course! Looks like Uliana was highly pleased with her, as she thought. Brilliant answer again. You know, if you already have the flu, you can't catch a cold. Two can play that game. What are you implying? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. I looked away slyly. Do you mean that... She went red again. I don't mean anything. Guys... Given that it was Lena who interfered, it probably really was time to stop. You're asking for it. You're gonna get it. What, you'll finally wise up? Instead of replying, Uliana grabbed her plate filled with borscht and tipped it over my head. This game made an unexpected finale. Oh, you little... She jumped up and tried to run away. But this time she won't get away. I grabbed her hand. And now what? I can't just smash her head against the table. This pantomime lasted a few seconds. Suddenly, Uliana skillfully grabbed a glass full of compote and splashed it in my face. That way, she managed to get free of my grip. She dashed off towards the counter, and I chased her. This resulted in several flipped tables, a pile of smashed tableware, 5 pioneers crippled by various injuries, and a full exhaustion of both parties. A draw, sort of. A belligerent draw, with too much belligerence. We stood before each other and breathed heavily. Tell me you won't behave this way again. And you? Olga Dmitrievna snuck up on us from behind. When you think about it, such a riot couldn't go unnoticed. Well, are you satisfied with yourself now? Her voice appeared to be calm, but I was sure she was just about to explode. And who's gonna clean up all this mess? Exactly what happened. Who? I'm asking you, who? Him, replied Uliana with complete confidence. Her, I objected less confidently. Both! The camp leader brought a conclusive end to this ongoing argument. Generally, I wasn't sure that my share of blame is more than hers. Although Uliana didn't have a drop of guilt on her face. Beat it! I'm not cleaning! Ain't nobody got time for that! This is his fault! He started it first! No, it isn't! Oh, yes it is! I am not going to sort out all this nonsense. Semyon, go grab a mop, a bucket, some clothes, you know, that kind of stuff in the closet, and as for you... She looked at Uliana with such a burning gaze that I felt a bit sorry for the girl. You! Start to pick up the broken tableware immediately. Olga Dmitrievna took a deep breath and continued. You are nothing but trouble. How many times have I told you? I decided to skip the lecture and went to the closet that appeared to be near the exit. Suddenly, a perfect idea flashed in my head. Why don't I just run away? Sure, Olga Dmitrievna has called us already, but I'm not the one to blame. Of course, I'm not that true pioneer she keeps talking about, but in comparison to Uliana... Anyway, she's the principal culprit. It's not like I have nothing better to do than cleaning up the mess here. I have to seek answers. The truth is out there, somehow flashed through my mind. The solution came out of thin air. While Olga Dmitrievna was calling Uliana, I snuck to the exit. Thank goodness it was nearby. Slipping outside, I hesitated for a few moments and ran into electronic. Looks like he was working till late at the club. Where's the fire? Fire? My shuttle is leaving in 10 minutes. What? Hey, wait! Electronic's words hung in the air behind me. I ran off towards the square. It's definitely not the best place to hide. Indeed, in a state of stress or fatigue, I frequently start talking to myself. Well, not really talking, but rather mumbling under my breath. It helps me to concentrate and find the right solution quickly. Okay, where to next? Where should I go? The best place would be the one with the least amount of people. Consequently, my way lies in the woods. Half a minute later, I was already relaxing, sitting on a stump near the forest trail. That was one hell of a gateway. I hope that will teach Uliana to behave. Indeed, she is not a child anymore. Well, sad but true. Not a child anymore. Now, a thought crossed my mind. I might have sort of mishandled the whole situation. A fair share of that broken tableware is because of me. Moreover, one might mention that I didn't have to engage in that mess at the beginning. It got me thinking. How's the weather? Slavia stood right before me. How does she manage to sneak up unnoticed? Thank goodness it's not Olga Dmitrievna. Fine. Those were the only words I managed to squeeze out of myself. I thought I'd find you here. Why? I'm not sure, it's just... She looked up at the sky. There are fewer people around here. Does Slavia really think I have some sort of social phobia? On second thoughts, she actually has a good reason to think so. And what are you doing here? Looking for you. She smiled again, but this time her smile looked a bit different, a little friendlier, I guess. Me? Why? Can't you guess? I braced and prepared for a harsh lecture. I understand that you are guilty to a lesser degree than Uliana. Now the camp leader's assistant is defending me. I felt even more pathetic. Damn, get serious. We are not playing bad cop, good cop here. But if I grant that you aren't gonna help her, you can at least help me. Saying that, Slavia looked up at the sky yet again. I wonder what she's looking for up there. And what do I need to do? We have to reorganize the books in the library. It's way better than disciplinary enslavement together with Uliana. And anyway, it was an offer I couldn't refuse. I'm all at your service, mademoiselle, or ma'am. She laughed. Then follow me, monsieur. In a couple of minutes we were in the library. All the way I kept looking around in fear of meeting Olga Dmitrievna. It looks like Slavia didn't notice my anxiety. And still, it's quite odd that she hasn't called me. Well, if we are to continue our analogy, Slavia is definitely the good cop. When we went inside, gleaming sunlight streamed through the windows of the library, with a myriad of dust particles dancing in the beams. This is special library dust, with that distinctive smell that you can never confuse with anything else. These microscopic pieces of the moribund collected works of Marxism-Leninism classics. That's interesting. Does the dust near the fiction shelf smell similar to the dust near the books on physics and chemistry? You start with those rows. Slavia pointed at the bookshelf near Lenin's sculptured head. Okay, but what exactly do I have to do? Just remove the books from the shelves and put them on the floor. We'll dust them and then we'll put them back. By looking at all this dust, reading is hardly the pioneer's favorite activity. Any idea where Zhenya might be? Don't know. She probably went somewhere. Strange. It appears that there are just two places in the world where one can meet Zhenya, the library and the canteen. I got into gear. I guess I've never handled so many books in one time in my entire life. Anyway, I'm much more used to reading from a computer screen or a tablet. Firstly, there is no need to pay for electronic books, and secondly, you cannot find everything in printed form. How is it going? Asked Slavia, standing behind the bookshelves. It's okay, it's going little by little. Have you read anything about that? About what? Well, about communism. Nah, I'm kinda more into historical books. And adventures. Me too. Well, historical literature wasn't exactly my favorite, but the class struggle under socialism was definitely no match for it. Hey, don't hold a grudge against Uliana. I don't. Indeed, I felt that my ego had mostly recovered from the incident at the canteen. Besides, I managed to cleanse myself of the lunch leftovers in a forest lake. It's not like she's doing all that out of spite. Out of spite or not, one should think through one's own actions. Ah, whatever. I kept moving around dozens of books written by people totally unknown to me. I'm gonna forget who they are in a minute, and I'll never get to know what they were writing about. That is the doom of many writers, to become a forsaken set of letters in a hardcover on a bookshelf in the library of a non-existent pioneer camp's reality. Have you finished? Yeah, I think so. Me too. Okay, let's do it this way. I'll wipe them down and you'll put them back on the shelves. But I don't remember what order they were placed in before. It's okay. Nobody reads them anyway. It looks like she had a smile for every occasion. A couple of times I've noticed slight differences, shades of emotions in that smile. Joy, happiness, sadness. But these shades were so evanescent, I wasn't really sure that I'm not imagining things. This time her smile looked a little flirty. Yeah, probably. At least I wouldn't be reading this stuff. Slavia was wiping the covers with a damp cloth, and I was putting the books back on the shelf. We were a good team. Our job was almost done. Why didn't you take anything from the upper shelves? Upper shelves? I looked up. Sorry, I hadn't noticed them. It's all right. Wait a moment. I'll bring the chair. Even with my rather considerable stature, I wouldn't be able to get them. I stood on the chair and proceeded to remove the books from the shelves and pass them to Slavia. After a while, there were only about a dozen books left at the farthest end of the shelf. It looked to me like it wouldn't be hard to reach that far. I always been the type to take a larger bite rather than biting twice, and taking that bite without moving the chair under me became a fatal error. Opening my eyes, I found myself on top of Slavia. Are you alive? I got the fright of my life. Even if I'm only 17 now, falling off a chair onto a girl is something else. I'm fine. Her face was only an inch away from mine. Anything broken? I don't think so. You'd make a rather bad stuntman. She laughed. You bet. I looked into her eyes. Just looked. I wasn't sure what I should say, and Slavia either hesitated too, or just let me take the lead. At this rate, something might happen. Her lips were so close to mine. A natural desire started to awake in my body, but was it right? I had the urge to stand up, but was unable to do so. Slavia was just lying in silence and looking me straight in the eyes. All of a sudden, I noticed the bell ringing on the edge of my hearing. It's dinner time. Yeah. Shall we go? Or shall we lie here some more? She smiled again, and this time her smile seemed foxy to me, as if she was hinting at something. Let's go. I didn't move an inch. Well, if we are going to go, you need to get up first. Obviously. It felt like some invisible force was holding me in place. Slavia seemed to recognize that and carefully slipped out from under me. Are you going to stay there? She laughed. At that point, I finally came to my senses and stood up. I'm sorry. That's okay, but we haven't finished it all. We'll have to clean up the rest later. Yeah, sure. I stayed silent all the way to the canteen. Slavia rambled on about her life in the camp, but given that it was indeed a monologue, I wasn't paying much attention. Coming to the canteen, I saw Olga Dmitrievna on the porch. Don't you have some explaining to do, young man? Now I remember what it was that I'd forgotten. Nope. How was your cleaning duty? Good enough. That's not what Uliana told me. That was all her fault. And what did I tell you? I ordered you to clean it up together. And what were you doing? I didn't know what to say, as deep down I knew that she's right. Don't blame him. Semyon was helping me at the library. Oh, really? Yeah. Well, that's all great and stuff, but to cut a long story short, you won't be getting dinner tonight. How's that? Why? I protested. However, my protest looked more like a demand for a refill at the prison mess hall, bold and daring, but still stupid and counterproductive. Hopefully that will teach you a lesson. At that instant, Olga Dmitrievna looked more like an ancient Roman legionnaire commander than a tiny pioneer camp leader. I had no idea how to oppose her. Forgive him! And hold me responsible! The camp leader took her time to think it over. Alright, if you say so. Thanks. Thanks. We hurried inside. Well, I'm gonna join the girls. We had a prior arrangement. Take care. She smiled and waved her goodbyes. Seriously, where would I be without her? There were no free places near Slavia, and, besides, I hadn't been introduced to her friends. It seems that I will have to share a dinner table with Electronic and Shurik. There were no more places to sit. What's happening, gentlemen? Every time I had to deal with them, I got an itching desire to tease them, or at least to drop some cheeky or cocky banter. It might be too risky to behave that way, but the Electronic brothers were my primary source of positive emotions. How are you doing? Fine. What about you? Hits and misses. Did something happen? Lots of stuff. Mind sharing? Nah, some other time maybe. Suit yourself. He made a helpless gesture. We are going to the ball after dinner. Electronic giggled. I know that. Who would you want to ask out? I hadn't thought about it yet. What about you? Well, I... It seemed that this question caught him off guard. Ask Uliana, that would make her happy. No thanks! Electronic furiously waved his hands. And you, Shurik, you gotta ask Alisa out. Thanks, I'll pass. He looked calmer than his mate. Oh, come on, guys, it'd be fun. And in any case, we've got things to do. We still have to finish the robot. Oh, that's a marvelous idea. Ask your robot out. Can it dance? It can't even walk yet. Shurik probably missed the point completely. Why, it would be a great demonstration of our achievements in front of the camp. And what would we show to them? Yeah, you're right. They both stared at their plates disappointingly. Dinner was over and the pioneers started to disperse. What will you wear for the ball? I asked Shurik and Electronic. We don't have anything special to wear. We'll go as we are. He indicated his pioneer uniform. They don't seem to care about their appearances at all. Well, why should I care then? Wearing my winter clothes isn't an option, so I'll go just like this. When does it start? After 9 o'clock. Got it. I left the canteen and deeply inhaled the fresh evening air. I remembered those rare dances I used to go at school. Hesitation, insecurity, even fear. I couldn't dance. I didn't know how to react if someone had invited me. I wouldn't dare to invite someone myself. All in all, I felt pretty uncomfortable about it. And it was even more unpleasant to watch others having fun. It wasn't envy. More like it was a disconcerting feeling that people were able to enjoy something so odd for me. I thought that there was still lots of time till the ball, so I could sleep a little to be fresh in the evening. Entering the camp leader's cabin, I flopped onto the bed instantly and shut my eyes. Strangely enough, I got up right on time even without an alarm. The clock was showing 9. Such a rare thing to happen. I felt sluggish though. Probably it wasn't the best idea to sleep during the day after all. Well, I have to go. In a couple of minutes I was standing at the square. The loudspeakers and some DJ equipment were installed near the monument, and the trees were decorated with light strings. Ah, a typical country ball. A lot of pioneers were around, but no familiar faces, so I just sat on the bench and waited. I don't have to dance, after all. Maybe I'll be able to just sit and chat with someone. Hey there, sad face! Uliana. Here to suggest something? Come on, let's dance! It's way too early. There isn't even any music yet. Bah, you are so boring! Yeah, I'm not the merriest person for such event. She ran away. So Uliana did wear something like an evening dress. Pretty funny. Hi, Slavia. Hey, she sat down by my side. How's the evening? Fine. Why are you so sad? I'm not. Okay, well, dancing will surely cheer you up. Maybe. Don't forget to save one dance for me. She laughed and ran towards the music equipment. The situation was getting serious. I wouldn't be able to sit through the whole dance party. Hi. Lena came closer. Oh, hi. You're here too. Is that such a wonder? Yes. Okay, gonna light this party up? The joke fell flat. Lena blushed and looked down. Well, maybe it's not the best idea, setting things on fire. Okay, then I guess I'll... Yeah. She left. It looks like the whole camp was at the square. The pioneers formed large groups, talked, joked around, and laughed. At the DJ's panel, Uliana argued loudly with Olga Dmitrievna about the playlist for the evening. And here it is. The music started to play. I didn't know the band or the song, but if you asked me, I really felt that I would tag it Soviet pop classics. The pioneers just stood there for some time, as if not hearing the music. It's always hard to take the first step, especially if you are pretty sure that you'll be the only one who would take it. Uliana seemed not to grasp that simple truth. She reached the center of the square with few bounds and cried out loud, "What are you standing around for?" and started to wiggle ridiculously. Wiggle is the exact word. You couldn't find a better one. It looked so silly and funny that I couldn't resist laughing. She noticed it. "Hey, Semyon!" I pretended I couldn't hear her. "Stop pretending! Come over here!" I kept ignoring her. The pioneers slowly realized that they weren't too sexy for this party and started to dance. It looked really silly from my point of view. Shaking one's arms and legs to the beat of long-forgotten hits? Come on, get real. Of course, I couldn't dance at all, but this thing couldn't be called a dance either. "Hey, Semyon, what are you sitting there for? Don't you wanna dance?" I was so deep in thoughts that I hadn't even noticed Slavia. "Not really." "Are you sure?" She smiled. "Maybe later." Damn, what am I even doing here? Slavia went back to the dance floor. I sat a little longer and then cautiously slipped away after making sure nobody noticed me. I totally didn't want to see anyone after such successful dancing. The most quiet place here is the bus station, which might never be visited by the 410 route again. But I let out a scream. There was a bus right in front of me, just like the one on the first day. I was petrified. How? What? How? Why? At once I remembered all my theories about getting to this camp. I was struck by the realization that during these last few days I had gotten so used to local life that I had started to forget that the things happening here were really not normal. I just stood there and watched the damn Icarus. Then I slapped my hands to my cheeks to be sure that this is not an illusion. The bus was still there. If it's here, then it's time to go home. Sayonara, pioneers! I rushed to the door. I came to my senses on the ground. My nose hurt like hell. I stood up and tried to understand what's going on. It seemed like I bumped into something. The bus was more than real to the touch. I tried to reach my hand out through the door, but there was some kind of an invisible wall. I was overwhelmed by a nearly animalistic fear. Fear of everything, the camp, its inhabitants, and this bus. How the hell did I even get here? What is this damn Icarus I can't enter? Why is this happening to me? Suddenly, a strong, unbalancing wind blew. I turned around and saw a little piece of paper under the wheel of the bus. Something was written on it. You are here for a reason. The bad handwriting seemed familiar. I certainly have seen it somewhere. It dawned upon me. I took a small charcoal from the ground and scribbled the same sentence on the backside. The handwriting was identical. My head cleared. I have sent a message to myself from the future. That's it. Or not. From the past. Damn, I don't understand anything. In any case, that was my handwriting. It certainly was not hard to forge it, but I was sure that I had written that message myself. After turning that piece of paper over in my hands, I decided to try entering the bus one more time. The invisible wall was still there. I circled all around the Icarus, tapped at the wheels, peeked inside through the window. Everything looked absolutely normal, but in reality it wasn't. Heavy stones just bounced off the glass without visible damage. No effect, not even a scratch. I sat down on the curb and sighed weakly. If you think about it, that piece of paper hinted at something. And it seems that this situation won't do me any harm. Semyon! Seems like the leader is looking for me. Interesting. What will she say about the bus now? Would she still insist that it won't be coming for a few days? I jumped up and ran towards the sound of Olga Dmitrievna's voice. So, what do you say about that? I blurted out triumphantly and waved my hands towards the road. Say about what? She replied in surprise. I turned around. The bus had disappeared. As suddenly as it appeared. The cry of triumph died in my throat. It is time to sleep already. Let's go. But... What? The bus. There was a bus. Just a moment ago. The bus couldn't be here, she said calmly. I stared at Olga Dmitrievna's face. She was either skillfully lying or really didn't see anything. Then it is me who might be seeing things? It can't be true. I really saw that damn 410. Quit lying, I said quietly. Semyon, I don't understand. Stop lying to me. There was a bus. It's you. You are keeping me here. Why? I gritted my teeth, but tried to speak with a calm voice. You are scaring me. Time to go to bed. I won't get anything from her as usual. Seriously though, I really wanted to sleep. I walked swiftly past the leader, deliberately not paying any attention to her. I couldn't fall asleep for quite some time, and only the crumpled piece of paper with the words, "You are here for a reason," reminded me that the events of these 3 days were real. Day 4. A hellish cracking in my head woke me up. My skull felt like somebody was blowing on it from the inside. I rubbed my eyes, saw the ringing alarm clock on the bedside table, knocked it off, and dozed off again. When I woke up, it was already 9:15. Looks like it's time to wake up. I can't miss my breakfast. I got up, scratched myself, and suddenly remembered last evening. There was a piece of paper under the pillow. You are here for a reason. I still don't get it. What does it mean? How did I manage to send a message to myself? Why don't I remember that? More questions than answers. No answers at all, to be precise. I left the cabin and looked over the camp. No, it doesn't look like an illusion. But this memo, it made everything much more complicated. What can I trust? My stomach growled treacherously. Even Agent Mulder didn't conduct investigations hungry. There was unexpected crowd near the canteen. Of course, there was no other place in the camp that pioneers loved as much as the canteen, but why they were all crowding on the porch? I came closer to understand what was going on. It looked like all the camp had gathered at the porch. There were all the familiar girls, Olga Dmitrievna and Electronic. They were having a lively discussion. I drew closer. Ah, Semyon! Have you seen Shurik today? Nope. What's the matter? We haven't been able to find him since early morning. Disappearing pioneers. Well, that's something new. But he was with you yesterday. She was talking to Electronic. Yes, he was. So you woke up this morning and he wasn't anywhere to be found? No. Why didn't you come to me immediately? Well, I thought that he got up earlier and went to wash up or something. Did he mention anything yesterday? Interjected Slavia. For example? That he was going somewhere, for instance. Nope. What exactly is so horrifying about that? It's only 9 a.m. He might have decided to go for a walk. You don't know Shurik. She looked over at me seriously. Well, no, I don't. But I didn't see anything suspicious in this situation. Okay, let's stop panicking. We'll find him. How could he miss breakfast? Uliana grinned. Exactly. Time to eat anyway. The pioneers proceeded into the canteen. Yet again, I had no choice where to fit in. The only free place was at the table with Alisa and Uliana. Take a seat! She pointed at the chair next to her. I sat down. Aren't you gonna get your food? Good idea. I hadn't thought about that. Today's breakfast didn't look much different from yesterday's, but it looked more appetizing. Or maybe I was just very hungry. Or maybe I was eager to finish it off as soon as possible to avoid yet another Uliana prank. Wanna go to the beach with us today? When? Right after breakfast. Generally speaking, relaxation wasn't on my agenda today, but if I was going to spend my time thinking, why shouldn't I do it while getting a suntan? Sure, why not? Ah, cool! She smiled nicely. I bet you're planning another prank. No, not at all! Uliana waved her hands at me. She sure is! Alisa grinned. She's always like that. No way! I think she's right. Nobody believes me. Uliana took her tray of dirty dishes and stood up. Enjoy your meal, she said in such a way which left no doubt. Nothing good awaits me today at the beach. Me and Alisa were left alone. You know, I guess I shouldn't go with you after all. Why is that? Well, I've got something to do. And what exactly would that be? She looked in my eyes and I couldn't even find an appropriate excuse. I don't even have a swimsuit. Try mine. You think it will fit me? Give it a try. I don't think it's worth the effort. Don't be a wimp. We'll find you some swimming trunks. Those words only added to my fear. Wait for me by the canteen. I'll be back soon. Okay. There's nothing wrong with waiting for her, is there? Finishing my breakfast, I left the building and sat on the stairs. Pioneers, all having their own business, hurried past me one by one. No one stopped by me. No one even looked in my direction. It seemed they didn't consider me a stranger, but exactly the opposite. Just another teenager their age, their comrade, you could say. I caught myself thinking that I had started to consider this camp and its inhabitants with not as much caution as I had on the first day. Indeed, Alisa was back in a couple of minutes. Ready? Ready for what? She gave me the trunks. Though you hardly could call them trunks. They looked like pink boxers decorated with butterflies and flowers. Actually, they were boxers. I almost afraid to ask, but where did you get these? Too scared to put them on? Well, you know, I have not the slightest intention of doing so. I appreciate her joke, but wasn't going to make myself a laughingstock. Put them on, she said roughly. Why don't you try them on instead of me? I think that the color of this swimsuit would set off your eyes very nicely. Let's make a bet. I had no desire to accept her bets. No thanks. Alright, you either go to the beach wearing them or you swim naked. Weighing the pros and cons, even the second option seemed better than the first. I'm not planning to go anywhere at all. Then I'll tell everyone that you left these trunks in my cabin. Why would I do that? How should I know? She burst into laughter. I didn't want to argue with Alisa, so I decided to go to the beach in the end. But not in those flamboyant trunks. Okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Don't be late! She ran off after saying that. I dragged my feet to the leader's cabin to get a towel and to hopefully find something like trunks. Olga Dmitrievna was waiting for me in the room. Semyon, did you hear anything about Shurik? Same as half an hour ago. I walked to my bed and took a towel. Are you going somewhere? Yes, to the beach. Wait, do you have swimming trunks? You came here without any luggage, as I recall. Strange. That fact didn't seem to surprise her during our first encounter. No. So what will you wear? Good question. What? I don't know. Wait a minute. She walked to the wardrobe and unlocked a drawer. In a moment, she had a pair of normal black trunks. Where did she get those? More importantly, why? Someone from the previous session might have forgotten them. Considering all the strange things in this camp, it wasn't really surprising to find men's swimming trunks in Olga Dmitrievna's room. Thanks. The trunks were just my size. I got changed behind the cabin and went to the beach. A lot of pioneers had already gathered there, but I recognized only Alisa and Uliana. Come here! I walked over to them and sat on the sand. I see you found something better. She stared at my trunks and smirked. As you can see. Come on, let's swim! I don't want to. Maybe later. I was not a fan of swimming. Suit yourself! The girls ran into the water. Why did I come here? Why am I not out looking for answers? Should I care about it now? Sovionok seemed normal. Certainly, a lot of strange things had happened to me during these 3.5 days, but not one of them, taken separately, seemed at all supernatural. Especially since I didn't get any closer to finding so much as a clue. On the contrary, everything that has happened has only confused me more. What alternatives do I have? I won't get any truth from the local residents, though I doubt they even know it. Should I try to leave this place? But how far can I walk, considering that I don't even know where I am? It turned out that my only option is to wait. After some time, the girls came back. Uliana held something in her hands. Look! I looked up and saw a crayfish. Just a normal crayfish. Uliana lay next to me and started to torment it. Leave the poor animal alone! Why? It's just a crayfish! So what? It has a right to live too. I'll rip its claws off and ask the cook to boil it for dinner. As if we have nothing else to eat. I looked at Alisa. She seemed to be totally uninterested in Uliana's fun with the poor sea creature. Tell her. What's wrong? It's a crayfish. It deserves it. It looked like the girls missed their lessons on nature in primary school and lacked empathy for the environment. Give it! I snatched the crayfish off Uliana. Suit yourself! I was a little surprised that she didn't resist. I looked into the eyes of the poor animal. They didn't express anything at all, but I thought that if it could speak, it would certainly be outraged. Maybe it would even go to the UN Convention of Human Rights. To tell the truth, I wasn't sure that would help. I took the crayfish to the river and set it free. Never mind, I'll catch more. There are plenty of them there, said Uliana. No doubt about it, I mumbled. Time passed and I was getting sleepy. I fell asleep. I don't remember what I was dreaming about, if I was dreaming at all, but I woke up when someone shook my shoulder. Olga Dmitrievna stood next to me. Did you come to swim too? I asked, still half asleep. No, it's almost time for lunch and we still can't find Shurik, the leader said, standing before me in a wet swimsuit. And I want you to look for him. It seems like I'm the only pioneer in this entire camp. I was sincerely outraged. Every time it was getting clear that Olga Dmitrievna considered me her errand boy, to be used like a slave, or vice versa. If I came to you, then I want you to help me. Why exactly me? However, after giving it some thought, I decided to agree. After all, my shoulders and back got sunburned while I was sleeping, and searching for Shurik would let me get acquainted with unexplored locations of the camp. Okay, it was not exactly right to wander around wearing only swimming trunks, so I should get changed first. 10 minutes later, I stood outside Olga Dmitrievna's cabin, deciding where to go. It was obvious that Olga Dmitrievna and her pioneers have already searched every nook and cranny of the camp, roamed the length and breadth of it. So probably it's not worth looking for Shurik in the canteen or on the beach. Or in the cybernetics club. It was his second home. Or maybe even his first. Thus, it might be worth looking around the surrounding forest. I didn't plan to go far into the forest. Otherwise, it might be me who they'll be searching for tomorrow. I didn't really visit the countryside often. I just stayed in the country house every summer during my childhood. But that one was very close to the city. But in this camp, it was possible to find everything I hadn't seen for so long: overwhelming vegetation, singing birds, and fresh air. I found a meadow and I sat on a stump. How peaceful this place is. But where in the world is Shurik? Actually, he could have been taken against his will. This camp is far from normal, so pioneer disappearances should not be all that strange. An intriguing possibility. Could it be the work of whichever force sent me here, or is it just some separate local entity's doing? Lost in my own thoughts, I didn't notice how the grass before me started moving. I looked closely and saw a squirrel. It approached me carefully and stared at my hands, probably used to getting fed here. Sorry, friend, I don't have anything with me. Of course, the squirrel could not understand me and continued to just sit there waiting for treats. I felt sorry for it because I didn't have even a crumb of bread in my pocket. I realized that I'm even ashamed to look it in the eyes and decided to move on. After some more wandering, I came to the washstands. Turns out that he is not in the forest either, at least not in the surrounding area, and going farther is just frightening. I walked to the washstands, took off my shirt, and tried to wipe myself down because I was all sweaty. However, it wasn't so easy. I won't be able to get into the wash bowl, and there isn't even a ladle. Suddenly, I heard footsteps from behind. I turned around. Electronic was walking my direction. Looking for Shurik? Yes. You too? Me too. Listen, you know him better. Where could he have gone? I don't have a clue, he answered sadly. Well, I just don't understand why everyone has made such a fuss. During the night, wasn't he in the cabin with you? Then he can't have been gone for too long. Maybe he went for a walk. You don't know Shurik, said Electronic excitedly. He is fanatically dedicated to his work. His life consists of robotics and cybernetics. People like him are one in a million. No, in a billion. His talent is boundless. I look up to him. He is a man of steel. No, simply triumphant. At that moment he looked like Hitler, making a speech in front of a crowd of thousands. Even his gestures matched. Okay, so what? So what? You don't understand, do you? No. He spends all of it, you see? All of his free time in our club. All! So disappearing just like that is unusual for him. Of course! Seems like Electronic calmed down. Okay. He looked at me intently. Are you going to wash? Not really. Just rinse off a little. It is hot. Me too. He looked around. I wish there was a bucket or a ladle, something to get more water with. Yeah, I noticed already. Then let's do this. He walked behind washstands and pulled on one of the taps. To my surprise, its end turned up, and rather than pouring into the wash bowl, the water splashed up at almost 90 degrees. You could manage to wash yourself that way. Meanwhile, Electronic took off his shirt and then squatted, so it seemed like he pulled down his shorts. I couldn't really tell because the washstand he was behind concealed him up to his waist. He directed the stream towards himself and started to sing something quietly. "Let's clean my chimney, chimney sweep." I stood astonished, not knowing what to do. He seemed to notice it. "I'll wash myself and then let you use it." Gosh, I got such a massive chill. "Well, I just remembered that I have something to do. Gotta go." Out of all the eccentricities of Electronic, the moment I just saw was the weirdest one. "Hey, what's up with you? A cold shower in such a hot day is like the best thing ever." No, that won't do. And anyway, I have to go." I put on my shirt quickly and ran back into the forest. I wonder what's got into him. The bus stop seemed to be a fine choice. A strange thought came across me. Perhaps Shurik is in the same situation as me, and so he decided to run away from this camp, maybe by the 410 bus. It could really turn out to be true if he came here by accident too. Although the chances of that are quite slim. But you never know. What if the bus would really come? However, I could hardly believe in that. Indeed, I spent a couple of minutes waiting at the bus stop, made sure that there were no signs of Shurik or anyone else here, and headed back to the camp. Somebody rushed out from behind the gates and bumped into me. The impact wasn't strong, so I just staggered. Miku stood in front of me and rubbed her bruised forehead. "Oh, sorry." "It's alright, it's my fault. I was going to the music club, but got lost in thought about a new song. Thinking up the lyrics and music. I hadn't realized how I got here. So you don't have to apologize." Her words per minute rate obviously exceeded the recognition limits of my brain. I made an attempt to retreat promptly. Sure, gotta go, "Oh, wait!" I wanted to leave as usual without having to listen to her, but Miku grabbed my hand. Her grasp gave me the creeps as I got a clear vision of an agonizing execution by another rap session. "Can you help me a little, please? Just a teensy-weensy bit?" That definitely wasn't on my to-do list today. "Well, I'd be glad to, but it's... Pretty please!" Miku looked at me with such puppy dog eyes that my heart started to melt. She totally wasn't going to let go of my hand. "And what help exactly do you need?" "You'll accompany me. I can't manage to compose on my own. I can sing or play. I can't do both at the same time." Even our virtuoso has her weaknesses. "Well, I can't really play any instrument." "Never mind that. I'll show you everything. Come on, let's go." I should be searching for Shurik and all that stuff." Miku looked at me with frustration. "Just for a little bit." I was lost for words. She dragged me along with her. Probably nothing good will come of this, but the only way to get her off me is to wrestle my hand out of hers. But that wouldn't be very nice. Nothing bad will happen after all. Probably. Within a minute we were already standing in the music club. Miku took a guitar. "Here, have a look!" She sat down and started playing. I tried to follow her hands. The tune seemed quite simple. It seemed quite easy to repeat it. "Got it?" "Kind of." "Let's try." I took the guitar and started playing. That didn't really work out. "Let me show you one more time." She played much better than me. Looking at Miku, I wondered. Of course, she was a chatterbox. She was naive and clumsy. However, she was extremely talented in music. Try again! I managed much better the second time. Wow, that's much better! She smiled. It wasn't hard. In fact, just repeat the same notes over and over. Just don't lose track. Start on my command! Okay. Ready? Go! It was a song in Japanese. Frankly speaking, I didn't understand a single word, but Miku's singing was quite good. In fact, it was outstanding. She put her heart in every note, every word. Yeah, music probably is the very thing for her to dedicate her life to. It seemed like it wasn't her who chose the music, but the music that has chosen her. The last half an hour presented Miku in a completely different light. Oh, thank you! Did you like it? I finally managed it with you. On my own it's not so good. I either mess up with the words or miss the strings. And it's just perfect with you. Thank you so much! You really have a talent, you know? Just to play like that without any preparation. Nope, it seemed I changed my opinion about her too hastily. Thanks for the song. Gotta go. See you. Thanks for... The rest of her words were left behind the door. I leaned on the wall of the club cabin and sighed. Miku's song was still playing in my mind. I went for lunch with mixed feelings, with a sense of accomplishment and with a realization of time wasted. The canteen was crowded. I couldn't stay unnoticed. Olga Dmitrievna called me. Semyon, come with us! The camp leader, Slavia, and Electronic were sitting at the 4-seat table. I nodded and went to get my food. This time I had to spend several minutes in the queue. Today's menu didn't really differ from the other day's menus. The dishes looked the same at least. When I sat at the table and wished bon appetit to everyone, Olga Dmitrievna said, So, what are you thinking? About what? We searched for Shurik all around. It's noon and he's nowhere to be found. I took a note of the rhyme, but I didn't want to point it out. We looked all over the camp. I went all around the neighboring forest. Olga Dmitrievna looked at me. And I helped too. We must call the police. Maybe we should wait until the evening, I asked lazily. Maybe he went home. That can't be. Shurik lives thousands of miles away. By train? The nearest station, she paused, is far off. Now it was getting interesting. Every time the conversation reached the point of concern in ways I could leave Sovionok, all the camp inhabitants started changing the subject. How far is far? Really far. The camp leader looked at me, indicating with her expression that asking more questions was not advised. So we should go deeper into the forest. Maybe he got lost. Shurik always takes a compass, chimed in Electronic. I wonder what else could be found in his magic vest, assuming he has one. If I were to get lost in the forest, a compass would be of no real use. Police! We should call the police in the evening. Not right now, at least. Okay, so you'll do it later. They were all silent. We should be able to find him before evening. We still have time. If he actually got lost, we have no time to lose. We cannot be sure. Then where is he? Where? There was some truth to the camp leader's words. Hiding the whole day just like that is suspicious. Why would he do that? Shurik seemed to me to be quite a serious pioneer. Uliana would have been a better fit for this behavior. So there's a good reason to believe that he was gone. All that can be done has already been done. We'll just have to wait. Slavia, Electronic, and Olga Dmitrievna looked at me sorrowfully, but didn't say a word. I finished my lunch, took the tray back, and left the canteen. It's still the first half of the day. What now? The camp was drifting off for an afternoon nap. Only Genda stared at me through his glasses. Of course, he was staring somewhere else, but I had a feeling that he was constantly watching me. I bet he knows where Shurig is hiding. He just can't say anything. The disappearance of the Cybernetics Club's leader made me think. Maybe it's got something to do with my case. "Oh, Pioneer!" The nurse stood in front of me. I looked at her curiously. "Go and take my place in the infirmary. I have an urgent call. Somebody is injured." "Me?" "Yes, you. Take the keys." The nurse threw me the keys and ran away. Why me? Isn't there anyone else in this camp? What exactly should I be doing? What if something happens? Oh, what do I do now? I missed my chance to refuse. I stood in front of the door uncertainly. On the one hand, there is nothing to worry about. I'll spend half an hour or so there and she'll be back. But what if someone comes for actual help? With a broken leg or a head injury? I began to worry too much. I hope that there are no injuries more serious than bruises and scratches in this camp. But at the same time, I could not shake the idea that in a serious situation I would be absolutely useless. I don't even know how to perform CPR. A magazine on the nurse's table caught my attention. A good way to relax, I guess. This is labeled Soviet Fashion. The publication date or month were absent. However, this was not a surprise. There were much stranger things happening here. I didn't know much about Soviet magazines. Maybe they actually didn't have publication dates on them. Models dressed in old-fashioned clothes stared at me from the glossy pages. Nowadays, nobody would wear such clothes. I smirked. I wonder if Slavia, for example, considered this fashionable. I can only imagine what would happen if she appeared in my time wearing something like this. I imagine we are walking in hand. I'm wearing my coat with the hood and she's dressed in a lavish dress covered with lace and things. Seems like I'm already imagining Slavia in my world. With me. And not only Slavia. This dress better suits Uliana. This cute sarafan would look good on Alisa. This skirt and cardigan would look nice on Lena. If only they could be real. No, I saw them, heard them, could even touch them. But still they are here and I simply don't belong in this place. It's alien to me. I'm just waiting for a chance to get out of here. Waiting because nothing is up to me anymore. I sighed, put my head on the table and fell asleep. I was awoken by the noise of the door opening. Lena stood at the door. The nurse isn't here? Then I'll come back later. I'm substituting for her. Since I'm responsible for pioneers' lives, I should do it with full responsibility. Although, in fact, I was just afraid of something bad happening because of me. Any health complaints? I tried to give Lena the most professional smile I could in order not to confuse her. Nothing special. Just a little headache. Let's do this. Some painkillers, maybe. Of course, I wasn't aware where to find required medicines, so it took me a while to find them. Finally! I handed a metamizole tablet to Lena. Thanks. She smiled. That was completely unexpected and I lost touch with reality, staring at her. What? Lena turned awkward in an instant. Listen, I've been wondering. Do you like this? I don't know what got into me, but I grabbed that magazine from the table and showed her that picture of a skirt and a cardigan, which would really suit Lena in my opinion. Maybe I went completely nuts thinking about all the girls being in my world. Or maybe I wanted to distract myself instead of just waiting for the nurse to come back. Lena looked at the picture. Yes, I guess. Is stuff like this in fashion? I guess. She got confused and started blushing. Why do you ask? Really, why? Just asking. We were quiet for some time. How is your headache? Much better, thank you. She smiled. I'll be off. Good luck. Lena went out and I continued to look through the magazine. After a while, somebody knocked at the door again. Seems that the infirmary is the most popular place to go. Suddenly, I decided to roleplay a nurse, just the male version, and said, "Come in!" The door opened and Uliana entered the room. Wow, did I miss the moment when you decided to start knocking? Anything wrong with me knocking? She frowned. Where does it hurt? Why on earth would I tell you? Where's the nurse? Right in front of you. I imposingly crossed my legs and looked questioningly at her. I'd better go. I'd be better to die than to be treated by you. She smiled mischievously. You didn't even let me try. Uliana thought for a moment. Though you could give me some pills. What's bothering you? It took her some time to reply. A heavy stomach. Sure it's not an empty head? I muttered under my breath. What did you say? Nothing. Give me a second. I found the pills in the first drawer I opened. Thank you, doctor. She smiled cheerfully. Watching Uliana, I could not imagine how such an optimistic and active child could have any health problems. Overdose of stolen candies, right? She gave me a baleful look. No, I left everything for you. Uliana ran out of the infirmary and slammed the door. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Again, I went back to studying Soviet fashion trends. Time passed, but the nurse was still absent. I wasn't searching for Shurik, wasn't looking for any clues concerning my situation. I was just sitting and flipping through a magazine. Just for a moment, I felt quite satisfied with this situation. So far, everything that has happened here could be seen as just a trip to a summer camp, and if nothing changes anytime soon, then I can start worrying. Again, somebody knocked on the door. Did I miss the outbreak of an epidemic? Slavia was standing at the doorway. Oh, hi! Isn't the nurse here? Hi! No, she's not here. I'm taking over for today. Great! I'd like... She hesitated. What? No, it's nothing. Strange. I wouldn't even think that such an open person as Slavia would keep something quiet. If there's something bothering you, tell me. That's why I'm here, to treat people. I smiled widely. No, I mean yes, but no. Hearing that made anything possible, even division by 0. So how can I help you? You? I guess you can't. She smiled and was going to leave, but suddenly stopped. However, could you step out for a minute? Why not? Okay. I stepped out of the infirmary and leaned against the wall. I wonder what might she be doing, something that I can't even see. After a minute, the door opened and Slavia came out. She was carrying a small bundle. What is it? Nothing. She blushed. Thank you. You're welcome. Slavia ran away. Seems like I shouldn't have asked. I looked at the time. It was getting late. I'd read the magazine backwards and forwards, but the nurse still wasn't here. Suddenly the door burst open and Alisa rushed inside. She looked at me piercingly. What are you doing here? Sitting, I admitted honestly. Okay then, it's even better without the nurse, she murmured. Are you sick? I asked acidly. Alyssa didn't answer and come closer to me. Move over. Why? So I can open the drawer, isn't it obvious? What for? She got angry. None of your business. Well, I'm kinda in charge here. She gave it a moment's thought. Then give me some activated carbon. Stomachache? Yeah. She grinned sharply. I got the feeling there was something wrong here. Really? A stomachache? Really? Doesn't seem so. What, do I have to toss my lunch all over the place for you to believe me? I don't know what terrible things can be done with activated carbon, but I'm sure you will think of something. She hesitated. And what if you're right? There, I knew it. Then I'm certainly not giving you anything. Alyssa tried to get to the drawers, but I blocked the pillbox with my chest like Alexander of Maltrozov. For all her impudence, she was still just a girl, and she had no chance of pushing me aside. Whatever, I'll find it somewhere else. She turned away and headed to the exit. At the door, Alyssa stopped and looked back. By the way, the camp leader and the nurse are carrying a pioneer with a broken leg. I really don't care, but they seem to be struggling. Yeah, sure. Come see for yourself. Alyssa seemed to be lying, but on the other hand, as long as I can see her... I came to the door and looked outside. No one was there. Where exactly? They haven't reached here yet then. She made a helpless gesture. Have fun! I returned to the table and only then realized that one of the drawers was open. How did she make it so quick? I turned my back for just a second. Though, what evil can come from activated carbon? It was 15 minutes till dinner, and the nurse still wasn't back. I guess just leaving the place like this won't do. She asked me to look after it after all. And who knows what might happen if I leave. Though, who would want to steal anything from here? Except for Alyssa stealing activated carbon. I opened the magazine again and began flipping through it for the nth time. The fashions of the 80s weren't that fun anymore. Yawning got me several times. It was already 6 o'clock, so dinner has already started. Of course, I had to be on the watch till the end, but my stomach seemed to have its own opinion on the matter. I stood up and steadily headed to the exit. A rustling sound came from behind the door. Could it be someone else who got poisoned, broke their arm, or something even worse? I sighed heavily and pulled the doorknob. However, there was no one out there. Seems it was just my imagination. I returned inside and instantly noticed that something had changed in the infirmary. To be precise, an apple had appeared on the table. But where from? Fruits can't just materialize from thin air by themselves, can they? Though in this camp anything is possible. Chances are someone just brought in here. Maybe Lena wanted to thank me, given that she's all shy and... But wait, how could she just slip past me like that? Lena wouldn't climb through the window after all, so there must be something else. I was suddenly overwhelmed by fear. What if the apple is poisoned? Though why would someone complicate things when I'm here totally helpless and can be killed way more easily? Or it might be the apple which Eve tasted in the Garden of Eden. In that case, I certainly shouldn't eat it. The same second my stomach reminded me it was there by rumbling traitrously. However, it would take time to close the infirmary, to reach the canteen, to get food. My stomach is about to eat itself. There is nothing wrong, I guess. Once again, I tried to remember if this apple was here before. In the end, it must have appeared from somewhere. Maybe it got here through the window. The shutter was slightly open. So someone must have reached in and put it here. Nothing serious, however. Finally, hunger prevailed and I started chewing on the ripe green apple with gusto. Its taste seemed normal. though I don't think that even the strongest poison can be tasted. But it's too late to think about that. It was time to go for dinner. Along the way, I ran into electronic. How is it going? Did you find Churik? No, still no sign of him. Don't worry, we'll find him. I tried to cheer him up. Too much time has passed. I'll just keep on searching. What about dinner? No, finding Churik is more important. He muttered thoughtfully. I left him at the crossroads and wished him good luck. Pioneers crowded in the doorway. I quickened my pace, trying not to be the last one in the line, at least for today. And I was lucky. In the far corner was an absolutely empty table. I took my dinner quickly and sat at the table. Tonight's dinner consisted of fruit soup and a pair of buns. This set surprised me at first, but the taste was actually nice. I concentrated on eating. Lena, let's go here! Look! 3 free chairs! Lena and Miku stood in front of me. Are these taken? Wondered Lena. No, take a seat. Of course, I wish she was alone. Thank you. As soon as Lena said that, Zhenya jumped out from behind her back. I'll sit here. There are no places left, she said, putting her tray on a table and sitting down, not even waiting for my answer. Sure, make yourself at home, I muttered sorrowfully. What? Nothing. To tell the truth, I want to reduce the whole company to just Lena, though neither Miku nor Zhenya were causing much trouble. Except one was too talkative and the other one was too arrogant. But nevertheless, they were absolutely harmless, especially comparing to some others I could name. Oh, seems like I forgot my key. Don't worry, take mine! I was surprised by Miku's short reply. Do you live together? Of course! Didn't you know? Together! Our cabin is the rearmost. I mean the farthest most from here. I mean the last one. I wouldn't have been surprised if somebody told me that Lena lived with Slavia, or with Zhenya at worst. Even electronic. But silent and shy Lena and excessively talkative Miku as a pair, that's really a surprise. Did you find Churik? It's strange that Zhenya is disturbed by someone's problems. No. Surely he is at the village buying cigarettes or vodka, she snorted. Village? At that moment, the conversation got much more interesting. Got a problem with villages? Zhenya looked amazed. You mean there's a village nearby? I think so, she said uncertainly. I looked at Lena and Miku, but they were busy eating their meals and did not pay attention to our conversation. You mean you don't know exactly? Why should I care? Zhenya stared at her dish. But there must be something nearby. Listen. Listening. I don't know. Will you let me eat? Seems like I won't get anything from her. Though there is a chance that she really doesn't know. The remaining time was spent listening to Miku's talking about some nonsense. I was just going slowly mad in silence. Obviously, the first thing I did after getting out after that was inhale a great breath of fresh air. The sun was setting. I decided to take a walk. It's highly unlikely that I will find anything more exciting to do for the rest of the evening. That way, something interesting could arise quite unexpectedly. I was approaching the square when I heard a loud bang. It seemed like something had exploded. I was paralyzed. I'm in a hostile environment, not knowing the rules and laws of this place. It would be better for me to run, but at the same time I was curious. Probably I would have just kept standing there, but somebody grabbed my hand. It was Olga Dmitrievna. Why are you standing here? Let's go and see what happened. Can't you ever manage without me? I begged her pitifully. It shouldn't be anything serious, I hope. When we came to the square, there was already a crowd of pioneers. Olga Dmitrievna vigorously pushed through the crowd and approached the crime scene. Obviously, someone had tried to blow up Genda. But the attackers failed. The monument was still standing upright. There were only dim ash traces on the pedestal. "Well, who did this?" She looked over the crowd of pioneers. Surely it wasn't done by an organized terrorist organization. These guys all came here just to look at what happened. I noticed Uliana and Alisa in the crowd, and it looked like our camp leader noticed them too. "You two, come here!" They approached reluctantly. "Why always me?" "If you think so." "Show me your hands, Dvachevskaya!" "What's wrong with them?" I looked closer and saw that they were smeared with black. "Now it's clear. What did you make a bomb with?" The junior terrorist seemed to hesitate over whether or not to confess, but then blurted out proudly. "Activated carbon, saltpeter and sulfur." Wait a minute. Carbon? Carbon that she stole from the first aid kit. Why exactly the monument? What did this honored man ever do to you? The fighter for the rights of... I could hardly imagine how long she would have kept on scolding Alisa if Electronic hadn't popped out at that very moment, shouting, "I found it! I found it!" Everyone turned towards him. He held a boot in his hand. "Here!" Electronic boastfully shook it over his head. "It's Shurik's boot!" "Okay, calm down. Tell us in detail where you found it." "In the forest, on the way to the old camp." Whispers ran among the pioneers. "Old camp, the old camp." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." "What's so special about this old camp?" I joined in the conversation. "It's nothing special, really," she stammered. "One of the Sovianok's legends tells the story of a young camp leader's ghost living there. She fell in love with a pioneer, but he rejected her, so she killed herself. She committed harakiri with a kitchen knife. Next day, that boy was hit by a bus." Uliana ran out of the crowd. "Bus?" I refrained from asking about the route number. "But science doesn't acknowledge the existence of ghosts, so we have nothing to be afraid of. Anyway, somebody should go there." Suddenly the crowd started to thin out. "Olga Dmitrievna, it's almost night. Maybe tomorrow." I turned around and saw Slavia and Lena. What if at night something happens to him? No, today, right now." "By the way, where is this place?" Electronic roughly described to me the directions and told me the story of the old camp. The camp leader looked at me attentively. "If you think that You're the only man here." I looked around the area. Of course, Electronic was quick to flee. I still didn't want to walk in the woods alone. If you ask me, I would... "Am I going there alone?" Olga Dmitrievna looked thoughtful. "Perhaps you're right. We'll go together tomorrow morning." We stood in silence for some time, then dispersed around the camp. Everybody seemingly forgot about Alisa and her terrorist act, maybe due to the minor damage it caused. Together with the camp leader, I went towards our cabin. I tried to think of why Shurik would go to the old camp. He is interested in robots and cybernetics, not scary stories and ghosts. What does that boot have to do with that it? I remember how I decided to wait until something extraordinary would happen. And then I realized, this is it. "Olga Dmitrievna, I think I'll take a walk before bed." "Just not the long one." "Okay." When I reached the square, I understood that hanging around in the forest or some other strange place may not be that scary. But doing so in the dark... I didn't want to return to Olga Dmitrievna's cabin, but I had to find a flashlight. For instance, there was one in the infirmary. I was glad I didn't spend my whole time there reading the fashion magazine. The flashlight was found quickly, and in a few minutes I was again standing at the square, pulling myself together. I just had to make the final decision before I entered the forest. Moving past the pioneers' cabins, down the forest path towards the abandoned camp, I set forth. Electronic told me that the old building was built immediately after the war. It looked like a kindergarten, or like a barracks, I expected, and definitely could hold few pioneers than today's camp. It had been abandoned for about 20 years. It was now totally dark. The forest looked totally different at night. Mysterious shadows were hiding behind the trees, strange rustling and the cries of night birds coming from everywhere, branches treacherously snapping under my feet. The full moon was shining, so I decided to save the battery in the flashlight. I'm sure I will need it sometime soon. The further I moved, the more unpleasant thoughts came into my head. I wasn't afraid of the dark at all. I didn't believe in ghosts and other mystical crap, but at the same time, during the last few days I encountered so many incomprehensible phenomena that against my own will I started to read between the lines of the simplest things. Obviously, I felt exceptionally uneasy in the forest at night. Everywhere I looked, every shadow, every tree or bush looked like weird creatures, escaping straight from horror movies or from Stephen King novels. A branch seemed to be someone's hand, eager to grab your shoulder. A fallen log, someone's dead body, someone who failed to get out of the forest. In every gully I saw a bottomless abyss. If I had found myself in this forest under any other circumstances, without all these buses and pioneer camps, of course I would still feel uncomfortable, but then I would be able to explain everything with logic and be afraid of nothing, except for owls and mice, of course. But at the moment there were more than enough reasons to fear. Despite all this, I reached the old camp without any adventures. In a little glade surrounded by trees stood a house resembling a kindergarten. Paint peeled off the walls. Almost all the windows were broken. Broken masonry here and there, holes in the roof that looked like those made by bombing. In front of the building was a little garden surrounded by a rusty fence. Apparently, once it was a playground with a merry-go-round, swings, slides, and other Soviet attractions. But time is cruel. All of them were broken and mutilated by corrosion. The grass was so tall that it almost came up to my waist. The moon looked out from behind the clouds and illuminated the old camp. It seemed like everything came back to life. Windows shone with new glass and walls looked like they'd been painted with fresh paint. I heard playful laughter. Saw translucent children joyfully running and frolicking in the yard. A strict camp leader on the threshold, holding a basket with ripe apples in her hands. The old cleaning lady taking a nap in the shade. It sent chills down my spine. Of course, my imagination was just playing tricks, but the old camp itself was so similar to all the post-apocalyptic pictures I had seen that these visions were no surprise. I stood undecided for a long time before I dared to go further. After all, I'm here to find Shurik. Though I still don't get what he might be doing here, if he even is here. A boot somewhere nearby doesn't mean anything. However, if he was not eaten by wolves, for some reason it seemed like there were no wolves in this forest, this must be the only place where he might be hiding. I carefully crossed the yard, pushing the tall grass apart and trying not to bump into a jagged piece of metal. But I stopped in the doorway, hesitating. An impenetrable heavy darkness stared back at me from inside. Even the bright moonlight could not illuminate any object or even highlight a silhouette. My head was filled up with different thoughts that all said that it's better for me not to go any further and run away quickly. But I pulled myself together, turned on the flashlight, and stepped over the threshold. Inside the building looked like a typical kindergarten. I still remembered my childhood days, and so everything here looked very familiar. Sleeping room with lines of beds standing close to each other, a large playroom, toilets, dining room, and utility rooms. Signs of the past children's joy were seen everywhere. From time to time, the flashlight drew my attention to a decaying doll, or a plastic toy car, or a punctured rubber ball, or a broken rank of tin soldiers. There was a book on a table, faded with age. I flipped through a few pages. It was a story I had read long time ago, back in my childhood. Something about the war. Enemies destroyed the kindergarten, and all of its kids hid in the little basement together with a bunch of adults, while bombs were exploding up on the surface. I don't remember the end of the story, but as far as I remember, nobody died. Looking at the illustrations, all the emotions, fear, sadness, sympathy for the poor children, and the sense of hopelessness which I had experienced while reading this book came over me. It's strange that under exactly these conditions, right here and now, that I found this book. Probably there is somebody who manages this ongoing story, who writes the scenario for this absurd play, who sews costumes for the local pioneers and creates sets like this abandoned camp. To tell the truth, he is very talented. Attention is paid to even the most minor of details. Although this place was abandoned long time ago, everything here seemed to be untouched. Of course, time didn't spare this camp. In so many years it had often been visited by the locals. A perfect place for young people just hitting puberty. They could drink alcohol, indulge in amorous pleasures, or simply burn everything down for just fun. Electronic mentioned this place is full of legends. Legends of ghosts and devils living here. Take for example the story about the camp leader who committed suicide. In my world, nobody would believe that this could stop somebody, but in this reality anything is possible. Certainly, the fear didn't disappear, but I decided that since I'd come here, I was going to carry on to the end. The building was small, so it wasn't difficult to search it completely. But I didn't find any sign of Shurik. Maybe I should just call out to him. But on the other hand, maybe that's not such a good idea. Frustrated, I sat on the bench in the lobby and sighed. "Ghosts, where are you?" I asked the camp. And all of a sudden, I noticed a strange depression in the corner. A small trapdoor. An adult would barely be able to squeeze through it. And it seemed to be that it had been recently opened as the dust was cleared around it. And so, here's the part where I need to be scared. So, Shurik went somewhere. What might be lurking beneath the trapdoor? A basement? What would he be doing there? I pulled open the hatch and pointed the flashlight into the darkness. There was a ladder going from a couple of meters, ending in a concrete floor. There was a long, narrow corridor disappearing in the darkness. I hesitated for a long time. On the one hand, I had absolutely no desire to go there, but on the other hand, if Shurik was really there... I swore loudly and began to descend. Downstairs it was so dark that even the flashlight didn't help much. A low ceiling, wires extending along the walls, broken lamps clad in iron bars. I've seen it all somewhere. I slowly started to move deeper into the dungeon. The path went down and after a few dozen meters ended in a stairway with high steps. Soon I found myself in front of a massive metal door. There was a sign painted on it. I looked closely and realized that it was a biohazard sign. No wonder, if the old camp was built after the war and it lasted until the 70s, so it's an ordinary bomb shelter and there's nothing to be afraid of. However, those thoughts made me even more scared. I made a decision and opened the door, which immediately shut with a sharp sound as soon as I stepped through the doorway. I shuddered strongly, my hands began to tremble, and my vision dimmed. I regained consciousness after a few seconds, and only then I did realize that apparently a strong spring was attached to the door. I found myself in a quite spacious room. In the beam of the flashlight, I could see a bunk bed, some cabinets along the walls, and several devices of unknown purpose located in the far corner. It seems that this bomb shelter has never been used. Nobody ever came here. The beds were made, which is strange in itself. I carefully looked around the room several times. The cabinets were filled with gas masks, chemical protective suits, dry rations, various domestic odds and ends. The devices which I at first could determine the purpose of were gauges of radiation, air pressure and temperature. In short, it was a typical bomb shelter. I'd never been in such a place before, but it was how I'd imagined it. The only thing that remained unexplored was the door at the other end of the room. I pulled the handle, but the door remained closed. If somebody recently came down here and he wasn't found in this room, then it would be logical to assume that he is behind this door. I called out in a whisper, "Shurik!" No reply. Maybe he locked himself out. But why? It was unclear what I should do next. Perhaps it would be smarter to come back tomorrow with help, but for some reason I had a feeling that behind this door I would find answers that can't wait to be found. I walked across the room and took a crowbar from the corner. I wedged it under the bottom of the door and tried to rip it from its hinges. Oddly enough, after a while I did just that. Fortunately, it wasn't as massive as the previous door. The door gave out and slammed onto the floor. I took a deep breath and pointed the flashlight down the passage. A corridor vanished in the darkness, the same as the one on which brought me here. The walls were closing in. My head almost touched the ceiling, but I could not make out the end of the corridor. I walked carefully, looking at the ground. This was the reason that I did not fall into the pit. The hole was about 1.5 meters in diameter, and there was earth at the bottom of it instead of concrete. It seems that the hole was caused by an explosion. It wasn't too deep. I could easily climb out later. After I jumped into the hole, I found myself in something that resembled an old mine. The walls and the ceiling were reinforced with wooden beams. The tunnel was so long that my flashlight was insufficient. A few minutes later, I found myself at the crossroads. It's too dangerous to go any further. I could get lost. I decided that it would be a good idea to somehow mark the place from which I began my journey into the labyrinth, so I picked up the stone and made quite a big notch on the wall. So, around the next turn, the flashlight beam illuminated a big shadow. I was trembling with fear and couldn't move even one step further. I was woken from my stupor only by the thought that it could be Shurik. "Shurik!" No answer. Around the corner, the shadow disappeared. I saw a blurry human shape. Someone was sitting on a stone. Or maybe something. I stopped dead. "What are you doing here?" I heard a lovely voice. "Catching mice." I opened my mouth, but couldn't say anything. "Did you see any here?" "No, but I'm sure there are plenty of them." I shined the flashlight at her face. Either something was wrong with her head or with her biological species. Because of her ears and tail, she doesn't really look like a human. "And how many have you caught?" "Not a single one," she answered seriously. She didn't look hostile. Subconsciously, I felt that I shouldn't be afraid of her, but at the same time, I had absolutely no idea what to ask her, how to ask her, who she is, or what she's doing. But on the other hand, normally if you suddenly met someone in the deserted mine, you'd have a heart attack from shock. And the girl in front of me was definitely not a pioneer from the camp. "And you... who are you?" You are probably looking for him. For who? That boy. Well, yes, I answered after a small pause. But still, the girl interrupted me. He has been walking around here for a long time. I tried talking to him, but he didn't hear me. And where is he now? I don't know. Maybe he's still wandering somewhere. It seems she wasn't interested in this conversation at all. And how did you get here? The same way you did, from the surface. Without the flashlight? Why not? She gave me a perplexed look. I completely lost all comprehension. The flashlight flickered. Terrified, I started banging it with my fist. When the light lit back up, the girl wasn't there. I don't know who or what she is, but it seemed like she could help me find the answers. It's the strangest thing, but I wasn't scared of her. I just felt that this girl wouldn't do me any harm. But now, I must find Shurik. I have a feeling that this is not the last time I will meet this girl. I don't know why, but I'm sure about it. Around one last turn, a door appeared from the darkness. I opened it and went inside a small room. Nobody was here except Shurik, who sat in the corner. Shurik! He stared at me with eyes full of terror. Ah! Don't come near me! Shurik, it's me, Semyon! I won't give up so easily! He grabbed a piece of a reinforced bar from behind his back and started waving it around. Shurik, what's wrong with you? Calm down! First you bring me here, then you take me through this mine, and now you are pretending to be Semyon. He must have gone completely nuts. Shurik, calm down. Nobody's pretending to be me. I really am me. I tried to talk as calmly as I could, but I was almost feeling more nervous than him. Semyon? He squinted. Is that really you? Yes, and now tell me what happened. How did you get here? Shurik recovered his breath and started to talk. I needed some parts for the robot, and I heard that there's a bomb shelter in the old camp, and there could be some instruments there. So I got up in the morning and went. He stopped for a minute, trying to deal with the trembling of his hands. I found suitable parts, but then I read primal fear in his eyes. The voices, they told me to go here. I went down the mine, then they were telling me to go to the right, then left and right, then left and right and left. He started to laugh hysterically. But now they won't get me. I'll stay sitting here. They won't find me here. He once again started to wave his pipe in the air. Shurik, there is no one there. I wasted quite a long time walking in the mines like you, but didn't hear any voices. He fixed his eyes on me. Then you are with them. Shurik rushed towards me. I was just barely able to dodge him. But the flashlight wasn't as lucky, and took the full force of Shurik's blow. We found ourselves in complete darkness. Now it was my turn to lose my mind. What have you done, you idiot? I lashed out with my hand in the direction where I expected Shurik to be, but to no avail. Now we will both die here. I got nothing but silence in return, and then a quiet, hysterical laugh. It's all right. That's fine. I know where the exit is. Follow me. Follow you where? I can't see a damn thing. Follow my voice. I had no other choice. Here! Shurik's voice was heard from somewhere further on. How do you know where to go? I walked all over here. Then why didn't you leave? The voices. Quiet! They can hear us. In theory, I could believe that there are some supernatural forces here. In the Sovietnok camp, they'd just be a daily occurrence. But here was no reason to panic yet. though my hands were shaking non-stop. "Here!" I slowly followed his voice and eventually lost track of time. We could have been roaming for a few minutes or a few hours. Finally, a dim light appeared in the distance. "We are here!" We reached the wall. The way towards the freedom was blocked with a lattice on the ceiling. I pulled myself and recognized the square from the bits of landscape I could see. "Lift me up!" Shurik obediently followed my request. I started to hit the grating with my fist so hard that in just a few strikes my arms were all covered in blood. But in return, the grating gave way and pushed open. A minute later we were out on the surface behind the monument of Genda. When I saw this grating before, I had no idea that there could be catacombs below it. "They will come for you!" I fell to the ground, exhausted. "Who?" "They will come!" said Shurik again and ran away. I was so exhausted that I could not even be bothered thinking about some voices or recalling the forsaken camp, the bomb shelter, or the mine. Almost unconscious, I reached the camp leader's cabin. But I couldn't go to bed right away. "Well, look who's here! Olga Dmitrievna!" I started tiredly, attempting to cut the explanation to a minimum. "You said you were going for a walk, but instead... And I was going to go and call the police, and... Olga Dmitrievna, can it wait until tomorrow? I'm really tired." The camp leader eyed me all over. "Okay, fine." I was a bit surprised that she agreed so fast, but decided not to waste this opportunity and quickly turned the light off and darted under the covers. And then that girl from the mine appeared just before my eyes. I saw her so clear it was as if she was really in front of my bed. No, I am just seeing things. But still, why didn't I get scared back then? I just went and spoke to her normally, just like that. All the answers are here. That cat-eared girl knows something for sure. Maybe I was too exhausted because of the old camp, mine and labyrinth, and my nerves were stretched to breaking. I should have asked her about something, but I still have time. It's interesting how seemingly simple events can affect a person. For example, there are such widespread occurrences of OCD, obsessive-compulsive disorder, among children, where when you walk on the road you have to step on the tiles precisely, avoiding the cracks. It seems like nothing special, but if one doesn't get rid of it in time, just forgetting or forcing oneself to step over the tiles, it could become a really big problem in the future. For instance, one will only stare down and will get hit by a car. I never had anything like OCD, but minor events in my life often led to major troubles. Really, what's wrong with meeting a strange girl with cat's ears in a pioneer camp on the edge of time and space, or possibly even between the worlds? Doesn't seem like a big deal. Although, perhaps I just got used to thinking that nothing really existed for me before this week. There was only this camp and this life. That's why something like a cat girl was just a par for this course in this wonderland. She's just another character in this play, neither better nor worse than any other. But somewhere deep in my soul I knew that wasn't so. All the camp inhabitants seemed normal, sometimes even too normal, with absolutely nothing remarkable about them. Jeez. You could even say that my life here was simply boring. And now? My head was about to burst with thought, so I opened my eyes and jumped out of bed. The camp leader's cabin was the same as usual. Outside the window, a bird monotonously chirped, trying to burst the capillarities in my eyes with her singing. The clock showed 11 a.m. Why didn't Olga Dmitrievna wake me up? Though, who cares? I slept enough at least. However, I didn't feel like I'd fully recovered. The whole world was seemingly laughing at me. The bright sun outside, the lightly blowing breeze gently whispering to the crowns of the trees, and this nasty bird that had brought some fellows with her, obviously trying to ruin my mental stability. The water from the washstands was ice cold as usual. While washing my face, I realized that I forgot my toothbrush, tooth powder, and towel in the cabin. Strange I didn't forget my head. I couldn't imagine a worse start to the day. At that moment I thought it was the worst day of all that I have spent in this camp. Although there weren't a lot of choices. A little more than 100 hours, not enough time to get the full image of new home. Home. This word stuck in my mind painfully. Do I have to stay here forever? But why? How? What for? I helplessly sat on the grass and buried my face in hands. Suddenly I remembered that girl. I wonder how many more fantastic characters I will meet here. A wonderful day, isn't it? I couldn't have been bothered to raise my head. Yeah, couldn't be any better, I answered, keeping the same pose. Why so sarcastic? Sarcastic? I was surprised and looked up, but there was nobody nearby. Is it my imagination? No, I heard that for sure. Maybe I'm losing my mind. That underground mine, Shurik, voices, the cat girl, more voices. Is there anything here I can be sure about? I punched the washstand painfully hard and immediately jumped up, holding my hand and cursing. Damn it! Suddenly, somebody walked out from the bushes in front of me. Or something. Hi! It was the girl from yesterday. Hi. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to expect from her. She's probably a hell beast and came here to end my life. That is, of course, only if it hadn't ended already. The cat girl stared at me. It hurts? She looked at my hand. Yes, I answered timidly. Then why? Why what? Why did you punch it? 'Cause I was angry. I was completely unsure how should I talk to her. Perhaps one wrong word, phrase or gesture could be fatal for me. Angry at who? But the girl wasn't showing any signs of aggression. It seemed that she was just wondering what is happening. At myself. I see. She smiled faintly. Listen, I don't know how should I put it, but I must ask. I kept silent for a moment, gathering myself. Who are you? The girl looked at me blankly. I am me, of course, she said confidently. No doubt about that, but how should I say it? You just don't meet a human with cat ears and tail every day, you know. The cat girl carefully examined the aforementioned parts of the body and asked, Why? I was totally confused. If in the first few minutes I thought it was necessary to be afraid, to be very careful, now she seems more like a good spirit being than a hostile monster. Because in my world, I was absolutely convinced that I shouldn't hide anything from her. In my world, this only happens in fairy tales. What is a fairy tale? Well, it's a story which cannot happen in reality. So I don't really exist? The girl laughed. I'm not even sure that I exist. But I can touch you, so you exist. Just thinking about the fact that she will touch me, I felt uncomfortable. Well, let's say I exist, yes. I stepped back. Goody goody. The girl smiled and waved her tail. There was an awkward silence. All the time I spent in this camp, I lived as if in a dream. Sometimes when you sleep, you realize that everything that happens in your brain is just a figment of your imagination, and you need just to wish. I thought so for the last 5 days. This thought constantly existed somewhere deep in my soul. However, it seems that everything is happening in reality. At least, I couldn't just wake up. I just want to understand. What? The girl was still smiling. How I got here, and how to get out of here. Suddenly, I heard voices by the roadside, so I turned around. Slavia and Zhenya were slowly approaching the washstands. And you... But the girl had disappeared. Did you see? Did you see it? Like I just needed someone to confirm the existence of this creature. Then I can convince myself that I'm not going crazy. What an irony, to go mad while in the land of Oz. Though, just arriving here is already a ticket to the loony bin. And even if I wake up right now, I still wouldn't be sure that it was all a dream. See what? The girls looked at me blankly. Anyone beside me? I could hardly speak. So, an illusion, huh? So I'm actually... You should get your head examined, seriously! Zhenya snorted and passed by. Slavia smiled apologetically and hurried after her. So it's all that simple. I wanted just one thing now, for someone in this nightmare to believe that I'm still sane. This whole camp and its pioneers did not seem as real as yesterday. In the end, less than a week ago, I lived a completely normal life of an ordinary man of his time, and now, maybe everything that happened made me think that all is going the way it should. That it's normal. Just to be, to exist here. And now the last leftovers of my common sense desperately clung to this cat-like girl with the ears, trying to prove to the locals that I'm not crazy. See? You don't exist, you. It's me in your tail, not you in mine. My head was about to explode. If not for the signal for dinner, perhaps I would have run to the library searching for medical books with lobotomy instructions. The canteen was crowded as usual. Some things never change. For the first time, I looked at all the local pioneers from a slightly different angle. Indeed, why is everything so correct? As if someone created this pioneer camp by carefully compiling material from the internet without bothering to visit such a place himself. It was just like an old Soviet movie, the strict camp leader, the exemplary pioneers, even Uliana, and even Alisa, all within the normal range. So where does that strange girl come from? She seemed like a smear of paint that just happened to be on a picture due to shaky hands of a sloppy restorer. Electronic suddenly sat beside me. Hey there! He smirked. Hey, what are you thinking about? Just... There was absolutely nothing wrong with speaking openly to anyone. Not anymore. Did you happen to see someone strange here? Strange? Well, not quite human. I don't really understand. Electronic laughed. A girl with cat's ears and a tail. I said shortly. A girl with cat ears and a tail? He began to think. How do you know about her? Well, let's assume I saw her. This conversation was starting to get interesting. Let's assume, or you actually did. Is it really so important? Electronic stared at me seriously. There is a legend here about a cat girl. She steals food, small bits and pieces of stuff and avoids people. Really? A legend? So what does this girl look like? I never saw her myself. They say that she has a tail and ears, as you described. What else? Well, this legend is old and I don't know much about it. Who do you think knows more? Ask Olga Dmitrievna. She's been in this camp many times, even before she became a camp leader. All right, thanks. I stood up and went to find the camp leader. I bet she decided to take a nap after lunch. Perhaps Olga Dmitrievna was the only element that was somewhat out of place in the picture of an ideal camp. She certainly was not a role model camp leader. I opened the door and confidently entered the cabin. And indeed, she was lying on the bed and reading a book, as expected. Semyon, slacking again? Actually, yes, but anyway, I wanted to ask you something. She stared at me and I hesitated a little. Maybe I shouldn't be so straightforward about everything. It was like my internal firewall had triggered, and I just could not tell the camp leader that I had seen the cat girl today. Maybe I got quite used to hinting at something, avoiding straight questions, lying and keeping words back. In just 4 days. Although, I guess I'd been doing that my whole life. Olga Dmitrievna, I was at the dinner. Spoke with Electronic. And he told me a legend about a cat girl that supposedly lives here. He also said that you would know more. Why do you need to know that? The camp leader gave me a piercing look and stood up. Just curious. I like stuff like this. I tried to smile, but it didn't seem to make things any better. We have a completely normal camp. Sure you do. Completely normal. Don't even want to imagine what you'd call unusual. I suppose something with zombies and maniacs. A nightmare on Sovianok Street. Yes, I understand, but Electronic said that you'd visited this place before. Yes, the camp leader was thinking about something. However, there is indeed a legend that somewhere in the surrounding woods a strange cat girl lives, sometimes stealing food and small items from cabins. She's afraid of people, and if someone accidentally sees her, she runs away. That was quite different from what I saw this morning. That girl was more like watching me, studying, trying to understand, but not afraid at all. And you... Have I seen her? Olga Dmitrievna interrupted me. No, I haven't, but I was quite close to doing so several times. Bottles, milk, tooth powder, and plenty of other things disappeared from my cabin sometimes. Mysteriously disappeared without a trace. I'd completely forgotten about the fact that all the pioneers here do not actually exist, and just listened attentively to the camp leader. I was curious where this stuff disappeared to before, but in the end, there is no evidence of her existence. She smiled, as if implying that this conversation is over. And if there was? Why are you so interested in this? Who wouldn't be interested in stuff like this? Though I still had many things to rack my brains for. I don't know. The camp leader thought about something for a second and then returned to her usual mother of all camps state. Well, seems like you've decided to become completely laid back. Do something already. She pauses and stretched herself in such a way that wrinkles that shouldn't even be there at her age came out. Go on, get down to business. I just sighed and went out. All in all, no one from among the pioneers had ever seen a cat-eared girl. They'd only heard legends. Well, I should probably find her. I'd already recovered from this morning's shock events, and existential thoughts have by now stopped pressuring my brain, so it was possible for me to take a reasonable position, more or less. It was necessary because I still had a lot of questions. How did I get here? For what reason? Why? And where is this here? And the cat girl is the catalyst for it all. But I didn't want to start theorizing about parallel worlds, aliens, experiments, and the afterlife again. I was fed up with this after just my first few hours in this camp. Perhaps I just need to put aside the theories and look at the physical reality. Even if I assume that this world exists regardless of my will and I have to live here, my arrival here is inexplicable. It's more worthwhile to concentrate on studying this world and on analyzing possible events which may happen to me here. I'll do that until the opposite is proven. Until then, let's assume that I'm stuck here. For the long haul, if not forever. The deck chair melodiously squeaked with my every movement. Lilac branches tried to strike me in the face, and the wild morning birds were silent for a long time, apparently tired of the summer heat. The treetops seemed like sharp peaks of the high walls of medieval castle, lost in the boundless woods. And these cabins, square, Genda's monument, the clubhouse building are just a little village of peasants huddling near the millennial walls of a grim fortress hidden in a grove. And all of us here, either people like me or cat girls, are just servants of an evil genius hiding somewhere out there. It would be much easier if the camp was on top of a hill, because 1,000 years ago the best place for a fortification was always somewhere up high. Probably that someone just had nothing to be afraid of, but in that case he would not hide so carefully behind the treetops. I sighed and closed my eyes. My consciousness slowly started to desert me, and soon the whole world faded into darkness. And again, before my eyes, like an endless carpet, the road surrounded by woods and fields goes ever on. The bus is going somewhere, leaving behind everything I knew, loved and hated. An unfamiliar girl is leaning over me and gently whispering something in my ear. I'm actually interested in what she's saying, but I can't hear her. I'm just watching everything from the side and can see everything except her face, and hear everything except her words, and feel everything except my own life. I woke up feeling like I was suffocating and began greedily sucking in air. My breath soon went back to normal, and an intolerable thirst came upon me. But what was that dream all about? And who was that girl? These questions again. Maybe I've already died and gone to hell. Can a human being feel that his life is now over and that he can just move on to the next stage of existence? My head was about to explode due to such cosmic thoughts. What did I do to deserve this? I'm just an ordinary guy, not a philosopher, not a theologist, not a scientist. And I don't want to understand the substance of things, the way of the universe. I'm not asking for any more than just to live my life peacefully and then doze off into an eternal sleep when everything is over. But no, I'm just trapped here. Tears of frustration welled in my eyes. And why is it always like this? I started to think that if I gave it any more thought, I would either understand the substance of all things or go insane for good. Ultimately, it all started with the bus. I got in, went to sleep, and there was a girl. Perhaps one of the local pioneers, maybe even that cat-eared one. Well, why not? I can't rule a single idea out. So I'm here now. My thoughts stopped. Tumbleweed rolled back and forth in my brain, bouncing around the organ which kept my ears from falling off. And that's all. Now I'm here, in hell, heaven, purgatory, or wherever. Looks like I'm going to spend the rest of eternity in this place. For some reason, I fixated on this exact theory. It's strange that I didn't care about the fact that a spiritual being doesn't have basic human senses: sight, hearing, touch. All in all, at first glance, there was nothing different about me from my condition a week ago. Well, except for being a couple of years younger. Then what's so bad about what happened? I might even consider this a second chance. After all, it's not that hard to get a job. I could rent a room in a hostel. I'm 17 now. I'm still healthy. My brain is in an excellent state. My energy is at its peak. I might try to achieve something. But what had prevented me from doing so before? Was I really that old back then? I jammed like an old rifle, and without outside help I wouldn't have escaped this cycle of self-reflection. Fortunately, Lena soon appeared by the camp leader's cabin. "Hi!" I raised my eyes reluctantly and stared through her for a few seconds. "Hello." Um, I... She stopped, looked away, and blushed. "Well, never mind. May I have a seat?" "Sure." Lena perched herself on the edge of a deck chair. "What are you thinking about?" "Trying to understand the laws of this world." "And how it's going?" she asked seriously. "Not too good. Perhaps they are beyond human comprehension." "Then maybe you shouldn't bother." "But what should I do? I just have to." "Why?" And really, why? Does it happen to be of some vital urgency? I didn't really bother thinking about things like that in the past and lived in relative peace. And what has changed so drastically now? I won't think about it now either, and will be living in somewhat different conditions, but what's wrong with that? If there is no choice. I don't know. It seems that nothing is up to me. It looked like Lena wanted to say something, but she didn't. "And you probably come to see Olga Dmitrievna." "Yes. I mean, no. But to be honest..." "What is it?" "Sometimes I feel that way too." "What do you mean?" "That nothing is up to me." I looked at her attentively. She was sitting with downcast eyes, nervously toying with a handful of field flowers. They were yellow like the fervent rays of the summer sun. "Well, you know, these flowers, for instance, they were growing just for the sake of it, and then I ripped them out of the ground, and that's all." She was literally about to start crying. It didn't really fit my picture of Lena. "Well, yeah. To be honest, I really don't know what to say." "Well, so are we. We are ripped out, and then..." She got up abruptly and rushed in the direction of the square without saying goodbye. Indeed, Lena, like all the other pioneers, seemed to be real. Not a figment of my imagination, not a doll, not an NPC. A few hours ago I was sure that I am the only one who exists here, and possibly that cat-eared girl. I wish I could find her. I'm in a state of something like spiritual deprivation. All my senses are working properly, but I still have a painful need to know why am I here. As if the need for identity, to find my place in this world, to determine its nature, laws and mechanisms had become vital, just like the need for food and rest. It is probably the worst punishment for a human, to have the desire to understand something, but not the ability. To wish to change something but not to have the opportunity, to strive for something but to be unable to achieve it. I never seriously thought before, why am I in the world? How much time will I spend here? What do I have to do, and what will come next? Now, after encountering this other world, I have nothing left but to think about this. I guess that if it's possible to escape from here, I will return to my quiet life where I don't have such troubles. But I won't return. It's so hard to face a task which cannot be completed. If I could choose my fate, I would never agree to this bus, this camp, these girls. I would stay there, in my apartment, in front of the monitor. You can't demand anything more from a person that he can do. It's better to spend the rest of your life working in the mine than trying to understand something that just won't fit into your head. After all, there is no other way. Of course, it is possible to make a valiant effort to try not to think, try to accept this reality, and to start a new life. But it's not part of human nature to neglect everything that happens around you. If I was accused of crime which I had not committed, of course I would try to resist, to prove my innocence. No one would agree to live in jail instead of at home, whatever their home is like. And now it's me who was thrown from the world I was used to into this jail. Though it is boundless, though there is no walls or bars on the windows, it's still a jail. I did not ask for this, and my only desire for now is to return back home. And the only key out there is hung just a bit higher than I can reach with a jump. And there is nothing helpful around. No chair, no stool, not even a small stone that could be put under my feet. And no one to help me. A few centimeters, just a few centimeters separating me from freedom, from realizing everything. Maybe it's impossible to return back home, but at least I'll be able to escape from this jail. That is exactly what I wanted for the last 5 days. Night slowly descended onto the camp. Dinner went by without me, and the camp leader stopped several times by the deck chair, trying to tell me something. But I was already in another world. The world of my cage with a key, bound by a Gordian knot to Adrian's threat. It was not long before the light in the cabin was turned off and crickets started their lamentable whining all around. Somewhere in the distance an owlet was hooting at speed of 37 hoots per minute. I was sitting and rhythmically knocking, trying to accompany him. Suddenly bushes rustled around me, and a squirrel with a nut in its teeth climbed on a tree. It must be hurrying to meet its family. The summer night's charm was as rich as always, but it didn't affect me in any way at all. The mechanisms of my brain and probably my soul were in need of serious maintenance, not just a slapdash repair of the bodywork and a new paint job. I decided to take a walk. Because thinking about it, I've been sitting in this deck chair for almost the whole day. I even took a small nap. Everyone in the camp was tired. The camp was sleeping. The walk between pioneers' cabins, the square with the statue of Genda, the forest path, all that was changing like pictures in kids' book. The whole world looked like a picture too. And that is not what I was thinking just yesterday. And the reason for that was a strange girl with animal ears, a cat girl, though she could just as likely be another animal. It was like there's a defense mechanism that activated just after I appeared here, which didn't let me look for answers or get a hold of the situation. There were always more important things, such as missing the lineup, getting a comfortable seat during lunch, or sneaking away from the camp leader. Anything other than thinking about why am I here and how I can get out. Anything. I sat on a stump and closed my eyes. A million images appeared in my brain at once, and among them was a road, a bus, and that girl. Yes, the girl with animal ears. It was her who was in the bus. I quickly opened my eyes and saw her in front of me. At first it looked like a dream or a hallucination, but the sudden gust of cold wind brought me back to reality. The strange girl was sitting and sprinkling sugar on a mushroom. "They grow better this way," she said with a serious face. "Who?" I uttered with difficulty. "The mushrooms. Who else?" "Mushrooms?" "Yes, mushrooms." "Why do you need those mushrooms?" "To eat, of course." "Why else would you need mushrooms?" The girl pouted. I just didn't know how to start a conversation with her because I was sure that the thing which looked like a strange girl with animal ears had brought me here, and making friends with a higher being wouldn't do much good. "Do you have more sugar?" she asked suddenly. "I don't know. No. Why do you need it?" "What do you mean, why?" "I told you. For the mushrooms. They grow better that way. Despite everything, the girl looked totally normal. Of course, you don't often see a human with animal ears and tail, and they actually looked real. But apart from that, I can bring some. I don't know why I said that. Maybe I just wanted to earn her trust. As long as mind reading wasn't one of her abilities. That's alright, no need. There is enough. Good. And? What? Why did you come? What does she mean? Come to this glade, or come to this camp, or into this life? My head was about to explode from existential thoughts. Just a little bit more, and everything around became crystal clear. No, the answers and the understanding didn't appear from thin air. The safety device just cut in. Caution, doors are closing, no more people will fit in the train. The next stop is... The train was gone and I stayed on the platform without my luggage, wearing a light jacket in the minus 20 degrees Celsius frost. I was just having a walk. The words echoed hollowly in my head. I felt like a Viking from the Middle Ages who stand alone against 100 enemies. No doubts, no regrets, only an iron will to die hard. I see, the girl answered without much interest and went back to her work. It was you, back there in the bus. Me, she replied lazily without tearing herself away from the mushrooms. Why did you bring me here? I didn't bring you. Then who? I don't know. But were you in the bus? I was. And? What? Yelling at her was dangerous, but I couldn't help it. What? Answer me! Did you ask something? It looks like this conversation doesn't bother her at all. Who are you? She looked at me in surprise. I am me. Okay. Where are you from? I don't know. I've always been here. What do you mean, always? You must have come from somewhere, no? I don't know. I doubted for a moment that this is an omnipotent being before me. Of course, this girl is a little extraordinary, to be precise, absolutely extraordinary, and she was with me in the bus then, but maybe she has nothing to do with my arrival here. Anything is possible. What do you know? I know how to make supplies for winter. She smiled with sweetness and ease. What supplies? Well, you know, for the winter. It could get cold. I've never seen the local winters though. How come you've never seen them if you've always been here? I don't know. She looked at me intently. Anyway, you're boring as hell. Me? Yes, you. How do I bore you? Your stupid questions. Stupid? Well, I was dragged out of my usual world, brought here, and now my questions are stupid? Yes, she calmly replied. So, what questions would you consider not stupid? Where one can get sugar, for example. In the canteen, where else? Plenty for you to steal. You are well known for doing that, I've heard. I do not steal. The animal-eared girl was outraged. I am borrowing it. It comes back anyway. Comes back or not, I don't care. I want to understand how and why am I here. I want to go back. I am not interested in that. The girl stood up and shook herself. But I am interested. If you are not the one to blame for everything, then you must know the answers. Someone should know them after all. She looked at me intently and laughed. You're funny. I completely lost my temper. Stop mocking me! You! I'm fed up with you! Why me exactly? How am I worse than anyone else? I never asked for anything as fun as all this. Leave me alone. I didn't bother anyone. I didn't hurt anyone. What did I ever do to you? Get lost. Let me live in peace. My whole body shivered. The blood pounded in my head like a cannon. Everything went dark before my eyes. Have you blown all of your steam? She asked quietly. I was about to smash her. At least I'll check if she's flesh and blood. All right, let's go. Where? You'll see. The girl gestured me to follow her and went into the depths of the forest. After some time, I started to suspect that we were walking in circles. Finally, I decided to check it out and put a candy wrapper in a noticeable spot. Indeed, we soon passed it again. Wait! I didn't dare to grab her hand, so I tried to stop her verbally. What? Where are you taking me? I said that you'll see. But we are walking in circles. So what? What do you mean, so what? You won't get anywhere by walking in circles. But you said it yourself, that you were just having a walk. The girl seemed strange, illogical, even arrogant, as if she takes pleasure in mocking me. I'm not moving an inch until you explain what is going on. Okay. She stopped and leaned back against the large tree. I was just bored. It's the same old stuff all the time. All the time. But recently, lots of new stuff happened and now... Now what? Now I can talk to you. She smiled. And you couldn't do it before? Well, I certainly could. Maybe. So what happened? I don't know. Then why do you think that something has happened in the first place? I've got a feeling. A feeling, eh? I gave a helpless sigh. Maybe she's just a lunatic that escaped the local asylum and not an omnipotent being. Come on, let's get serious. Okay, fine. The girl looked at me intently. Who are you and what's happening here? I don't know, she answered with the same expression on her face. And who knows? I don't know. All right, I'm going to sleep. I had no strength to talk about it, to listen to her nonsense, to walk in circles in the forest. Even if she knows the answers and she can return me to the usual world and all, not today. Just enough for today. If I stay here one more second, there won't be anyone left to return. Good night, the girl said nicely. That's all? What else do you want? You are going to sleep. She's right. Okay, do you at least have a name? Name? Yes, a name. I don't know. And who knows? I don't know. Okay, and what should I call you then? I don't know. But a person, every single thing in the world should have a name. There is no other way. She looked at me uncomprehendingly. Alright then, you will be Yulya. Yulya. I don't know why I chose that name. Maybe it was just the first thing that came to my mind. Fine, she smiled merrily. And now I have to go. The girl flickered her ears and disappeared into the forest. I slowly dragged my feet back to the camp. Now it looked like I was in some sort of tragicomedy. The higher beings cannot be idiots with the developmental level of kindergartner, can they? Though it's possible they don't perceive the world the same way we do. I was so exhausted. I couldn't fully comprehend everything that had happened to me recently. The answers could be right before me. I just need to stretch out my arm. It could be that saving stool which would help me to reach the key. And how could I be so calm in such situation? Maybe I'm just tired. Dead tired. Olga Dmitrievna waited for me on the doorstep of her cabin. At last! And where were you wandering in the dead of night? I looked hard at the camp leader. I wonder, is she real? I don't have a single doubt about that girl, Yulia. She may not be human, but she exists. And what about Olga Dmitrievna, the other pioneers? You know, I saw that cat girl. Sure, of course, she chuckled. Well, you don't have to believe me if you don't want to. I don't want to, and I don't believe you. It's your choice, I said in a tired voice and pushed my way into the cabin. Semyon, tomorrow. I didn't hear the rest of her words. There was only one thing to understand, whether anything is up to me or not. Should I keep desperately reaching for that key, or is the cat girl the answer I've been looking for? Maybe the only thing left to do is to understand. No one ever said that the clue will be written straightforwardly in your own language. Though maybe I always knew those answers and I just had to comprehend their meaning. What if everything is not real and I'm just dreaming? What if I just imagine everything about finding the answers, about understanding them? Maybe there is no cage, no jail, and the key has already been hung up from the burned out lamp in my room, which has turned into a pioneer camp, inhabited by unreal but very alive people who seem so understandable and so precious. Well, no. I am not a wizard, not an oracle, not a god. Voltaire once said, "Illusion is the first of all pleasures." Maybe my most successful skill was my illusions. Lines of thoughts connected one by one, ready to keep it going until morning, but the safety device worked again and unplugged the whole system, instead of reformatting my brain like last time. I was woken up by a hellish noise in my head. It turned out to be the alarm clock. Having found its button with difficulty, I turned it off. Olga Dmitrievna, it's 7 o'clock in the morning. Why so early? I sat in the direction of the other bed, opening my eyes. But there was no one there. The camp leader must have gone somewhere already. I rose with difficulty and looked myself over in the mirror. A common pioneer, nothing more. If someone showed me photos of the local residents with me among them, I'd never recognize myself. The sun shined brightly outside. Nature seemed to laugh at me. I slowly walked to the washstands. I met only a few pioneers on my way, who were obviously in a hurry. Strange. Where are they going at such an early hour? The cold water refreshed me a bit, and all the memories of the last few days poured into my head. Well, I should find Yulya and try to be very polite and proper this time. After all, if you can't even understand a fellow human being when judging him by your own worldview and ideas, then how can you talk to something completely alien? Why should aliens or cat girls follow the same moral laws and draw the same logical conclusions as I do? They may perceive the universe in a completely different way, and humans are just ants to them. We don't think anything of killing a troublesome mosquito, so why would they pay any attention to me and my small problems? Though it could all be totally the other way around, and Yulia may not be guilty in this. There was a rustle in the nearby bushes, and I saw a familiar pair of ears. "I see you." Yulia reluctantly left her hiding place. "Come on," she snorted, pouting. "Are you watching me?" "Yes. Is that not allowed?" "Well, it's probably allowed. I wanted to talk to you anyway." "Really? Me too." "What about?" I wondered. "Something strange is happening here." "Strange? What?" "I don't know. It's just everyone's behaving differently than usual. Something has happened. First you, then all the others." "What are you talking about? I don't understand." "I don't know. I just feel it, and when I feel something, it always happens." Yulia looked downcast and even a little afraid. At this time, she totally doesn't look like any kind of higher being. Okay, let's investigate it together. No, no one should see me. Come here in an hour. Until then... The sound of heavy steps sounded from the road. Someone running. I turned around and saw Slavia approaching. Yulya disappeared into the forest as expected. Hi, I smiled. Yeah, hi. She looked really nervous, with her cheeks blushing, eyes sparkling, and braids all messy. Semyon, it's... Come with me. You'll see for yourself. What happened? Slavia's face wore such a pleading expression that I decided not to argue. She grasped my hand and dragged me to the square. The entire camp was probably there. As we turned the last corner, I looked past the crowd of pioneers who were staring in the direction of Genda, and there was... In a distance, where before there were fields and forests, a city slowly started to appear. At first it was faded, like it was made of smoke, but then it became more solid, as if emerging from a fog. Sky City, I thought at once. But, strange or not, there was nothing special about it, just a normal city. Plenty of those in the territory of our vast country. You could call it too normal, almost boring. A city you would never pay attention to when passing by it in a car or flying over it in a plane. But to see such a thing here and now, in the camp, lost in the vast fields and forests of another dimension, where the only life consists of the local pioneers, squirrels and mosquitoes. Even a cat girl is not that strange compared to this. Slavia kept squeezing my hand tightly. Pioneers whispered around us, as if afraid to speak in a loud voice, afraid that that illusion would disappear, or even the opposite, it would become more real, crushing the little camp Sovianok beneath it. But the city stayed in place, like a white cliff rising above a valley. There was nothing special about it, neither gigantic skyscrapers, nor significant architectural constructs, only houses of different colors and different numbers of floors, industrial buildings, and a hospital or something like that. You couldn't make out people or cars from the distance, but I was sure that the city is teeming with its own life, independent from our camp. I wonder if someone there got up on the roof and looking at us through binoculars, trying to make out the pioneers crowd in the square. Indeed, it seemed like something flashed in one of the tallest buildings in the distance. But wait a minute. Binoculars! According to my estimations, there were about 2 or 3 kilometers to the city, so if I want to understand something right now, then I need binoculars or a spyglass. I ran to Olga Dmitrievna. Do you see that too? Yes, of course, she replied as if strained. I need binoculars or a spyglass. The camp leader stopped watching the faraway city for a moment and looked at me uncomprehendingly. Binoculars, yes, go to the cybernetics club. There should be some. I darted off and rushed in the direction of club's building. Electronic and Shurik were tinkering in something as usual and looked like they knew nothing about the weird stuff happening in the camp. Binoculars! Quick! I shouted, trying not to lose my breath. What is it? Haven't you seen it? Ah, damn. You are sitting here with your robots like owls. Do you have binoculars or a spyglass? I pronounced each word slowly like a caveman who had just learned how to speak. Can you calmly explain what this is all about? No time to explain. Give me the binoculars and hurry to the square. The young cybernetics didn't keep arguing with me, and in a minute we were standing with the rest of the pioneers as I used the binoculars to carefully examine the city, which appeared from God knows where. At first glance, there was nothing special about it, and it gave me an impression of being from my time, the beginning of the 21st century. Odd boards, satellite dishes, pompous shop signs, modern cars. Give those to me! The camp leader snatched the binoculars from my hands. So, is that your world? I turned around and saw Yulya standing next to me. You said no one should see you. Yes, but... She was lost in thought. No one sees me right now. The pioneers didn't pay any attention to the strange girl with cat ears, too occupied by watching the far-off city. Do you know what it is and why? No, she answered after a short pause. There was nothing like that before. Nothing at all. And what was there? Well, you came, then left, then came again. And what did you do all that time? I told you before, I was preparing supplies for the winter. I totally couldn't understand. Does Yulya really not consider this situation even a little bit strange, or is she just good at role-playing? However, who could need to put on such a show for my benefit alone? I am nothing but a guinea pig in a cage. I don't believe you. You should know something. Semyon! I turned to the camp leader. I have no idea what all that is about, but it looks very strange. We should call the police. Olga Dmitrievna reacted in the usual way, like a normal person would in such a situation. I turned back to Yulya to triumphantly inform her about it, but the cat girl had already disappeared. What can it be? The camp leader said quietly, not addressing anyone. I didn't know if I should tell her about myself, about the future, about traveling to the past. How do I know that that city really is from my time? Could it be just another illusion and the behavior of pioneers is just a part of it? And what if it isn't? This... I didn't manage to say any more. Cool! Cool! Uliana shouted, appearing from nowhere. Let's go and check it out! Oh, yeah, they must be expecting us. Wait a moment, we should think it over first. Lena came up to us but didn't say anything. What do you think, Semyon? Slavia asked and stared at me, as if expecting an immediate answer. And actually, why should what I think about it matter? What is the difference between me and them which makes me all-knowing? What does it matter that I'm new to this world? The things that are happening here are as obscure to me as for any other local. I have no idea. Indeed, let's go and see for ourselves. It doesn't seem to be too far. But it's dangerous. Isn't sitting here dangerous too? Lena said shyly. All the pioneers and the camp leader looked at her uncomprehendingly. Well, I mean, if that city has appeared so suddenly, then something else could happen too, and we... She seems to be getting completely confused, and so she stopped talking. Well, she's right, Alisa said in a lazy voice. I certainly don't understand what this is all about, but I'm not going to just sit and wait till something else happens. So, if no one else is going to... And me! Uliana interrupted her. Well, what then? What if it is just an illusion? Then we don't lose anything. I was a bit surprised by the locals' urge to find out the nature of this phenomenon, because before they had avoided any conversation related to my appearance in this world. Maybe it's a riddle inside a riddle. Like two enclosed spheres, we are within the shell of the outer one, where everything is clear for them but alien to me, and that city is just the intersection of the two spheres. However, if it's true, then I should be located on the boundary, not knowing anything about one or the other. Olga Dmitrievna was doubtful. Everyone else waited for her approval or strict prohibition. Nothing surprising about that. If the life of the camp organized a Swiss watch, she was a tyrant and a despot, but when the boundaries of Sovianok expanded and a mysterious opponent appeared from beyond them, she couldn't keep the reins of power in her hands, started to panic, to feel restless on the throne which was losing its appeal. This may be the right time to start acting with confidence. I think we should go and check it out. How long should I sit here trying to look for some answers? Where do I even find them? In the canteen? In the camp leader's cabin? Near the Ganda statue? I have nothing to do here, especially when such an opportunity comes across. But Olga Dmitrievna shyly objected. What if we are already dead or something? I had to motivate the others in some way, but I hadn't decided to tell them about myself. How's that? That? An expression of terror filled Lena's face. I'm not talking literally, but anything could happen. We can't tell for sure what is going on here, so any theory has to be considered. Lena started crying and Slavia tried to comfort her. It's even more fun that way! And here is Uliana, from whom even that itself may not be a good reason to act calmly. We should go in any case, Alisa said cheerfully. I turned around and looked at Shurik and Electronic. Well, we'd better stay here to measure it, make calculations. I see. I didn't actually expect any help from those two. Then you should get ready. Prepare everything you may need. Olga Dmitrievna started to busy around. Flashlights, warm clothes, walkie-talkie. Do you have walkie-talkie in the club? She addressed the cybernetics. They nodded in the affirmative. In half an hour, the investigation team gathered at the square. Me, Alisa, Lena, Slavia, Uliana. I was given quite a heavy backpack, packed with warm clothes, flashlights, some other necessities, and in my hand I held a short-wave walkie-talkie. I could certainly manage to walk those 2 or 3 kilometers wearing it on my shoulders, but why not distribute items among everyone? Well, you know... I dropped the backpack on the ground and looked at the camp leader. I am the only man here and you immobilize me. Everyone should carry their own share. The girls hesitated. The first one to come to the backpack was Uliana. She took a flashlight and a warm jacket, grousing. The rest of them followed her example. I didn't expect such boldness from myself, and expect even less for them to agree without question. Even the local pioneers may try to behave logically in critical situations. After a couple of minutes, we were at the camp's gates. I hope you understand that I can't go with you. I have to look after the others and... It's alright, you don't need to explain. I didn't count on Olga Dmitrievna's help, especially as there was some truth in her words. Good luck! And don't forget that you have the radio! The summer sun scorched us mercilessly. The warm sweater in the bag seemed a kind of a mockery. I would give it and all the flashlights and even the walkie-talkie away in exchange for the camp leader's Panama hat and bottle of water. And why didn't anyone think of bringing a water flask? Oh, there were less and less clothes on Alisa with every passing minute. Let's have a rest. I slowed down, shaded my eyes with my palm, and looked at the direction of the city, which was to the right of us. It didn't seem to be an inch closer. Why not head straight to it? Uliana sounded annoyed. How's that? Straight through the forest and fields? I don't mind. Even that would be better than making detours. It would be quicker to go by road. Look, it makes a turn there. Slavia tried to reason with her. Do as you wish. Alisa flopped down on the grass by the roadside. I'll take a break. We settled in the shade of a small bush near the power line. I took out the binoculars and looked at the city. The multi-storied buildings still shine in the distance. Why aren't we getting closer? Or is it the heat which is creating an optical illusion? A nearby bush rustled lightly. I turned around and saw a pair of cat ears sticking out of it. Wait, I'll be back in a moment. Having walked around the bushes, I gestured to Yulya to follow me, and only after making sure we had enough distance from others that they wouldn't see us, did I speak. So, are you watching us? Well, of course. I am interested too. Ah, I see. And you surely don't know what awaits us there, do you? Surely don't, she smiled. And you have no idea why don't we get any closer to the city? Actually, I do, Yulya replied calmly. Why then? Because you can't leave this place. I sighed heavily as usual and leaned against the long tree. Maybe it's the right time to tell me everything? She got lost in thought. It was different before. You came and then you left and then you came again. And even if you went out so far, it was all the same. And that city, it's your world. Why do you always refer to it as my world? Because it is not of this place. Yulya was exasperated. And what is this place? Can you be any clearer? I certainly wasn't mad at her. It seemed to me that the cat girl wasn't hiding anything important, but she just did not understand the questions or did not know the answers. I don't know. All right, let's do it step by step. How long have you been here? Always. Always is too complex a definition for a human. Though you are probably not human. I was lost in thought. And what am I doing here? You were always here too. How is that possible? Did I duplicate myself? Because I don't remember anything like that. Well, it is you, and it's like it's not you. There are many of you. And you are the only one. I am the only one. Yulya smiled amiably and waved her tail. One for all my parallel selves. Something like that. So, are you like omnipotent? I didn't manage to find a better word for it. I don't know. Do you have any supernatural abilities? Can you fly, throw fireballs, or teleport? I can make supplies for the winter, she answered in a serious tone. Let's consider that a no. And what is the purpose of all this? I don't know. If I was rather calm at first, then after all these I don't knows, I started to lose my temper. You know. Semyon! I heard Slavia shouting. I turned around, and when I looked back at the place where Yulya was standing, she had already disappeared. There you go again. I gnashed my teeth and went back to the girls. We had been walking for several hours, but the city still was in the same place. It wasn't getting even a meter closer or further away from us. I told you we should go straight to it! Shut up! I don't understand. Could it really be an illusion? Lena, who hadn't uttered a word before, said. No, even an illusion in a desert disappears if you get close enough to it. Probably. So what now? Alisa said, outraged. I am sick and tired of this. Let's go back. Go if you want. Nobody's stopping you. Slavia snarled at her. Everyone looked at her in surprise. It was really strange to hear such things from the role model pioneer. Why are you always so unsatisfied with everything? You don't like it. Get your ass back. Like I asked you, Alisa said uncertainly. Well, she's right. Lena cut into the conversation. I'm fed up with your whining. Uliana got scared and hid behind me. Oh, you are just here to look better at someone else's expense. Sure, it's easier to stand out with me in the background. Oh, trust me, you won't be able to stand after what I'll do to you now. Lena rushed at Alisa, but Slavia stood between them. Hell no! Let me go first! Stop it! Uliana yelled in tears. I had no idea what to do in such a situation, but I couldn't let them fight. However, I didn't have to interfere. Yulya jumped out from nowhere, got between the girls and hissed in rage. It shouldn't be like this! This is not right! You must not act like that! It is not your purpose! The girls jumped back. Alisa squealed, Slavia adopted some kind of fighting position, and Lena was holding a knife, which she pulled from God knows where. "Who are you? Who is it? What is it?" I couldn't tell if she was addressing Yulya or me. "Wait!" I stood between them and the cat girl. "I can explain everything." It's like I'm making excuses. To who? And for what? She should explain everything. The girls relaxed a bit. "Well, have you all heard the legend of the cat girl? So, this is..." Yulya kept on hissing, but more quietly. "She knows," Slavia said coldly. "She knows what this city is. She knows everything." "She knows nothing." "I know nothing," Yulya confirmed. "Did you ask her properly?" Alisa stood up and cracked her knuckles. "What the hell are you doing? Stop at once! First the bus, the camp, then you, then her. Now that the damn city..." I started yelling, gritting my teeth, sparks probably flying from my eyes. "Enough is enough! I've had it with the damn uncertainty. Either you explain what is happening here, or I won't move an inch from here. Kill me if you want, I don't care." "Do you think I can put up with anything? That I would pretend that there is nothing happening and I understand nothing, regardless what you do? I don't care. Everything has a limit." I finished my speech more calmly, having lost my breath from yelling. The blood hammered in my temples. The world became darker for one moment, then the next it painted itself with unimaginable colors. The girls looked at me with surprise and even with fear. Yulya stopped hissing and again looked indifferent from everything around her. "All right," I declared and started to walk along the road in the direction of the city, which moved a step further away for every step I took. No one followed me. The sun started setting beyond the horizon, and the city, still visible in the east, was little by little being absorbed by mist. I couldn't tell where it is really located, because the fields ahead were disrupted by forests, but its buildings still rose above them as the central element of the diorama. The city stood mute, as if hovering over the world, looking down with silent reproach at my trivial attempts to reach it. According to my calculations, I'd walk much more than 2 or 3 kilometers, which was the theoretical distance to the city. I stopped to rest in the shade a couple of times, and the evening coolness became my savior. However, there could be no city at all, and I'm just running like a hamster in a wheel, feeling the exhaustion of the distance I covered, but with my destination somewhere outside the cage. I remembered yesterday's thoughts about the key hanging right under the ceiling. It would certainly be useful to me now. Maybe there are no answers at all. I am too tired even to think about it. Plus that enraged outburst with the girls. Ah, screw it! I sat down on the side of the road, raising a little dust storm from the ground, which covered me and made me cough. Tears filled my eyes. When I opened them again, Yulya stood before me. "There seem to be advantages to being a cat. You move much faster than humans." "Where are you going?" she asked, paying no attention to my words. "I'm going right there." I waved a hand in the direction of the city. "But why?" "Where are the others?" "They went back to the camp." "I see. So why are you going there?" "Because..." I got lost in thought. "What else is there to do? What will happen if I just sit here?" "Nothing." "That's what I mean." Yulya looked at me intently and sat beside me. "I would like to help," she suddenly said in a quiet voice. "Then help." "I don't know how." "Tell me about that city, about this world. Why am I here? How do I get back?" "I don't know. Well, I mean, it always was like that. You come to the camp in a bus, spend a week here, and then, regardless of the outcome, everything repeats. And there are many of you. They are all different. What do you mean different? Not like you. You are the only one like this. That's why I can talk to you and the others just don't understand. What don't they understand? They disappear sometimes. Yulya kept talking, ignoring my question. That's the way things should be. I have no idea why, but they should. They do not return here after 7 days, but then new ones came who are just like the previous ones. Everyone is the same in the beginning, almost the same. The differences come after some time, especially when they have understood that everything should repeat itself again and again. Does that mean that I am destined to walk in circles too? I don't know. This time is different. Why does it all happen? Who are those others? She looked at me uncomprehendingly. But they are you. What do you mean, me? You and those others. She groused, trying to find the right words. You all are the same. So are they clones of me or something? What are clones? Copies. Like 2 identical mushrooms you prepare for the winter. There are no 2 identical mushrooms, Yulya said seriously. Imagine that they are. Identical mushrooms. Maybe. I don't know. God, this is a nightmare. I put my head on the knees and closed my eyes. We sat in silence for several minutes. I really wanted to understand what was on Yulya's mind. After all, even if she really knows nothing, then she should at least have some thoughts about the things that are happening. Okay, what should I do? I asked in a serious tone. She looked at me uncomprehendingly again. What would you advise me to do? I don't know. What would you do in my place? Me? In your place? But that wouldn't ever happen. Yulya laughed loudly. You are you and I am me. Just imagine it. You have your mind, then you should have an imagination. Well, I wouldn't change anything. Why not? Because it is the way of things. It's better and less troubling this way. So it is less troubling to sit in this camp and wait for the endless repetitions. Yes. I couldn't agree with that. Just couldn't. As long as it's in my power to change something, or even just to try to, I have to act. I rose up from the ground and marched forward towards the distant city, visible in the crimson rays of the faraway sunset. The road took a sudden turn at last. The buildings, which were just rising above the trees before, disappeared from my sight, and the country landscape in front of me was replaced by industrial suburbs. It was dark already. Scattered bright stars filled the sky, still visible from where I stood but disappearing above the city, which was full of distant lights from windows and street lamps. A silent, dark night reigned behind me, interrupted only by the warbling of a sleepy night bird, the rustle of grass, and the monotonous buzzing of insects. While in front of me there was a human anthill which couldn't stop talking even for a minute, happily winking with thousands of lights and shouting with millions of voices. The road I walked seemed stranger. It was empty, as if deserted, used by neither cars nor people. Like a narrow path leading away from this world into another one. Yulya walked in silence beside me all this time. Why are you here? I asked quietly. I have to be with you. Why? It's strange. The city always was on the right side and now it's in front of us. She ignored my question. Not much stranger than everything else. I've walked about 10 or 20 kilometers and it's still so far away. Far away? We may never reach it. I stopped and tried to imagine what awaits me there. Is that city similar to my home one? What is its architecture like? Who lives there? And why did I come to conclusion that there are any people there? That it isn't just an illusion, one of the lame tricks of this sick world. Even Yulya said that she's seen all this for the first time. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie I still had with me made a nasty sound, and the agitated voice of Olga Dmitrievna said, "Semyon, do you copy? Semyon!" After a moment, I pushed the button and answered. "Yes." "Semyon, so much is happening. Come back at once." "What? What is it? What happened?" I asked without much interest. The camp leader, the pioneers, the whole camp was left far behind, not just a dozen kilometers, but much further. Everything that happened in the last few days lost any meaning, like a nightmare you start to forget. Now, when there was a real world in front of me, I had no other choice but to believe that when I reach that city, everything will end. "Semyon, hurry! There is no time to explain! It's a disaster!" The static grew stronger, drowning out the camp leader's voice. "Will you go?" Yulya asked, agitated. "Where? Back there? No, why would I?" "But you want me to go back?" "I don't know. What do you want?" Really, what do I want? To get to that city? What I've been doing the whole day? Or something more global? To escape from this world? And what if something bad actually happened back there? That thought sent a flash of pain in my head. Something happened to Slavia, to Lena, to Uliana, even to Alisa. And why is the question, why would I care, not bothering me now? But yes, I do care. I got so much closer with them recently. I had really got used to the life of the camp. But what will happen to the city? Would it disappear as suddenly as it appeared? And what if everything went the way Yulya described? No, I should not allow it. The walkie-talkie hissed, and I didn't want to turn it off in case I heard something again. "So, what have you decided?" I had to make a decision. "Okay." I forced myself to speak. "What?" Yulya was surprised. "Okay, let's go back." "Weren't you expecting this answer?" She smiled cunningly. "No, why do you think that?" "Because you always say that everything repeats itself after 7 days and I can't get out of here." "So we'll check it out." "Oh, check it out. Shouldn't we check out that city for starters?" "It's up to you to decide." I looked at her intently. Something seemed to have changed in Yulya, but I couldn't understand what it was exactly. "I've already decided," I mumbled. "Then we should go." The cat girl made her way across the field in the direction of the forest with confidence. "Hey, wait, where are you going?" "It will take less time." Less time? The thought started spinning in my head furiously, merging into one, which probably wouldn't be a pleasant one. "So all this time," I caught up with her in 2 strides and grabbed her tail. "Did you know all this time that I could go straight here without wandering for the whole day?" Yulya hissed furiously and bared her teeth. I let go of her tail. "No! I mean, I might have known, but you have nothing to do there." "In that city?" "Yes." "Why?" "I don't know. It shouldn't be that way. It's not right. I can't explain. I just know." I turn around and look at the distant lights. I wonder, could things get any worse? It is not that everything is really bad right now, but what if that city doesn't disappear? And what's happening at the camp? What do Olga Dmitrievna's words mean? Should I still hesitate if I have already decided what to do? "All right, let's go." We walked through the forest almost all the way, crossing forest edges and fields just a few times. Yulya seemed extremely satisfied with something. "Would you explain what is happening to you?" "Everything is just so unusual." "Because it was not like this before. Everything repeated itself after 7 days." "Yeah, I've heard it already." She just smiled in return. "I wonder what happened back at the camp." "Look!" The camp gates were visible in the distance, beyond the trees. We started to walk faster. It was clear that something was wrong. Soyonok seemed abandoned. I could assume that pioneers went to bed, but there were no lights except the street lamps. And why isn't Olga Dmitrievna waiting for us here with the biohazard squad? She said on the radio that something happened. A strange anxiety had overwhelmed me at once. I looked at Genda and there, the city. There's no city! Yulya seemed to be surprised too. Surprised for real. So I didn't jump at her with questions. Having reached the camp leader's cabin, I stopped for a moment in hesitation. Images of possible events flashed before my eyes. However, I quickly pulled myself together. This is just some nonsense. There was nothing to support the idea of this science fiction story turning into a bloody thriller. I determinedly pulled the door handle and entered the cabin. No one was inside. Well, no point in staying here then. I rushed to the cabin of Uliana and Alisa. Without dwelling on my thoughts, I knocked on the door, but only silence responded. I walked around the cabin and looked in the window. It was empty. Well, that doesn't mean anything. They might have gone somewhere. I ran to the canteen. Maybe everybody decided to have a late dinner. However, the door was locked. I went back to the square and dropped onto a bench, exhausted. "Enough running, maybe?" Yulya, who had followed me in silence, asked without much interest. Well, true. Why did I start panicking? Though, what if something actually had happened? "Well, I'm hungry. I'll go look for something to eat." I did an object, and in a moment Yulya silently disappeared in the night. It's either some stupid prank, which was hard to believe, or everyone really had disappeared somewhere. The event itself isn't any stranger than my arrival here, or that mysterious city which showed up and then vanished, but I'd gotten used to this camp and its inhabitants, and now such a twist. I'd more or less adapted to my new circumstances, and now something happens again. I cursed and covered my face with my hands. I would probably have sat like that for several minutes until tears started to flow, but my eardrums were almost broken by a loud noise. It sounded like a thunderclap. But where did it come from? There wasn't a cloud in the sky. I opened my eyes and saw someone in front of me. You, I uttered, stammering. A thunderstorm rumbled in the clear sky, the lightning flashes obscuring the face of the man standing before me. "Why the sad face, Semyon? Who are you?" I shouted. "Calm down. You don't have to get so tense. Nervous cells don't regenerate, you know." My first thought was to run, but my body didn't respond to that idea. The lightning was still flashing brightly, and there was no chance to see the pioneer's face clearly. However, I was sure that I heard that voice before. "Who are you?" I asked in a quieter tone. "Perhaps you have more appropriate questions. Where has everyone disappeared to?" "They have played their parts, and we don't need them anymore." "Parts? What parts?" "Their parts." "And what about the city?" "What city?" I wasn't sure whether I caught a trace of surprise in his voice, or I was just hearing things. "The city, there!" I waved my hand in the direction of Genda. "Ah, you are talking about..." He went silent for a moment. It's your fault. I don't understand. It's because you don't try hard enough. The pioneer raised his voice. I... You just need to think. Just think. How long have you been here? 5 days? 6? Or 26? 6, probably. 6? Why 6? Are you sure about 6? Why are you sure? Because you counted the number of dusk and dawns? Or because you looked at the date on your mobile phone? I don't know. The pioneer before me lost his temper. I had no clue what he was talking about. 6. Okay, let it be 6, he said calmly. And haven't you been here before? No. Are you sure about that too? I don't know. And what if I say that you've been here before? I had absolutely no idea how to react to his words. Something was happening to me, like on the first day here, something inexplicable, terrifying, and maybe dangerous. But I don't remember. Why do you have to remember? He fell silent, seemed lost in thought. However, you really don't remember. Well, I'll tell you then. I could hardly hear his words through the sound of thunder. My eyes were getting teary because of the lightning flashes, but I was afraid to even blink and give this pioneer a chance to disappear. He might really tell me how I turned up here. This is not the first time you've been here. I don't know how many labs you've had, but it doesn't matter. But why? I don't remember anything. You should not remember. You should not, he shouted. Sorry. I decided not to interrupt him. Yes, it is not your first time here, he continued in a calmer voice. But this time is special. It will be the last one for you. I couldn't understand what his definition of the word last was. Will I get out from here and return to my normal life? Or does it mean that I'll die here? Well, that's only my opinion. He went silent for a long time. I decided to ask a question at last. How do you know all this? How? Let's say that I'm your brother in misfortune, and... An explosion sounded nearby. It seemed like lightning struck a tree just a dozen meters away from me. I instinctively covered my head with hands and fell beneath the bench. I don't know how long I was lying there, but by the time I had slightly recovered from the shock, the thunderclaps had stopped. I opened my eyes. Yulya was standing where the pioneer had been standing before. So you have met your colleague. She smiled and offered me a hand. Shocked, I didn't know what to do and kept lying down. How long are you planning to stay there? I stood up with difficulty. Who was that? If I have to choose the lesser evil, then I would rather trust Yulya than this mysterious pioneer. Well, how should I put it? She got lost in thought. You know, you are not the only one. To be more precise, you are the only one here, but there are more of the same camp, lots of them, and there are more of the same you, a lot of them too. I didn't understand anything. Some of them can appear in the other places, like this pioneer, for example. So you knew all that, but didn't tell me? You didn't ask. She shrugged her shoulders. Should I be afraid of him? I don't think you should, although... Should I or should I not? My anxiety grew. I doubt that he can take a physical form, but you should be careful with him. I had received so much information at once that I would need more than a week to comprehend it all. Though keeping all that in mind, I understood that this information doesn't explain anything at all. So there are lots of people like me. Yes, but how did we get here? I don't have an exact answer for that question. I just know that it is you who came here. Just one person came here, to be more precise. Yulya now looked nothing like the strange girl with animal ears who was sprinkling sugar on mushrooms. She was the exact opposite. There was confidence in her eyes and even some arrogance, and no sign of her earlier childish infantilism. Who are you, then? Me? Yes. Honestly, I have no idea. I stared at her with an open mouth. How's that? You have no idea. The only thing I remember is that I was here. I don't remember anything else. Like there was nothing else. I must watch you, all of you, and I exist in all camps simultaneously. After recovering from my shock, I continued. And you don't know who you are. Bingo! She laughed. But that's impossible. Well, I would understand amnesia, but all powerful beings can't have it. And who told you that I am all powerful? Are you not? Actually, I'm capable of nothing. I can't interfere with the natural flow of events. But didn't you know or see? I know a bit of something. I saw a bit of something. And what will, well, I had no idea how to put the question. Nothing. Usually 7 days pass and one of you leaves the camp. I would even say disappears. Then a new one comes and everything repeats. The number of camps is constant. We spoke about this before. Disappears. Where? I don't know. That can't be possible. You told me so much and... Do you think that I'm hiding something from you? No, I said, exhausted. I guess I shouldn't doubt her words, at least for now. Maybe they don't disappear. They just go for another lap. I can't rule out that possibility, but I don't think they do. And what is happening to me now then? I can't explain this either, but I know for sure that this was meant to happen, and this is something unusual. The course of events is different this time. The pioneer spoke about it too. He might know more than me. But how should I understand all of this? I sighed deeply and covered my head with my hands. I think we will find that out very soon. Okay, but finally, who are you then? Yulya pouted her lips. I told you before! So you do have memory loss then? No, she thought for a moment. I don't have a memory at all, probably. There was no me before this camp. I didn't exist. But I didn't finish the sentence. Taking into account everything that happens here, there was a lot I could only make assumptions about. And that means I should not be surprised by a girl with animal ears. Are you something like an observer here? Probably. I think that word is the most appropriate. And what about all the inhabitants disappearing after playing their parts? What are you talking about? The pioneer said that... Parts. She moved her ears in a funny way, making me smile. There is something to it. Because only you are real here. I mean you, that pioneer, and all other ones. How's that? I told you. I don't know. You can assume that I appear here with a limited amount of knowledge, nothing more. There are things that I'm not sure about, and there are things that I know no more about than you. Fine. On one hand, her words seem logical enough. If you can even talk about logic in such a situation. And what do you suggest to do next? To wait and see how things will turn out. Yes, you can't change anything, I mumbled. Anyway, it's dinner time. She smiled merrily and waved her tail. Didn't you go to look for something? I didn't find anything. I had no time. I saw the lightning and came back at once. Let's go. She went in direction of the canteen. She'd better stick with me. It might be that there was no pioneer at all. And if I wasn't the only one who can see him, then there would be less grounds to doubt my sanity, which was not feeling very secure lately. Yulya sat down at the table and looked at me. So? What? Dinner! Yes, what about it? I yawned. The time was long past midnight. By the way, how did you open the canteen? You've got to have the skills. No need to continue with this topic. Maybe it's better to go to sleep? Cook! Now! She said in dictatorial tone. Me? I don't see anyone else around. Okay. I slowly walked towards the kitchen. Because of all the talk of food, I suddenly felt hungry. I found a carton of eggs in the fridge and called out to Yulya. Hey, how about scrambled eggs? Well, maybe. I started cooking. Funny the way things turn out. Bizarre and incomprehensible events are happening to me, and yet I am just standing here making dinner. Just hoping for the best. It's a typical Russian feature, yes. Nevertheless, I am quite sure that nothing bad will happen. And in case of unexpected problems, Yulya will protect me. Although she says that she does not know much, in a critical moment I can certainly rely on her. There is simply nobody else to count on. Just yesterday nothing was up to me, but at least I had a slight idea what was happening. However, now, the only thing left to do is to comfortably lean back in a chair and wait for the installation to be finished. I added grated cheese, mayonnaise, salt and pepper and poured the well-stirred mass into the pan. I also found a salami in the fridge and a loaf of bread on the shelf next to it. Soon we were sitting in silence and eating scrambled eggs. Yummy, yummy! It's nothing special, ordinary bachelor-style dinner. Never tried anything like this. Probably better than mushrooms and nuts. That's enough, Yulya answered angrily. When we finished dinner, I said, Tell me something about yourself, though you probably have nothing to tell. Probably. How long have you been here? I don't know, a long time. But are you mostly human? Well, very likely. Then how can you be at several places at the same time? It's hard to explain. I don't really understand it myself. Let's assume that here and now in front of you, I'm the only one. I could accept such an assumption. In the end, although the fact that Yulya had many faces was just one mystery among many other happening here, it was definitely not the main one. At least that's what I thought. Well, let's assume that. And what do you know about the world? I can read and write, if that's what you mean. She laughed. No, not exactly that. Do you know where this camp is located? No. Then maybe you know that I'm not from here, not from this time, not from this reality. Well, I know, but not any details. And if I ask you what the year is now, I can't answer. I took a deep breath and stared out the window. In general, you can assume that there are some things I know more than you, and some I know less. So, what should we do? As I told you before, just wait. Wait, and what are we gonna do? What do you wanna do? I don't know, but forgive me, I don't feel like climbing trees. Okay, then maybe you will tell me something about yourself. Not now. As you wish. So what then? I don't know. Maybe just sit and wait. I don't mind. But that's so boring. I don't see any alternatives. So let's go. Come on. She thought for a while. I looked keenly at Yulya. Looks like she really finds everything happening here amusing. Moreover, the current situation doesn't seem strange to her. According to her, there is nothing unusual about it. You know, everything that's happening is not quite normal to me. I don't even understand why am I not currently hiding somewhere under my bed, trembling at every sound. It turns out you are brave. I said nothing but merely smiled. I've got an idea. I looked at her with interest. No, I forgot it again. Yulya scratched her cat ears. Ah, just remembered. Let's go swimming. Now I stared at her in disbelief. Maybe I'd be better to go to sleep. Oh, come on, she pouted. Indeed, the day had been hot and I was soaked with sweat. It's much easier to fall asleep in this heat when you are clean. Okay, let's go. A few minutes later we were at the beach. I lazily sprawled on the sand and looked at the river. I immediately felt completely exhausted. You know, I don't actually like swimming. Meaning you don't know how to swim? Yulya said next to me. Well, it's not that I don't know. Anyway, that doesn't matter. The pioneers, fine. But how could the whole town disappear? I told you before. I don't know. Let's go swimming. I don't want to. I never like to reveal that I'm a lousy swimmer. Oh, come on. Stop it. You can splash in water near the shore. Okay, wait. I'll go get my swimming trunks. But Yulya seemed to not hear me and started to undress. Oh, you... What? Are you going to swim like that? Yes. Anything wrong with that? I turned away at the right time. Aren't you shy? I tried to speak as calmly as possible, but the reason I did not look at her was because my face was burning, rather than out of politeness. Shy about who? You? She laughed. You know what? I turned around. Yulya was already in the water up to her neck. Come here! I decided that nothing bad would happen if I stayed in my underwear. I undressed and entered the water. Brr! It's so cold! Move around and you'll get warm, like me! She started to jump and wave her hands in the water. I still felt awkward. You've gone red, Yulya said excitedly. Of course I am. Next to me there is a naked girl, or at least a female humanoid. And that's enough. I turned around and at the same moment I felt Yulya hug me. This is also part of your program? I understood that I was saying complete nonsense, but nothing more meaningful was coming to my head. What? Well, it's, you know... Suddenly, I realized that I was being hugged from behind by a naked, omnipotent being which is able to exist in multiple realities simultaneously. My brain was instantly overloaded by errors about the lack of system resources. Here it is, a blue screen of death. My legs buckled and I started to go under the water. Yulya held me up. There is no need to drown yourself. She was still hugging me. I felt it even stronger. What are you going to do? Swim, obviously. So that means you are not suggesting anything. I tried to say it with a calm expression, but it did not turn out very well. Like what, for example? Well, even though you don't remember much, you essentially behave quite reasonably. So you should understand. Well, I don't know, she said slyly. Suddenly, I felt something twisting around my thighs. I tried to pull myself away, but Yulya held me tight. Also, motion physics in the water are very different from on the land. It's just my tail. A tail. Don't you find it strange that you have it at all? What? Don't you like my tail? If you step on my tail, then you are gonna get hurt. Wait a minute. I paused for a moment, trying to phrase the thought I just had. So, you've seen that series too? What series? The one you just quoted. It's just... She suddenly stopped and thought. Don't people say that? Some kind of saying. So you don't know where it's from? No. And who cares? Yulya laughed. Her tail continued to probe my body. Could it be that Yulya still has memories about her time before the camp? Maybe they are hidden somewhere or suppressed. She got that quote somehow. Of course, maybe she heard it from one of the pioneers. But isn't it too early for that show to even exist? The only conclusion is that Yulya seems to be a prisoner in this camp, the same as I. Just the more mysterious one. What happened next happened by itself. Even if what I was going to do was dangerous, in the end I'm a red-blooded man. At that moment Yulya was not an all-powerful being to me. I was holding an ordinary girl in my arms. I brought the sleeping Yulya to my cabin. She was surprisingly light. I put her on a bed, collapsed beside her, and closed my eyes. But all my attempts to get to sleep failed. I felt a terrible thirst. Quietly, so as not to wake Yulya up, I got out of bed, pulled on my shorts, and went outside. On the way to washstands, I thought about everything that happened. I didn't care about whether it was right or not. No, that wasn't the main issue. I decided that I just didn't have any other choice in that situation. More important are the possible consequences. Even if Yulya was a little different from me, we could say she was closer to who or what was behind all this, just because she knows more than me. Which means, however, blindly assuming or drawing conclusions about anything is a difficult task in this camp. I was sure of that by now. I quenched my thirst and washed myself. I was going back to the camp leader's cabin, whistling a piece from Peer Gynt by Grieg, when somebody called out to me. "How did you—" I jumped on the spot, turned, and saw the silhouette of that pioneer. There was no chance of seeing his face clearly in this darkness. "So it's you again?" "Who, me?" "Not in the sense that I'm the one that you have already seen, but in a sense of who, in fact, I am." "I don't understand." I remembered that Yulya told me that he can't do me any physical harm, and I calmed down a bit. "Oh, whatever. Besides, I saw how you were getting it on back there." That gave me the heebie-jeebies. No matter how fantastic a situation is, it's always frustrating when you are caught doing something so intimate. "Didn't anyone ever tell you that it's not nice to spy on people?" "You're upset." "No, why would I be?" I snorted and half turned towards him, trying in vain to see his face. "And what has the cat-eared one told you?" "She has a name." I felt a strong attachment to Yulya, so I didn't hesitate to stand up for her. "A name? And what is it? An almighty observer? The double-faced Janus?" "Yulya," I said a bit uncertainly. "Yulya!" He started laughing like a horse on meth. "And who gave it to her? You, probably." "Fine, tell me what you want and get lost." Okay, your majesty. Just don't be angry." He bowed awkwardly. The sight was so grotesque that I even shuddered. "And what has so-called Yulya told you?" I decided there was no point in hiding the information I'd found out recently. "She told me that there are many other camps, that you are the same as me, and that after 7 days we leave and never come back." It was disgusting for me to be in the same boat as him, but the fact was still a fact. "Yes, that's about right. And what did she tell you about herself?" "Do you think it's any of your business? Besides, surely you know everything without me." "Yes, I know something. I've dealt with her before." His tone was so disgusting that I didn't even want to continue this conversation. "Well, if you have nothing more to—" "No, wait a minute. I haven't finished yet." "Now what? Want me to tell you what she's hiding from you?" "Go on." I was sure that Yulya has no secrets from me, but in my situation any information could be useful. Never come back? No, they do come back. And you come back. At least you did before. I don't understand. I did tell you that you had already been here. So after 7 days, it doesn't matter whether you leave on a bus or fall asleep in the forest. You will find yourself sitting in the 410 again. But how? She told you that we just disappear, right? I did not answer. Well, I can't be sure she's lying. Maybe she just doesn't know everything, but what I said is true. You and I were here many times. Of course, I've been here more times, but that doesn't matter. Okay, then why I don't remember anything? You will remember them all sometime later. That's what happened to me. And you are telling me that there is no escape from here? Yes, I am. I remember you told me that what happened today had never happened before, right? True. This is the first time. And how can you explain that? I won't. You are hoping that something will change? No way it will. We'll see about that. I decisively turned and walked away. To my surprise, the pioneer did not even try to stop me. I returned to the cabin and found Yulya carefully combing her tail. You were talking to him again. How do you know? For a moment I had doubts. Just guessed. He's supposed to appear when you are alone. Yes. And? He told me that nobody disappears, that we come back. Yulya didn't answer anything. Is that so? To tell you the truth, I don't know. I sat on the bed beside her and began to think. I don't know how long we were sitting there, but soon I started to fall asleep. Let's go watch the stars. Let's go. I wanted to sleep badly, but at the same time I felt a sense of incompleteness and was hoping fresh air would clear my thoughts. A few minutes later we were at the square. I sat on the bench and Yulya put her head in my lap and stared at the sky. Isn't it beautiful? It is. We sat in silence for quite a long time. So what will happen tomorrow? What do you mean? Well, tomorrow is the 7th day, so it's time to leave. Do you want to leave? Suddenly, I was struck by a realization. I have heard this question many times before. According to you and him, even if I don't want to, I must. So let's leave. She smiled. Will you come with me? Of course I will. After all this, you must definitely marry me. I don't know a single administration that would register marriages with catgirls. So, we'll look for one. Okay, serious though. What will happen tomorrow? In the evening the bus will come. You sure about that? Absolutely sure. It always comes. And? And we will take it. And then? Why are you asking all these stupid questions? Yulya protested. How should I know? Well, make a guess. And we will go back to your world. That would be... I stopped. We'll see. I sighed. And what about you and your many selves? I only look like this here, right? Over there I will be just a regular me. Sure, with cat ears and a tail. Yulya hit me painfully in the ribs. Hey, I'm just joking. Maybe without the tail, she said sadly. No, I like it. Don't think anything like that. She said nothing, just closed her eyes. And what's it like over there? It's different. That's the best way I can put it. Some things are better, some are worse. We've got internet. I chuckled. And what would I do there? Well, I don't know. Let's solve the problems as they come. All right. We sat there for a long time, talking about all sorts of foolish things. Finally, Yulya said, "Let's go sleep." Yes, good timing. I felt a wave of terrible fatigue. Tomorrow is time to pack our things. But I have nothing to pack. How about that? He has nothing to pack. But you know what? I have. For example, I giggled good-naturedly. I just can't imagine what she was planning to take. What about my supplies for the winter? Apples, nuts, mushrooms. Do you really think you'll need all that? Of course. She jumped up and looked at me sternly. I'm going to sleep, and you can do whatever you want. With these words, Yulya marched briskly towards the camp leader's cabin. Hey, I didn't! I rushed after her. After entering the cabin, Yulya immediately undressed, snuck into the bed, and pulled the blanket over her head. I didn't mean anything like that. If you want to take your stores, let's take them. In the end, they could be useful for us, especially in my situation where anything could happen. I was just joking. She peeked out from under the blanket and stuck out her tongue. And now, sleep, commanded Yulya. I didn't mind it, so I undressed, lay down beside her, and we fell asleep holding each other. I had a strange dream. No, of course, being here in this camp was extremely strange by itself, incomparable with any normal nighttime dreams. However, in this dream everything seemed so real that... But when I woke up, I couldn't remember a thing. There were only vague images of a long driveway, an all-rusted bus, the rickety gates of the camp, collapsed statues of pioneers, and an abandoned square. I ran through Sovionok back and forth, as if trying to find someone. But exactly who remained a mystery to me. When I woke up, the sun was already setting. A bright sunbeam was lighting up the dust drifting in the silence of the room and painting it with all colors of the rainbow. Reflections on the glass took on different outlines. Look from one angle and it's just a spot of sunlight. Look from another and it's pirate waving his cutlass. I stretched lazily and yawned. Turning to the other side, I saw Yulya sleeping peacefully next to me. Good morning, said Yulya without opening her eyes. It's daytime already. Morning starts when you wake up. You are talking just the same way I did before. So now you've changed your mind? Well, I don't know. During the last week I got used to getting up in the morning. That was not entirely true, because I didn't always wake up with the sunrise and I regularly missed the lineups. You want to say that you've changed? She giggled. I think any man in my position would change, at least a little. It seemed quite natural to me. Yes, perhaps. I won't argue. A long silence followed. The kind of silence where you are not tortured by the need to say something just to break the oppressive awkwardness. This silence could say more than any words. Well, we're leaving today? I asked finally. I think so. You think? You mean you are not even sure? Not completely. This is happening for the first time. You mean the disappearance of the pioneers? Not just that. She got out of the bed and started to dress. I looked at her mesmerized, unable to look away. What are you looking at? Get up! It's time to pack! You mean your berries and mushrooms? Of course! Yulya stood arms akimbo and looked at me resentfully. Do you want all my supplies to be gone? Of course I don't. To tell the truth, I didn't really give a damn about them. To be precise, I just don't see the point of stocking food for a one-way journey. At least, without a return ticket for sure. A few minutes later we were standing in the same forest glade where the day before Yulya had been sprinkling a mushroom with sugar. She went behind a tree, threw aside the leaves, and pulled out a heavy sack. "All this isn't all. It's just what's necessary." I couldn't put what I planned to say in a nice way, so I decided to say nothing. The sack was filled with mushrooms, berries, apples, nuts, all mixed up. I immediately had serious doubts about the fitness for human consumption of this assorted lot. "Take it," said Yulia, pointing at the sack with an easy smile. "Well, I hope you understand that I won't be able to." "No, no, you're strong. Look how massive you are." She used her hands to indicate the difference in our heights. I tried to lift the sack. It weighed at least 30 kilos. "Look, let's only take some of it. We won't be able to eat all this anyway." I was trying to cheat. "Why not? Winters are long in these lands." "How would you know that?" "I guessed." I tried to make the most painful grimace I could. "I can manage it to the square at most. Have mercy on me." Yulia thought a little. "Okay, then throw out the berries." What a great solution! Get rid of the lighter stuff. However, I didn't object and so put my hand into the sack. "I can't say it got any lighter," I said when I finished with the berries. "I don't want to hear it." I sighed and sank helplessly to the ground next to the sack. "Then let's carry it in turns." "But it's heavy!" exclaimed Yulia. "That's what I'm telling you. I mean, it's heavy for me." "As if it's light for me," I muttered under my breath, trying to make Yulia not hear it. "It's light for you." It seems I should not underestimate her cat ears. "Okay, let's come back here later. For now it would be nice to have something to eat." "Well, maybe." She smiled and held out her hand to me. The canteen was filled with the smell of fried potatoes. Yulia flittered around me, watching me cook. To tell the truth, I never found any special pleasure in doing this. I always wanted to start eating immediately, without waiting for all the ingredients to be prepared, the water to boil, the dumplings to float up. That's why I'm usually fine with eating sandwiches or fast food. "You are doing so well." "I told you there is nothing special to it." But, she tried to find words.
"But you are doing well anyway."
"I'm glad you like it."
"Of course I like it."
Judging by the way Yulia was demolishing the potatoes, she actually enjoyed my simple culinary creation.
"Are you worried?"
"Chew first, then speak." "What a lout! You must behave in polite society."
"And what kind of society are we in here?"
Yulia spread her hands to the sides and laughed. That was true, the canteen was empty, just like the whole can. "What do you think? Where are they all gone to?"
"How should I know?"
She picked up the last piece with her fork and deftly popped it in her mouth.
"You miss them?"
"Sort of."
"What about me? I am better than any stray dog."
Another quote. I didn't pay any special attention to it this time. Given that you are some kind of cat, you've definitely got your quotes right.
"Are you feeling lonely?"
"Well, I'm not alone here."
"Just the two of us."
"But if what had happened didn't happen, we maybe..." I stopped for a moment. "So, in other realities, you and me weren't so..."
"Close?"
Yulia finished for me. "Yes."
"No."
"It's strange."
"Why?"
"Well, because there are a lot of camps, as you say, and according to the theory of probability, which means that everything that happened with the last 2 days is really something exceptional."
"You say that as if it's bad."
"Of course not." I felt the blood rush to my head. Just strange. There are a lot of strange things here. That's why I use that word so often. Anyway, you are just nitpicking.
Who? Me? Never!
She laughed. No, you are seriously nitpicking, especially when it comes to words.
Why would I do that?
I can't even imagine. You'd know better. Seems like for any of my arguments she already had an answer prepared, as if she knew in advance what I will say. Forget it. So let's go.
Where?
I realized that saying this was a big mistake. Now she'll definitely drag me back to that sack. Well, there is enough time till the bus arrives, so we could...
All right, the supplies!
I just scratched my chin and followed her. Epic fail. Carrying nearly 25 kilos is not easy, even for a short distance. I stopped every 50 meters to rest. Yulya hurried and encouraged me, but it was just making things worse. I don't know if I deserved a medal in some strange sack of catgirl supplies short distance carrying event, but about an hour later the sack was transported to the bus stop. I collapsed beside it, exhausted. That's it.
You are such a hero! See! Nothing to be afraid of!
My whole body ached, my muscles burned, and rivers of sweat flowed from my forehead, stinging my eyes. I don't know what reward I was owed for this, but this competition was more like the Olympics for mentally challenged people. Though I won, I'm still a retard.
Look! The bus is coming!
What? I jumped up. My fatigue vanished in an instant. Something could indeed be seen in the distance. I narrowed my eyes and saw the Icarus. But why? Yulya told me that it would arrive closer to the night. Moreover, I'd expect the Lia's bus. Soon the bus stopped in front of us and the door opened, inviting us in. The driver's seat was empty, but I was not really surprised. Much stranger things had happened here.
Coming?
Yulya easily jumped onto the first step and gestured for me to follow her. Don't you think it's weird that the buses go by themselves?
Well,
she thought about that.
Of course it's strange, but you said yourself that there are plenty of strange things here.
Yes, she was right on that one. Anyway, I had no choice. In either case, whether I stay or whether I go onto the bus, I'm not sure about what will come next. But in the case of the second choice, I had at least an illusory hope of escaping from this camp. I sighed, and with one last effort lifted the sack and got onto the bus. We drove for about an hour. Yulya was constantly chattering about something, but I wasn't listening. I carefully studied the passing landscapes through the window. Forests, fields, river, forests, fields. Absolutely nothing suspicious. On the one hand, this gave me some hope, but on the other it was a sign that in the end nothing will change, because in this world it seems everything is slow and measured, following its well-established rules. That's how it was at least a few days ago, although maybe I shouldn't be drawing conclusions after having been there only a week.
Well, now I'm sure everything will be fine.
I looked at her carefully. Cat ears, a long tail that moved rhythmically back and forth, slightly enlarged fangs. Yulya seemed like a character from a fairy tale. We can decide what to do with her in the real world later. I was turning into one big throbbing vein, ready to burst any moment. I was waiting for how this will end. The result could be anything. For me, it was important not to go crazy ahead of time. My nerves were stretched to the limit, and I tried not to think about anything. But it was impossible to distract myself.
Hey, are you even listening?
Huh? No, sorry, I was deep in thought.
Well, as always,
she pouted. Now is such a big moment, you know. We can get out of this camp. So it's a very important moment for me.
Well, it's important for me too, but I'm not worried. You simply can't see this in context. What do you mean? Before I lived in a different world, the real one as it seemed. So I have something to compare this camp to. And you, we can say, were born here. No, I wasn't. How do you know? I just know. I know that. The bus peacefully bounced over the bumps, shaking me more and more. The steering wheel was turning on its own, and I soon stopped noticing the absence of a driver. My eyes began to close and I dozed off. Some girl bent over me. She was gently whispering something in my ear, so tenderly that I felt a strong blow on the head. Hey, don't sleep! Am I disturbing you? I asked in annoyance, rubbing the bruised place. You are not listening to me. If we escape from here, we'll have a lot of time for conversation. If, and if we don't escape? Then we'll have even more time. I tried to smile, but just thinking that we wouldn't ever leave this camp frightened me a lot, so I just gave a stupid grin. It's better if we don't escape, because in your world, I don't know what to expect there, but you won't pay any attention to me at all. I will, I promise. I hugged her sincerely. Really, truly? Really, truly. Yulya leaned against me. And you'll listen to me? Of course. And you'll always agree with me? Sure. She pulled away and looked into my eyes. Well then, I forgive you. A loud laugh filled the bus cabin. But be careful, don't you forget about that or try to deceive me. Want to sign a contract? A marriage contract? I don't have the property for that anyway. But I do. Yulya pointed at the bag lying in the aisle. Well, then, I tried to remember what I bought with my money. Here! I took my mobile phone out of my pocket. By this time, it was already out of charge. What's that? Yulya asked curiously, taking the mobile. A very useful thing in my world. You can communicate with people at a distance. Wow, that's really cool. Excellent, that will do. She put the mobile on the seat. Deal then? My supplies for the winter are from me, and from you is that thing. Okay, deal. All right, now we are husband and wife. She smiled slyly. Hey, wait! I suddenly remembered that all this conversation has started with a marriage contract. Anyway, without an official registration. When we get to your world, we will register our marriage. A man without a wife is like a kitchen without a knife. If we get there, of course. Yulya said nothing, but just stared straight forward with her eyes wide open. I followed her gaze and realized that the bus was full of people. All of them were wearing pioneer uniforms, and they all looked exactly like that pioneer. Nobody said a single word. They just looked silently in my direction. I could not see their faces. Clothes, statues, yes, but their faces were shrouded in shadows that seemed to appear from nowhere. It was as if instead of the heads that normal people have, they had mini black holes. I started to shiver and my back broke out in goosebumps. Yulya squeezed my hand. With an enormous effort, I forced myself to look at her. She was very scared too. If I was alone at that moment, I would have probably fainted. But right now, I was responsible for more than my own life. Who are you? I gritted out with difficulty. The pioneers maintained a terrifying silence. It became hard to breathe. I was gasping for breath, but my brain refused to work on low oxygen, and I lost consciousness for a moment. Who are you? What do you want? I heard Yulya's shout just as I regained my senses. A A pioneer stood up from the first seat and walked towards us. "Hi, Semyon. We have decided to go back home too." Two. A chorus of voices filled the bus. "We'll keep you company." I didn't know what to say. This was the strangest situation I had yet experienced in the camp. Neither Yulya, nor the city, nor the disappearance of pioneers, not this strange person standing before me, were comparable with this. "I asked you a question." Seemed like Yulya was still able to speak clearly. Not a surprise. In the end, she was still, you could say, an extraordinary being. "I repeat, we are just going home." His voice sounded frantic. "Are we bothering you?" Bothering. "What do you want from us?" "Nothing at all." Nothing. "I don't believe you. I know there is a reason for you to be doing all this." "It's just your imagination, animal." "Maybe I am an animal, but what are you? A ghost? A shadow?" "Maybe. Ghosts have their rights too." "You have the right to get the hell out of here." Yulya shouted so loud that my ears rang, but neither the pioneer nor his companions reacted. "I guess we'll stay," he said maliciously. "But how did you manage this? And all the others?" At last I gathered the strength to speak. "It's simple, my dear friend. Collective mind. Heard about it? And so? Every one of us wanted to wish you luck simultaneously. That's all." Luck. In person, I would say. That's the reason we are here. But what will happen next? Honestly, I have no idea. "Get out!" Yulya shouted again. "Be cool, you! Settle down!" "You see," he addressed me again, "I don't want to hide anything from you. You have a good chance to get out of here now. I don't exactly know why, but your actions broke the cycle. Cycles, to be precise. All our cycles. And there is a chance that we won't have to leave the camp every 7 days and return back on 8th, waking up in this bus." "Then don't return. Just die." It's not that simple. And why shouldn't we have a sense of self-preservation? "We should, right?" he asked the pioneers. Should. I heard their response. "So we decided to keep you company. Now, either we will all get out of here together, or we'll all vanish forever together. Or start another cycle. All 3 options suits us." "And what if we die because of you?" "Well, you won't die alone. We'll die with honor." Honor. Or do you think that our lives... He laughed. "Well, what we call lives... Lives. Are they not as important as yours?" Yulya didn't know how to answer. "And don't think that all of us are here. In fact, many more of us didn't fit in, but there were enough tickets for everyone." You, Yulya hissed. "It's too late. I suggest you calm down and enjoy the flight. Stewardesses will offer you food and drinks in a couple of minutes." He grinned and went back to his place. Yulya jumped up, but I stopped her. "Let me go. I'll take him down." "No need. What can you do to him? What good will it do?" She looked at me in surprise, but sat down. "So what? Are you suggesting we don't do anything and just wait?" "What can we do?" "I don't know, but we shouldn't be just sitting." I have learned one thing for sure in this camp. Very little is up to me. Actually nothing at all. Especially now. Especially here. I have not the slightest idea what to do to drive them out of here. But even if I knew, I am sure that nothing would change. Nothing would affect the final outcome. "You may be right," Yulya said in a sad voice. "We can only wait then. It won't take long. She put her head on my shoulder. We had been going for such a long time, it seemed like an eternity. The sun has set and night fell. Seconds lasted for hours, minutes for years. The pioneers remained dead silent, and even that one, the arrogant one, didn't try to start the conversation. The silence was louder than any shouts. A quiet clap would be enough to make my eardrums explode. Me and Yulya stayed silent too. Everything had been said today. There were no words left. I felt totally empty. My head was as heavy as lead, and it seemed that I was already dead, but God and the devil has just forgotten about me. So I would have to spend the rest of eternity alone with this silent mass of pioneers. Are they really my colleagues in misfortune? Did they really come to this camp too, spend a week here and then leave? And then do it all over again? Maybe it would be the same for me as that pioneer said. Anything is possible. Anything is possible now. I heard a quiet snoring from Yulya. She'd fallen asleep. All that stress must have been too much for her. Or maybe she used up all her energy shouting. In any case, it's better to face the end while sleeping. Now I was absolutely certain that this was the end. It's stupid to cling to hope while standing on the edge of the cliff, surrounded by countless enemies. And even if there was the smallest chance of rescue, you wouldn't really think about it. Maybe it shouldn't be this way and someone else would have more optimism in my place. I just had to take the last step. Why though? These are not stairs, but an escalator. It will get me to the finish in any case. I closed my eyes and my consciousness left me at once. I fell asleep. I don't know whether it would last for an hour or for an eternity. Emptiness is not the best place for thoughts. When there is nothing, the essence of the normal world disappears. In the end, thoughts are a part of it too, just an immaterial one. It is difficult to imagine where existence ends. A person is not supposed to figure it out. I regained consciousness in complete darkness. To be precise, I regained the ability to perceive myself as a person. There was nothing else, neither around nor inside me. It was like I ceased to exist, was erased from the universe. But I wasn't dead, no. It was totally different, as if I had moved from three-dimensional space to one-dimensional. The whole world compressed to the size of one dot. That dot was me, was everything. I was everything and at the same time was nothing. However, my consciousness, my memories, my soul went into that tiny patch too. I wasn't afraid, maybe because there was no need, or maybe because I still couldn't understand what was happening. All sense of time was lost here. There was simply no such term here. That's why it was impossible to tell how long I had been in that emptiness. Finally, after an hour or a year, I started to hear a quiet voice. I couldn't make out the words, but I was the one it spoke to. Actually, there was no one else. Semyon. Semyon. Yes, I replied as if answering a phone. Nice to meet you. The voice sounded very close. We've known each other for a long time though. Who are you? I am you. Did I die? No, nothing like that. The voice sounded calm, as if speaking to an old friend. What's happening to me? You have reached the end of your path. What path? You have managed to leave the camp. Camp. Yes, I remember. The Soyonok Pioneer Camp. Suddenly I remembered the last 7 days. I remembered how I was living there, together with Yulya. Where is Yulya? Yes, she's right here. I looked around, but there was only emptiness around. I don't see her. You shouldn't see. You should feel. I wasn't tense at all, as if I was recovering from anesthesia. I don't feel. Don't feel anything. You just have to remember. After these words, thousands of pictures, images, smells, thoughts reappeared in my mind. The camp! I was there for real. With Slavia, with Lena, with Alisa, with Uliana, with Masha. And then... But how? I clearly remember that I left and I came back to the real world. And then I met Slavia at the bus stop. No, I met Uliana at the university. No, I met Alisa at the concert. But I had lived with Lena for so many years. No, I had a completely different life with Masha. How is all that even possible? I remembered events of almost 5 lifespans in the smallest of details, but everything happened simultaneously, and I am sure that it was all real. How? Yes, all of it really happened to you. But how? You left the camp, not just once, then you lived your normal life, then you came back and left again. So was it like I died and was revived? No. You can think that it all happened simultaneously. I don't understand. You don't need to. And who were those other pioneers? There are you too. The other sides of you. I don't understand. Every person is an endless universe. His own actions determine how his life will proceed. You remember those 5 times because those were times you took choices that lead you out of the camp. Your other replicas acted differently somewhere. That's it. It's all that simple. For me, it wasn't that simple. And what is this camp? You can consider it a testing ground. And who are you? I am you, but from long time after. Not time as you see it. I am beyond and above all of you. You can consider me the prime Simeon. So you are the reason for all this? That's not exactly true. Everything did not happen according to my will, but I can control these events. But why? Are you against it? I lost myself in thought, at least as lost as was possible in such an obscure state as mine. I don't know. If you were given an option now, when you know and remember anything, would you really decide to take it back to the start and just forget everything? I don't know. I wasn't ready to answer such a difficult question. Anyway, where's Yulya? She's right here. Where? Inside of you. How's that? Yulya is your inner world, your consciousness which had gained a form. I couldn't comprehend his words. You don't need to try to understand. I already said. But I felt that I missed her. Don't be afraid. She will always be with you. I don't think I wanted this exact union just yesterday. The hardest thing is to make inner peace, not peace with an enemy. And you have done it. If you want to love her, you have to learn how to love yourself. Well, that's enough for you. It is time for me to leave. Wait! What will happen to me? You'll go back. I already didn't understand what was real and what was not, or how many realities there are. Where to? It depends only on you. I don't understand. You have remembered all possible variations of events now. He paused for a long time and I didn't dare to say anything just so I wouldn't accidentally interrupt him. So, you have at least 5 options. Will I remember all this? That's up to you to decide. A trace of emotion appeared in his voice for a moment, maybe joy or maybe dissatisfaction. Farewell. But I could feel that the voice will never speak to me again. Time passed. I tried to decide what to do next. If everything is as he said, then I just have to wish. By that time, I had completely calmed down and you could even say cheered up a bit. I was totally sure that I had got out of that enchanted camp. Moreover, a bright future awaited me. I didn't know it, I remembered it. But what should I choose? I closed my eyes and clearly imagined Slavia smiling at me. She was always willing to help me and never scolded me for anything. It is always calm and safe being with her. And that meeting at the bus stop, I guess I never thought about being with her in real life. But that would be amazing, I'm sure. Throughout so many years, Lena had grown truly precious to me. I actually remembered all the time spent with her. I remembered our kids, remembered times of joy and sorrow, remembered everything. It is hard to reject all that. Or Alisa, dearly hugging her guitar. It's never boring with her. Maybe that's the life I always dreamed of, simply laid back and fun. Maybe that's the girl I've ever wished for, a loyal tomboy. Alisa's image in my thoughts smiled slyly. The grown-up Uliana seemed like a good option too. Of course, back in the camp I didn't treat her as a woman, but now, obviously, she's got her cons, but at the same time there was a sense of magic in her, something attractive. And of course Miku, Masha from that other life. She was truly precious to me. Maybe back there, the camp is just a small episode, and I might be a completely different person from myself in all the other paths. But that's all for the best. New opportunities, possibilities, and that person I love, a person who I seemingly knew my entire life. But it is still sad that I will never see Yulya again. You certainly will! Her voice sounded in my head. What? Where are you? I am right here, like he said. You knew? No, I understood it only when we came here. Are you okay with it? Won't you miss me? Of course not. I will always be with you. Do you remember your promise? What promise? That you will always be with me. Yes. Don't ever think to break it. I'll be watching you. I don't know if I will ever speak to her like that again. Maybe one could simply go nuts from that, but right now I was happy. Alright, I won't forget. Then you just have to make a choice. I felt Yulya disappear, vanish in the labyrinth of my mind. Well, it's time. I closed my eyes tight and... My eyes were struck by the bright sunlight. Nothing surprising about that. It is summer after all. Is that strange dream again? Why did I start seeing it so often recently? Maybe there's a reason. Still, why? A pioneer camp, some girls, the camp leader. I had never been to the camp. Maybe you just don't remember. Very funny. But what if? Trust me, I clearly remember everything that has happened to me since I was 3 years old. And before that I was probably at an unconscious age. Even if that is true, all of this is nothing accidental. Why is it not accidental? There are people who see Black Cat in their dream every night and nothing happens. Did you just make that up? I haven't made up anything. I read about it recently. A black cat is one thing, such a detailed dream is something else. I don't see much difference. Okay, then what would you say about that voice? What voice? Don't play the fool. Wasn't planning to. Which told you to make a choice? Well, a voice. So what? There was a reason. But I don't remember anything else. The dream ends there. Maybe you forget it when you wake up. Maybe, but what? That means that you actually made a choice. I don't remember the options. Were there any? There should have been. You don't even try to be serious about the important things, as always. Oh my god, it's so important. There is no point talking to you. Recently, I started to notice that I have something like a split personality. An inner monologue is certainly a normal phenomenon for any person, but when it turns into a dialogue, well, it is still a long way from being a clinical case, because I talk to myself and not other personality inside my mind. Maybe with my own subconscious. However, that is not important. I turned over to the other side. The bright sun still shined into my eyes. Good morning! Good morning! Good morning! I replied. Choice. Did I even have a choice? Every story has its beginning and its end. Every story has its canvas, synopsis, contents, key moments, prologue and epilogue. And there is no book that rereading it would not reveal new details you hadn't noticed before. But every book has a last page, and after turning it over, we put the book on the shelf, just to open a new one tomorrow.